Oh, and if it worked, then we'll see. But we are live. Hello, Walky Talky Podcast, live with Oodie and
Paradox
and
BlueStar Saber
and
Immortal Phoenix.
and.
Wonder who else it could be.
Hey! Oh, process of elimination! Alright! We got Kamui here. It's a full house tonight. Party! Woo! So, Walky Talky Podcast. Shout out to Walky Talky Podcast and everyone else here. Alright! So, the Boruto spoiler is out. Hey, that's what everybody wants to talk about since it's in the title. Immortal, I know you saw it. Kamui, did you see it?
I did in fact see it,
Oh.
and I did in fact not care.
Oh, well, I saw it, but I didn't see it, if you catch my drift.
I mean, it doesn't matter, Oodie. It's exactly what you expected.
Well, not necessarily, because we didn't know how it was gonna go.
Yeah, but like, it's what you expect. Like, if you had the gun was to your head, were we gonna see this exact panel, and you were gonna say yes?
Okay. To be fair, again, I haven't seen it, but from what I've seen of what it is, I do think it's interesting. BlueStar, have you seen it?
I'm just looking at it on Twitter right now.
Okay. So, again, I'm not going to say what I've seen, because I don't know, you guys can talk about it if you want, but what I've seen, interestingly, yes, Kawaki fighting Jura and or seemingly doing good, I guess. It seemingly is that. But what was interesting to me, Kawaki is using up close and personal melee. Like, he's getting up there in with Jura. He's not fighting from a ranged long distance with this rod shooting at Jura. No. He's going up to him and fighting him in close quarters combat. And I thought that was interesting and unexpected to some degree compared to what I was expecting. So there was at least that.
I can see that. He's also does this weird swingaroo thingy. I don't know what exactly he did, but I think he was just like spinning his staff to be cool or something. I'm not really sure what the maneuver was, but it's clear that he was spinning it.
Yeah.
Interestingly, one thing I might have just noticed by looking at these spoilers, you think Kawaki, by using the staff, is trying to mirror what Naruto's, like, final form was in the, like, manga series with that six paths we had?
No, it's absolutely a Jigen reference. He doesn't know what Naruto is doing there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what if Jigen was referencing Naruto? You don't know.
He didn't fight like Naruto. His stuff was also a lot bigger.
Okay, yeah. But like, if Tenten uses explosives, she's fighting like Deidara, but I don't think she's referencing Deidara, so take that.
Okay, but I'm gonna say a 0.01% chance he's referencing Naruto, of which they didn't see.
Huh. I definitely think it's more likely than that.
99.9% chance it's a Jigen reference.
I mean, wait, but you don't know. see, you're not confident in it. So.
Well, I'm confident. I'm just not gonna say 100% on the off chance that it's not.
Well, Kamui, what is your confidence interval?
Well, as we know, there's 95% confidence intervals. Those are the standards. So if I'm at 99.9%, that's a very narrow confidence interval, aka I'm very confident.
I like the way you worded that. There is a 95% confidence interval. Yes, Kamui, there is. It's not as funny. It's like, that one exists. Yup, it sure does.
There are also 99% confidence intervals, but 95% is the standard.
Yes. But math aside, let's stick with math. Okay, if we were to rate this Boruto TBV Chapter 24 spoiler out of 10, what statistical number are we mathematically equating to its rating?
Okay, so there's 3 questions. But there's 3 ways we can do this. One is rating it as a sneak peek spoiler.
Oh.
2 is rating it with the expected assumption of the context and of like the full chapter. And 3 is just okay. I kind of forgot how I was doing this, but I think 3 is just. I had it in my head and I already lost.
1 makes sense. 2 is nonsensical, if I'm understanding you. You want us to rate it based on how much we expected it? Why would we? What do you mean?
No.
How expected it was.
I already forgot.
Yeah, it was pretty expected. It was like 8 out of 10 expected.
It wasn't that, but it was. Oh shoot! I had it in my head and I already lost it. How we were gonna do 2 and 3? Crap.
Well, BlueStar, what is your rating?
I can give my thoughts. Well, the only thing I'm just curious, is this like the cliffhanger of the chapter? Is this midway in the chapter? Is this near the beginning? I assume it's at least midway a cliffhanger because, well, it seems like little thing, which I suppose it's a decent piece of action. I do wonder that the lower half panel, it would have been better if it was something like in a double spread just to show the sort of hype up the action a bit instead of just like on a single page, but unfortunately
That's what Ikimoto's ass.
Let's see. Which unfortunately Ikimoto does not do double pages except for that one color spread at the start of Blue Vortex. So I feel like let's see, that might have been a bit more hyped if it was a double spread, but I suppose it's decent. I suppose in the context, I'd say maybe like 7, maybe. No, I don't think it's like a 10 out of 10 panel thing, but
Okay.
I'd say at least 7 is like it looks like a good action piece.
Real quick, what double page spread are you talking about at the beginning of Two Blue Vortex?
It's the freaking yellow page where you just see Boruto on one page and then the rest of his jacket on the other page with the title. It's the first page of Two Blue Vortex.
Okay, I don't think we can count that.
Yeah, it's like
it's as not double sprayedy as it gets.
Yeah, that's the closest we got to a double spread in Boruto manga.
It's so true.
Okay, I remember my things now.
Okay.
And there's actually 4 now. So 1 is just as a spoiler, so like in terms of being a spoiler, spoil us, what are we rating it? 2 is just as a page, independent of all else, just as a singular manga page, how would we rate it? 3 is what we rate the entire chapter purely based on the spoiler. So what we expect the total chapter to be based on the spoiler. And 4, fuck, I already forgot. Oh my god, as soon as I'm listening, I might start to forget. 4, okay, 4 is rating it within the context of what we expect the context to be. So like, we have to extrapolate to what we think like the 5 pages surrounding it are and rate it based on that. That's the hardest one to do, but so I think the first 3 are better.
Okay, so
We've got a few comments in the YouTube chat. One from Da Arashikage going yo yo yo, and Power to 99 says, "What's up, guys?"
What's
I totally forgot to
up?
post my video.
Wow. I'm sorry.
I got so distracted earlier. This thing is been ready to post. Well, we're gonna post it now.
All right. Hello, Space, as well as in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah, I just got a notification, Kamui.
Yeah,
God. What video are you posting?
Just my month late chapter review.
Okay.
That's the sneak peek for that next month is out.
Whatever, better late than never.
Yes, Space. So, okay, so as a spoiler,
Well, I haven't seen it, but I've seen it. It did exactly as expected. So, like, as a spoiler, I mean, do you consider that a good thing or a bad thing? I'd probably a bad thing. So maybe as a spoiler, like a 3.5 out of 10. A single page on its own, I'll give it. Again, I haven't seen it, so can't judge the art or anything or the pacing or whatever. But it seems
Just
like,
look at it.
I've looked at it, so it's good enough. So I'm gonna give it as a single page a 6 out of 10, if not 7 out of 10. I think it's probably a little bit above average compared to other singular pages if we take every singular page on its own.
I'd say in terms of action scenes, it's not bad compared to most of Boruto's boring action scenes.
Yeah, hopefully there's some good choreography. Kamui said there's a cool spin or something. In terms of the entire chapter, I'm going to rate it the exact same thing I rated the Hidari chapter, which, in terms of how much I liked it, it was actually pretty high. It was like an 8 or 9 out of 10, if I remember correctly. I could be misremembering, maybe it was 7, but like either way, it was pretty high in comparison to how good the chapter actually was, which I think was like a 3 or 4 out of 10. So, so I'll just say the same rating that I gave the Hidari chapter.
I feel like they're pretty similar ratings. I would say, as a spoiler, so for me at least, the spin and the staff itself, those were my highlights. So
of the
that's
single
gonna
page.
be the reason I just give it, huh?
The highlights of the single page, yeah, like the one thing that happened, yeah.
Well, there's other aspects of it that I don't care as much about. Like
Sure.
the fact that he's not using his horn brings it down.
Ooh.
But
it's probably towards the beginning of the chapter. I disagree with BlueStar. I don't think it's in the middle
exactly.
or the cliffhanger. I think it's towards the beginning.
I agree. Because we don't know.
Yeah.
But in terms of my expectations for the chapter, I just have fun expectations, I'm going to call it, to where I'm not saying I don't expect something nonsensical to be there, but overall, I'm expecting it to be a cool fight, and I'm hoping, Kawaki pulls out the horn eventually, and Jura starts showing more of his bag, so I just have high hopes. I'm not hoping for the S-class narrative, peak writing. I'm just hoping for like, all right, I can just make this cool. At least that's all I'm expecting. / hoping for. So my hopes are pretty high based on that.
I'm not expecting a new move from Jura, but that's interesting. I hope for there to be one. But I'm curious what everyone thinks of how likely we think that Jura is going to do something new next chapter in terms of his combat.
But then the question is, for example, just to give examples, when he made his finger longer, does that count as something new? Because I would count it as something new.
I would count it, yeah.
Seen him do that.
So specifically, I'm counting stuff new of stuff that is new rather than him using something in a new way. So, for example, if he launches his Biju bomb at the Earth to threaten blowing it up because Kawaki, that's a strategy that's new, but that's not a new jutsu or technique or anything.
Yeah.
So
I think depending on whether or not this spoiler is a cliffhanger or not, it could be that he ends up about to use a new ability as a cliffhanger, because sometimes manga fights like to wait to hype up an ability that's going to happen in the next chapter after a bit of fighting is shown with like one particular character or something.
I mean,
Kamui, I don't think this is the cliffhanger.
So, Kamui, you especially...
Not only because it doesn't say, to be continued next month at the bottom, but
I think they would just remove that for the spoiler.
They generally don't use the sneak peek for these, for obvious reasons. Yeah. And this would just be what's the cliffhanger of this? Fuck, gotta hit on Jura.
Get ready! Kawaki versus Jura! Next chapter. This whole chapter is just watching Delta. The whole chapter.
I won't be surprised if there is a little of the subplot with like Team Konohamaru and Delta right now. So
I expect there to
be. I don't know how long it'll be, but I assume that most of this chapter will be Kawaki versus Jura.
In a way.
Maybe at least 5 to 10 pages with like, I guess, Team Konohamaru. But,
yeah,
go on. And we have lost Phoenix.
Well, when you said go, that's not what you meant.
In a way, this sounds silly, but I do think my most anticipated thing from this chapter is going to be the Konohamaru Mitsuki Delta thing, to see how that plays out, even more so than the main event, Kawaki versus Jura, or Boruto's Karma, what's going to happen there, or Koji and Ada, what revelation are they going to have, or Amida, what flashback will we maybe get there. I think what I'm most interested in is seeing the direction they take with Delta going forwards with this chapter.
But that's also the biggest double-edged sword, because I agree. It's the one I'm most interested in because it can go in the most varied ways, and it's the one that I'm on the tightest rope of. I really want there to be something, but it can easily be nothing. Yeah. And if they don't do anything,
if I recall, Team Konohamaru currently has that Sand getting the seed thing that I've forgotten the bad guy's name, but
so what do we think the worst thing they can do next chapter, realistically, that we could see them doing? Because I'm not going to count Mitsuki pooping his pants as the worst thing they could do, because that's not going to happen. So I think the worst thing, realistically, I don't know. I think realistically the worst thing they could do is the Delta thing is going to be so dreadful. It's just going to be Delta saying, hey guys, I was told to meet up at this rendezvous spot with you guys and wait for further instructions. And they just sit there and wait for Kawaki/Boruto. And that's all they do. Maybe even Sarada wakes up and just talks to them or whatever, but they don't do anything. Just wait for Boruto.
I agree, that's the worst they could do, is just not do anything. Or, okay, either that, or what do you think would be worse? If they just fight like a couple claw grinds collectively as a team the entire time.
I suppose the worst thing they could do is fight a bunch of claw grinds, be so bad at it that they lose, like, I guess the
no, actually,
yeah, Mitsuki in Sage mode loses to the claw grind.
He loses to a claw grind and gets bitten. That's the worst thing they could do.
Oh.
Yeah.
But Immortal, what do you think?
What was the question? Because I had muted my mic I had went on mute for a quick second.
Realistically, what do you think?
What do you think the worst thing they could possibly do in regards to Mitsuki, Konohamaru, and Delta next chapter be? What would be the most aggravating thing, the thing that's making you punch all the air in the world?
The most frustrating thing as a viewer that you would hate for the story to do?
What I would hate is for them to not be able to get the Thorn Souls back to Shinki and Moegi. And just completely discard it and then allow Matsuri and Ryu to come back after going through all the trouble to destroy them and get their Thorn Souls.
Okay.
That's the worst you can think of?
That is.
So, like, Mitsuki dying to a claw grind?
Mitsuki oh my god. If Mitsuki does die to a claw grind, I probably am just not going to read.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop it.
I was just like, oh my god. Like, I'm sorry. We're already seeing Mitsuki just soloing Call Grimes all by himself, even in his Snake Stage mode. There should be no reason for why he would lose to a Claw Grime 1v1.
Well, actually, I'll give you one, and I hate this. So, as you just said, in his Sage mode, he was beating the Claw Grime. So, what if he runs out of Sage mode and can't beat the Claw Grime?
He should still have access to Snake, to his original abilities, like Lightning. He should have access to
Lightning. The abilities he doesn't use?
Only way I could see maybe Mitsuki losing to a Chlorogram is if, he has to save, Sarada somehow. It's, at the expense of his own, safety or something.
I hate that. Kill Sarada.
Ouch, that's harsh.
Kill Yono again. Kill Yono, my boy Mitsuki. Mitsuki is off limits. Mitsuki is off limits until all he has to do is go back to his pre-academy level of power versus Orochimaru. That's my bare minimum requirement. I'm not asking for Mitsuki to power up. I'm asking for him to just go back to where he was before the Boruto manga even started 10 years ago. And that's all. Until then, he is off limits.
So
until I see him speak like Orochimaru level characters. Don't touch him.
So I think what Immortal's describing is actually a very interesting conversation to be had, because I do think it's a very precarious, very sensitive, like double-edged sword. Would we, under what context, be okay or not be okay with, hypothetically, one of the Thorn Souls, say, rotting? And I think Moegi's with Matsuri's was a little bit more justifiable in this case, or like the one that we should be talking about considering the context of the situation where we just know about that, where we don't know about Araya really. So I can see this going either way. I think as a viewer, it could be a good thing or a bad thing, because like Immortal just said, we just saw them do all this effort to get the Soul Thorn, so if it just all goes to naught, then it's just completely a waste of time, but not really, because I feel like they put in all that effort, so if they have a complete failure like that, that's very good for potential character building, which I would really hope that they play with. At the same time...
There's a lot of things they could do with that, so I don't think it'd be a problem. Like, just to give you an example, Sasuke Retrieval arc. They failed to bring him back. Exactly. One of the best arcs of the entire story.
So, at the same time, I think one way they could do it, rather than them failing, I think what could be really interesting. This is stupid, so maybe they'd have to like figure some way around this, but I would like it to be Boruto's fault, aka...
That's what I was gonna say.
I don't know the best way to do this, but let's just say hypothetically, they wait so long at the rendezvous spot that they were like 5 minutes away from getting the Thorn Soul to Moegi's tree, but it rotted 5 minutes in time because Boruto told them to wait there. Whereas if they just went straight there, they would have got it. And so...
Okay, I don't like that as much, because in that one's case, I feel like with the whole follow your heart theme that they've kind of done a couple of times throughout this, I feel like Konohamaru and Mitsuki would just follow their heart and save Moegi. And then them not doing it, listening to Boruto. So essentially, them not breaking the rules for their friend, that would be their flaw, not Boruto's at that point. So instead of it's going to be Boruto's fault, I mean, the simple one is he showed up in the first place. That was his mistake. Yeah. I think having it to where either Konohamaru dies and or Moegi isn't saved, ultimately because Boruto showed up and thus Jura showed up, that's the reason that happens. It just in terms of like the initial kickstarting, if Boruto never showed up, either Konohamaru doesn't die and or Moegi is saved. That works. Because that'd be like, Boruto, this is ultimately your fault in the first place. But it depends on what they do with that specifically, though, because you could do it to where that's just terrible writing. Like, yeah, Boruto, you should have let your friend die. Okay, maybe don't do that. But that general premise, they could do a lot with. It kind of just boils down to the specifics at that point. But other than that, what other mistake can he do? Okay, he let Momoshiki out because of Kawaki plan. Okay, that can work too. He overestimated Kawaki's power. We gotta come up with actual flaws that make sense for his character. Now, of course, they might do a thing that just like Himawari and Sarada, they're just gonna make up a flaw that never existed for this arc and go with it. They might do that. In fact, that would be the most consistent thing to do. But that doesn't mean that's what they should do.
Yeah. So, I think it would be very interesting for it to be Boruto's fault, because not only is this good for all of the characters, Sarada's stopping herself from holding back because of Boruto. Boruto failed. Mitsuki is looking at Kawaki / Boruto, now Boruto, as his son again. Boruto failed. What happens there? Konohamaru, most interesting, sussing out Boruto / Shikamaru. How could that play into things, especially since he trusted Boruto, and since Boruto failed, now Matsuri, aka Moegi's gone, the person who Konohamaru loves the most / is most vulnerable for. So how would he see Boruto now, especially after that?
And then arguably the most interesting one, even above Konohamaru, Boruto himself. Boruto failed. He's probably going to beat himself up more so than anyone else. Look at the Sasuke retrieval arc. Naruto blamed himself in a way more than anyone else. It's not like Choji was being mean to Naruto for not bringing Sasuke back, even though he technically could. I think you could have done something there with maybe like Kiba or something, or maybe like Kiba's like blaming Shikamaru for like, you unnecessarily risked our lives or something, or maybe like Tamari or Asuma, since they're doing the whole thing with Shikamaru crying at the end anyways. You could have done something there, but either way, everyone survived, and it's like a good thing, and they're hyping it up as happy and all of that. But I think you could do something interesting here, like the reverse of that in a way, to where they're blaming Boruto, Boruto's blaming himself more so than anyone else is blaming him. Especially with omnipotence, I think that could be definitely something they could play with. But what do you guys think?
Well, also add Koji and Ada in that regard as well. You know, how they were responding to this.
Koji, yeah, I don't think Ada would care.
Could you repeat the question?
So, do you think if Boruto fails, specifically if, let's just say Matsuri's soul thorn rots, and it's Boruto's fault, how do you think the story should or would play with that in terms of how Boruto views the situation and then how other characters view the situation as well?
Well, I could probably see Team 10 as at the moment they are still extremely hostile towards Boruto, thinking that he did what Kawaki did. I could definitely see them being still mad and less trusting, which could cause maybe conflict between Shikamaru and his son at the very least, because Shikamaru knows the truth right now. Konohamaru, I don't know. I think there's signs that he's starting to maybe trust Boruto again, so this could possibly shatter this trust or not.
Exactly, be the worst thing that could happen. Which would be good narratively.
I mean, actually, okay, so this is interesting because there's those panels of Inojin and Shikadai and Koji's 10 Directions vision. So, like, what if they're, like, trying to fight Boruto or Koji? Because they're so mad at them.
Yeah, definitely could do that.
That's what exposes their location. Like, maybe Zero or Code fights Koji because of Team 10 fighting Boruto or something like that.
Because I don't know how they're going to get to the hideout, because I don't think they're just going to randomly stumble across it. So either they're going to tell Boruto, tell as in like follow his tail, not like tell as in like speak to him, or Boruto's going to bring him there, or maybe Koji's going to bring him there, but like how do we think that's going to play out?
Well, it could be they just run into each other by coincidence or something.
I don't think so, because, I mean, the Koji's weird Genjutsu barrier blockade at the front entrance of this random Orochimaru hideout layer things worked for the past 2 years. It'd be weird and convenient if it just didn't work out.
A sort of mission, if you will.
Oh, okay. Okay, but either way, they're going to have to go back to the hideout from that mission, so how are they going to get to the hideout? Are they going to, like, see Boruto, but Boruto doesn't see them, and they're going to, like, sneak their way in to where Boruto doesn't know, or Koji? Is Boruto going to invite them? Is Inojin going to fight his way to Boruto's hideout? How's it going to play out?
It depends. I think what could happen is, depending on the situation itself, he could have, like, Kashin Koji send a toad like he did back in chapter, I would say, 14 or 13. Or 4, I don't know. I forgot what chapter was when he met Kashin Koji, but what he could do is have one of those toads reverse summon Inojin to their hideout in the same way Kashin Koji did with Boruto. But that depends on what's going on. Why does Inojin need to be there with Kashin Koji and Boruto? Because in the future, one of the future scenarios was that I've noticed that Inojin had a scar on his eye, if I'm not mistaken.
Interesting.
And something could have happened, whether or not if he was fighting one of if he was fighting one of the Shinjus or what. But one thing I do know is that in that future scenario that we've just seen, Inojin could potentially either join Boruto and Kashin Koji, and to help stop the Shinjus, which is their primary goal, which is not just theirs, but everyone's primary goal at this given point, and just join them. Or, like you said, they could be against Boruto and Kashin Koji, because of omnipotence, and he could either exploit them in a sense.
Especially if Inojin has a scar, but who would give it to him? Would Koji do that? Boruto, I don't think he would.
No, he wouldn't. But I do know that Matsuri did find one of their hideouts, one of Orochimaru's hideouts, and that's how he encountered Gaara and Shinki and Araya, and including Yodo. So I'm guessing maybe, I don't know, maybe he could have, he could be trying to trail one of the Shinjus. Who knows? Because I just thought it was a little weird that in one of the future scenarios that Inojin is a part of it. Now, let me zoom in. Actually,
I'm looking at it too. I mean, like, unless it's Gaara, that probably is Inojin. Because, like, I mean, there'd be Code if not for the hair not being Code's hair. So, and he doesn't have the eyeshadow. So Inojin is the most likely. That's blatantly Koji's hideout.
Can you post the panel? In chat?
Yeah, 1 sec.
Okay. And then we'll all be able to see.
We don't know if, like, Shikadai's in the same room or if that's a separate future with Shikadai or whatever.
At the very least, it's a different film, so it's probably a different time, even if it's directly before or after.
Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta take into consideration that this is a future scenario, so it either could happen or it might not happen.
You know what? I'm gonna guess. I really like the fan theory that everyone has had at this point, that Inojin's gonna wake up all discombobulated and immune to omnipotence or whatever. I like the idea that Kawaki's gonna scar him. Kawaki's gonna try and kill him for exposing the truth. Or the secret, or what. Especially since Damon's hyping it up for all of Two Blue Vortex so far, you might as well play with it here.
Yeah.
Then
I'd be down.
the rest of Team 7's just gonna follow along.
Hey, Kawaki, what happens if someone finds out about your life, someone exposes it? Like, what will that do to Kawaki's mental state if everyone figured out the truth again?
Yeah. I mean, personally...
To be honest,
oh, yeah, go ahead.
To be honest, I don't think the truth will be exposed until, like, at least a third towards the end of the manga's run.
I do agree with that. So, I think
that
something that would be way more interesting if we're gonna have Inojin versus Kawaki for whatever reason, randomly. Or it probably should have been when Kawaki still had his limiters on, but whatever. I think that they should have been fighting over not Inojin being immune to omnipotence, but a disagreement over Himawari, especially now that the Nine Tails is here and Inojin defended Himawari from Jura, and how that could play out. I think they could do something really interesting there that I don't think they're going to do.
Yeah.
Well, give us an example of what you're thinking.
Inojin protected Himawari from Jura. Maybe Kawaki ninja mindset can be involved, that Inojin was trying to get himself killed, but he didn't. Maybe it could be like a frustration thing with Sasuke to Naruto, to where he doesn't like the fact, especially if Kawaki's limited and he keeps losing everyone else. Maybe he sees Inojin do good against Jura or something. I don't know. I'm just throwing random things out there, just spitballing some ideas. I would like it to be over Himawari in a disagreement that they have about her, especially now that she has the Nine Tails, and how they should like treat her or go about actions with her. Maybe Kawaki wants to lock her up to keep her safe, maybe like in Daikokunin, whereas Inojin disagrees. And wants
that could be cool, yeah.
Rolling with her. Yeah, just throw it
I'm curious to see how the village reacts to the fact that Himawari is now the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Have they at least evolved from how they treated Naruto, or are they doing it the same thing or something?
I think they've definitely evolved.
They definitely should have evolved from that. If they didn't, then I don't know what to say.
What would be interesting is, when do we think the villagers evolve? Because hypothetically, Naruto dies in the pain arc of a heart attack, and then just real quickly Danzo swoops in before Pain can, and he just like makes a new Nine-Tailed Jinchuriki out of Flawdle. Shout out Flawdle, the new background character ninja who's the new Nine-Tailed Jinchuriki. And Pain just leaves because he doesn't care anymore. Is the village gonna hate Flottle for being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? I think so. Because I think they like Naruto because he's Naruto. Not because they like the Nine-Tails. Maybe they're just gonna be mean to Flottle. Until Flottle proves himself.
Especially since at this point, like, Kurama hasn't had a change of heart, so you have Naruto saving the village, and it completely changes their mind on Naruto, so they're not as prejudiced against the Jinchuriki automatically, at least. Then you get Kurama himself just being nice. And at that point, there's just no reason to really hate him anymore.
I do think it's been a lot of time since the Nine-Tails attack, so it's not as fresh as it was early on. But also the fact that the Nine-Tails was sealed into the baby, and Naruto was from the beginning the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. That's the only existence they knew of him. Whereas if they put it in someone they already know, or a friend of theirs, they're probably definitely not gonna be mean to them randomly.
Then again, Killer B wasn't a Jinchuriki until he was like 6 or whatever, and then people on a flip of a switch started being mean to him.
True, but how many villagers knew Killer B? But I agree with you on that. Maybe you could argue it's a little bit nonsensical.
It was also a different time back then as well. Like, back then, people were just worse about this, you know?
Yeah, plus Mabui was a little bit hesitant on killing him, but maybe not really, but it was a little bit weird there. Like, there's something going on there for sure.
Well, he liked Killer B, though, originally. Yeah. Like, they were friends before, so that,
It's kind of like Yashimaru in that regard with Gaara.
Yeah, to where there's that conflict.
Okay, so that's interesting. So it's no longer really fresh. Nine-Tails hasn't done anything in years, but at the same time, they also hated Naruto not just because he was Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but because he was a brat. Growing up, he was always playing pranks and just being a nuisance and causing a ruckus and havoc for all the villagers. Even though the villagers did it first, Naruto definitely responded. He retaliated with as much annoyance as he possibly could. Whereas I'm guessing Flottle in this case is gonna be like, guys, what did I do wrong? He's not gonna be like, oh yeah, screw you guys too, unlike Naruto. So that could also play a part into it.
They also might know that someone was behind the Nine-Tails attack officially now.
Yeah.
Which could play a part as well to put less blame on the Nine-Tails and more on Obito.
I mean, well, that was already weird because they already thought it was the Uchiha anyways. Was that a publicly known thing? Because the Uchiha weren't discriminated by the whole village.
That was just like the higher-ups. That was hush-hush that it might be them.
Bro,
so,
then...
like, Iruka doesn't think the Uchiha clan was behind it.
So
he just thinks the Nine-Tails appeared.
Was the Uchiha discriminated by the average villager or not?
My understanding, the Itachi novel anime adaptation, they had some villagers speculate that the Uchiha were behind it. And that apparently pissed off some of the Uchiha, but I don't know if that was actually in the novel itself or just something that the anime added, because, you know, they sometimes
it also could have been a thing to where, similar to this is also in a novel, Danzo leaked out that Naruto's the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to the village, so in theory he could have just done the exact same thing with the Uchiha because he was already biased against them anyway.
Well, even then, regardless of Danzo, I think even if a lot of the villagers were evacuated, close word. Most of them were, but I don't think all of them were. Plus, it took time for them to evacuate. Anyways, a lot of villagers probably saw the big 3 Tomoe in Kurama's eye. Probably, you know, the gigantic eye.
It seems like they didn't.
Either way, it's totally possible. If not, then I'm sure some of the ninja that fought and survived Kurama definitely did. And regardless of Danzo, those peeved off ninja probably spread word of mouth. I mean, Mizuki was forbidden from telling about Naruto, but like, I don't think they were forbidden from talking about the Nine-Tails, just forbidden to talk about Naruto as the Nine-Tails, right?
They weren't supposed to talk about it, period.
Because I know it was taboo, but was it illegal?
Yeah, well, I mean, the girls were whispering about it to each other, adult women, 20 feet away from Naruto, and then she's like, shh, we're not supposed to talk about that.
Yeah, but that was like, hey, look at that kid, he's the Nine-Tails. And they're like, no, we can't say that.
To be honest,
I think they just weren't supposed to talk about it, period.
Okay.
To be honest, I don't think any of the Leaf Ninja actually saw the Tomoe in Kurama's eyes. I think they just saw just a rampaging beast just going
They're
on there.
very distracted too, because let's just be honest, the aside from like Minato and Hiruzen, like the people fighting them were not of the caliber to where they could afford to notice the eyes. They are too busy fodderingly failing to dodge his giant claws and tails attacking him. Like they don't have the luxury of deducing this information. They're just not on that level.
Yeah, I mean,
Also
yeah, I mean,
scared, distracted, among other things. Objectively, while Kurama has big eyes, compared to the rest of them, it's very small. So just the size proportions. And he also doesn't even have the three-tone way for like at least half of the invasion, because
Yeah.
Minato deals with Obito pretty quickly.
I mean, I do feel like that's part of the reason, though, of why people blamed the Uchiha. At least that's what I sort of always thought.
It was Danzo and the Elders for the most part.
Yeah,
Also,
but then
because this is also only in the Itachi novel, I'm pretty sure too. But the Uchiha didn't fight the Nine Tails. Now that's because Danzo ordered them not to. But the Uchiha are not fighting the Nine Tails, and that also plays a role as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd probably
Nobody seems to know it's the three-tone way. Don't ask me why.
That's it. I will say this with the whole Danzo revealing the truth to Naruto. I think that's an interesting bit of information. I feel like since it was never really shown or told in the manga, and the fact Naruto never met Danzo, it doesn't really add anything.
Especially after the Tenchi Bridge arc with his relationship with Sai. I can't believe Naruto never met Danzo. Even after the pain arc.
Yeah,
like, what?
Yeah, it's like, honestly, it's because it feels like if Naruto had learned that, as well as the fact that he learned that Danzo is practically responsible for turning Nagato into like pain, if you will, there would be a bit more of an ideological clash at the very least. I wouldn't be surprised. I think Naruto would have accused Danzo of putting him in this situation and all that stuff. Maybe even tempted to punch him.
I do think in one aspect it is better that Naruto never met Danzo, and that's because at the end of the Five Kage Summit, when he's talking to Sasuke, he says, "What you have done up to this point has been completely understandable." Naruto doesn't know about Danzo. If he has a personal grudge against Danzo, that feels like it's slightly more about Naruto rather than exclusively looking at Sasuke's perspective on the matter.
Yeah, and if this is ridiculous, but if hypothetically Naruto met Danzo and they were just shooting the shit and he just loved the dude, he would have a much harder time saying what you've done up till now is understandable if he just lost his best friend Danzo.
Yeah. But let's just say that randomly Tendo Pain, just the chakra receivers, just they fall out after or even before the cycle of hatred speech. So Naruto just hates Pain, and he just never thinks of the idea to go to Nagato. So Naruto just always hates Pain, and then randomly Sasuke kills Nagato afterwards. Then Five Kage Summit comes around. Naruto, I killed Nagato, is what Sasuke tells Naruto. And then Naruto's like, you did? Awesome, I hated that guy. Yeah, what you've done is absolutely understandable. I would have done it too, Sasuke. I don't even have to be you, I just do it myself. I was like, you can't have Naruto hate them in this case, because he'll just want it himself. He would have done it too.
Yeah. And like Naruto vaguely knows Danzo's kind of a bad dude, but like he doesn't know Danzo or any of what Danzo's really done, because he just hears everyone be like, oh, Danzo. Oh, Danzo. Yeah, he doesn't know what this dude is. Like,
he knows what he is to Sasuke. Not to Sasuke's degree, but like to enough of a degree. Yeah.
A few comments in the YouTube thing. Dan Arashikage is like, also Shikida is literally part of Gaara's family, and Kankuro told Shikamaru not to tell Tamari about this, so having Nishikacho as a backup team would make sense. Then goes like, and with their sense and Jura showing an interest in them in a good way to keep them apart in the story, emo. And then Space goes, I think Kurama's eyes just turned into human-looking eyes when Obito's Genjutsu Kurama. And then Space asks, did Naruto even know Danzo was behind the falling of the original Katsuki? To answer that question,
yes.
Naruto should, because Nagato told him that Danzo.
Yeah, Nagato tells Naruto that Hanzo allied with a man named Danzo from the Hidden Leaf. So he doesn't overly explain what Danzo's do. He does explain because Danzo wants to like usurp power in the Leaf. Like he gives him like a very vague thing. He doesn't tell him that he pretended to be Hanzo and tricked Hanzo and all that. But like
that's what I was
just tells him.
Technically,
that's my
he allied with
Big
Kanzo.
fillers ever done.
Yeah, Nagato's lying.
That stuff of tricking Hanzo is only in the anime, never in the manga.
I love it.
It was Kanzo that he shot with, not Danzo. It was Kanzo.
Yeah, he tells like, you know, Danzo allied with Hanzo, took out the Akatsuki and Yahiko, and Danzo wanted to do it for his own reasons and blah blah blah. So like,
Well,
but Naruto's not thinking about the Danzo aspect of the story. Is the thing?
Well,
he's just thinking, okay, Leaf was involved, and that's the end of it.
I mean, Danzo may have wanted it, but Kanzo is the one who allied with Hanzo.
You know, interestingly, I think I watched one of Daigo Knight's streams, and I think he ended up saying some stuff that will get Naruto much more involved in Danzo's stuff in the rewrite.
Okay.
He's doing.
I think
he's already done more Danzo, even where we're at.
Yeah, for the end of the 5 Kage Summit, though, going back to Naruto saying everything that Sasuke did is understandable, I think especially since this is the resolution coming out of the our roles were reversed imagery / Naruto monologue thing that we see there with the Chidori Rasengan clash. And that's obviously playing off of part 1 to where how could you possibly know what it's like? And then Pain Arc, Naruto finds out exactly what it's like. Not exactly, but you get the idea. So I think all of that's playing together in a really interesting way to where I'm glad, because this is like the big thing of the 5 Kage Summit arc between Naruto and Sasuke. You know, the main A story. So I'm glad that Naruto didn't meet Danzo or Kanzo for that regard. And I think that is important to point out. It's not just the one line of everything you've done is understandable. It's playing off of something else, which is playing off of something else, and all these dominoes going back to basically the beginning of the series. And like the point of Naruto, in my opinion.
And also, I think another argument you can make is, from a certain perspective, like Naruto not meeting Danzo or really interacting with any of the elders at all, he's almost been, to some extent, he's been affected by the corrupt ninja system, but he's never been directly exposed to it the same way as Sasuke. Now, Sasuke was also indirect for a lot of it, but like it directly affected him heavily and ruined his life, basically. So it's almost like Naruto's yet to see the corruption of the ninja system up until he learns about it in 5 Kage Summit, and then you have the Itachi debate thing with Naruto and Sasuke in the final fight. So it's almost like he's been shielded from the corruption for a long time. He just didn't know. And if he meets Danzo, it's kind of hard for him to not to know. You just gotta look at the dude for 2 seconds and you just see he's corrupt. So you can argue that as well.
In a way, I think it's better and worse. Go ahead.
I think in some ways it causes a bit of problems because in some ways Naruto doesn't really seem to have an answer to deal with this corruption, and it's like doesn't really necessarily have a counter like to some of what Sasuke is proposing with his, like, I guess you could say, revolution, really.
I think
Awesome
Chris
also agrees with that. So shout out Awesome Chris, who agrees with that so much that they subscribed to us. That's how much they agree.
I was
Thank you, Awesome Chris.
I'm sure Oodie agrees with that too, though, because this is something we've kind of mentioned before, but I had mixed feelings with it. Oodie's a little bit more strongly opinionated on this topic, but in part 1, you get more of like Naruto has a specific answer of like ninjas are humans, not tools. True strength comes from protecting people you love, not fighting for yourself. The Rasengan is just, I'm gonna do the Rasengan, and so on. Whereas in part 2, it's more just the mindset of never give up. Now, obviously, never give up's present in all those early part 1 arcs, and obviously it should be very present in part 2. But the answer just basically becomes never give up, and that's the end of it, versus never give up until you find the answer, which is this. One way to work that. I see pros and cons of both, though, so that's where I get tripped.
Yeah, because there's no way for Naruto to get to the answer unless he first doesn't give. Like, that's the first step to even begin his journey, of which so he finds and does. But Naruto already has had the mindset, the thing he needed, he's had that since the Land of Waves arc. It's about doing something about it, and that's what part 1 has always been about. Even so much so to the point that Naruto just says he's gonna directly confront the Akatsuki after Itachi shows up. Like, he's gonna go there himself. Which is cool.
So I have a quick question, because I know you always wanted Naruto to have a more direct answer for pain. If, hypothetically, though, the pain arc's exactly the same, it's basically, I'm gonna never give up. But then at the end of Shippuden, so like during the Sasuke fight at the end or something, that's where you get Naruto's answer to pain, essentially. Would you be okay with that?
Overarching wise, absolutely. In terms of the pain arc,
okay.
It fixes it retroactively, but like in the moment, it's still quote unquote problematic, but I didn't have a problem with it until afterwards anyways. So
yeah, I don't think it's a problem within the pain arc personally, but I do think there's a very strong argument that at least to some extent he should have a little bit more answer. No, the answer does not need to be, I'm gonna impose tariffs on the exports of this, and I'm gonna sign this peace treaty, and I'm gonna do the economic thingy. No, it doesn't need to be that. But like, just something concrete enough, like just a little bit more. Because like his answers with the Sasuke thing is really just about what it means to be a Hokage, which is great. For granted, they kind of did this with Obito too, but they're doing it in a different way with Sasuke, so nothing wrong with that. But you could probably implement somehow the peace plan. And no, Sasuke has his peace plan, obviously. And overall thematics are doing a thing. Like Sasuke's like, I'm gonna take the burden onto myself, and I'm gonna do everything and make everyone follow my orders. And this is where you get the Itachi thing, because Naruto's saying, well, no, you have to already be acknowledged by everyone to be Hokage, and then because you're already acknowledged, everyone's already getting along, blah blah blah. But but you're also not giving his answer, because what is his answer to peace just to be acknowledged, essentially?
Because I think I've made this comparison before, but as you know, in part 1, Naruto doesn't need more of an answer. They do exactly what they should do, specifically Naruto versus Neji. I'm gonna fix the Hyuga clan after I become Hokage! He's not saying how he's going to fix it. He doesn't need to. He has a clear-cut path to being Hokage. From there, we believe Naruto can do it. We believe Hokage Naruto will be able to change the Hyuga clan. We don't know how. We don't care how. We just want to see Naruto become Hokage first and foremost. That doesn't really apply as strongly in the pain arc. He doesn't even say necessarily the same exact thing. Like if anything, he could have been like, I'll fix the raid village after I become Hokage. But I feel like Pain's not asking that. He's asking, okay, how will you do it? Never giving up is not how you're gonna fix the rain village. Never giving up on fixing the rain village? That's not fixing the rain village.
Then the worst thing the Boruto series did is have Naruto give up on the rain.
Exactly. I was like, I watched the episode because I was curious. Are they finding an attack of the rain? It's like, nope, Naruto's ignored it for too long. It's like, this is like literally what you promised Nagato, and it's like, you're doing this, so it's like, nope. And, also in response to like the Hyuga thing, to be honest, I don't think I've actually seen any real changes towards the Hyuga clan, because the only thing they show is like Hiyashi being a kindly grandpa now or something.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's like, is the Hyuga ceiling still on like the lower branch members? Do new Hyugas...
No, I'm pretty sure no. I think this might be anime only, but even at like right before the war starts on that countdown, the war part of the story, there was a few things that just clearly implied that they weren't doing the curse marks anymore, and or weren't even prejudicing or even calling people side branch members. Like again, this might be anime only, but like they literally wanted Neji to be like the leader of the whatever thing, and then Neji was like, "No, it should be Hinata," blah blah blah. But there's like Neji turned it down, like, but they were trying to have Neji be like the leader, basically.
To be fair,
I believe you're talking about the Kahona Girls' Night anime filler.
Interesting. Do they? Because I know that Neji's like, it's a mark that'll never be washed away. How could you possibly know what that's like? Trust me, I know what that's like, Neji. But like, when Neji says that, does he mean it literally to where it's permanent and you can't remove the mark no matter what? Tsunade's expert healing can't undo the seals. Minato can't seal the seal, or anything. It's just permanently on his forehead? Or is it he's saying that because the Hyuga aren't going to remove it and because of his fate destiny nonsense?
That's the tricky part. Like, could Hiyashi have removed it? But then the question is,
I feel like they
if
should
he
be able to.
could, why didn't he just do it like right after the tuning exams?
Yeah.
Which makes it seem like maybe he just can't.
Or at least like buy the war arc or something. I feel like even in the Boruto era, Neji would still have it.
Yeah. I mean, maybe, okay, this is ridiculous. I don't know what would happen. But if they do basically what Sasuke did with Anko's curse mark, maybe he could do like the curse unsealing technique and just pull out, like, maybe Hiyashi comes out of Neji's forehead or something. Like, maybe you can do that.
It's so stupid. I love it.
I don't know. I suppose you could always have Naruto learn an Uzumaki technique to break that seal or something, maybe.
Yeah.
Because I feel like they should be, but honestly, I think this is just this is what happens when you leave not really directly address some things. You get fans questioning and wondering, like, what was even the point of introducing this plot line? But yeah.
Well, the point was entirely the narrative with the tuning exams, and it was peak, and I'm not changing that.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it was good for short term, but long term, it left a lot of questions, I'd say.
That's fair.
Like, will Naruto actually go through with this?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Amora, we've been talking for a while. Why don't you give us your thoughts on all this?
Everything you said for the last, like, hour.
Thoughts?
Please, go ahead.
The stage is yours.
I'm confused. What's going on?
Take it away.
At the moment, I think we're talking about the Hyuga clan's seal.
I got lost because we were talking about Naruto's promise to the Hidden Rain Village and him fixing it, and then the Hyuga clan, his promise to the Hyuga clan fixing it, and then now and then all of a sudden we transferred to some other, or not really a conversation, but something else entirely. I mean, I just got lost a little bit.
That's a bit of a vituperative, like, on the whole conversation.
Because, like, I don't know. All I heard was "take it away" from
Well,
Oodie.
I mean, like, we're not asking you to, like, be obsequious about it, but, like, please go ahead. Just give us your thoughts.
Honestly, I was kind of hoping that Naruto would actually go through with his promise to Nagato on fixing the Hidden Rain Village. Now, I forgot when that promise was made.
It was
But
after the pain flashback.
After when he confronted Nagato and he gave his backstory on what happened. Yeah. So
Naruto was very tenebrious at the time. That's for sure.
He was I just love the fact that he was willing to listen to Nagato.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, though. Like, Naruto is being very pellucid when he was talking to him, and up until the Boruto kind of made it more perfidious, but...
Well,
I mean,
I don't know. I mean, it was pretty mendicant, if you ask me. Like, Naruto was being very obsequious there, if you ask me.
Well, I mean, if you... See, my problem is... So, in the pain arc itself, Naruto made a very refulgent promise, but then in the Boruto era, because of that conversation with Shikamaru, it's painting him in a more tenebrous light.
You say that,
sense.
but at the same time, I feel like based on like everything we've seen with Kawaki and Konohamaru and Two Blue Vortex, I feel like it definitely comes across as a lot more perfidious than anything else.
Well, it's because they're messing the problem.
Well, but like you say that, but at the same time, Two Blue Vortex so far has been very lugubrious.
I do have to agree. Like, I don't.
Okay. Kamui,
Yeah,
Oodie.
it has.
If I'm going to be
I'm
honest,
so glad.
Go on.
I was gonna say I'm so glad you guys are flexing definite words from the dictionary.
Well, I mean,
Words
Immortal,
that
I don't want to be too susurrous about this, so please give us your Pellicid thoughts.
If you don't mind, though, can you do it with as much celerity as possible?
They talk about
I'm assuming that you're not somnolent or anything like that.
Oh my god.
Well, please, Immortal, don't give me any sheepitude.
Did I just say something while Immortal finds his words for a bit?
Please go ahead, Speed.
Yeah, go
Please
ahead.
go.
Yeah, to be honest, with this whole talk with Naruto, just kind of reminds me of this thing where I think Naruto reminds me of a third way centrist, where they promise change, but they don't actually follow through with it or something. And it feels like everything's stayed the same. Sorry if I'm getting a little political there, but I don't know.
Yeah.
By the way, Space has a bunch of comments that he's put, like, let's see, those when we talk about Danzo saying, I mean, yeah, if Naruto met Danzo before Pain's speech and know what Danzo did, then Naruto just plain agree with Pain after giving a speech. And goes like, I mean, Oodie seems to really want the MCs to give their whole answer to how they will change the system. Cough, Asuka Midoriya, cough. But that is a topic for another day or today. And you got Archduke Branch saying, yeah, Daigo has a whole arc around Naruto and Danzo in the coup d'etat arc. I think he calls that Civil War, to be honest. It's one of my favorite rewrite arcs. And then Space goes like, I remember when Oodie didn't like that Naruto just said, this is my ninja way, or something after Obito's big speech in their fight, and Cam and Kamui tried to defend it.
On that,
and then he
because
said,
I do want to add to that, I do feel like, because Kamui, I remember at the time, you were saying, this is Jubito in the war arc when he's slamming Naruto and Sasuke down to the ground. He's like, why don't you guys give up? And he gives like a 5-minute speech about it. And then Naruto's like, cause I don't give up. And that's just his whole, that was Naruto's response. And you're like, well, nothing more needs to be said. It's more beautiful that he made it simple and sweet. That's all. It's better this way. I feel like leaving some stuff unsaid can be good. I agree. I feel like this isn't one of the situations. For example, you look at a movie we just watched 28 weeks later. At the end of the movie, the main characters are going to the helicopter, and it's nonsensical with, oh, where's the other guy? And it's like, he's not with us. All right, get on the helicopter. When like the guy wasn't letting them on the helicopter at all, regardless of the guy. And you could say, oh, it's so beautiful and sweet that it's left unsaid. It's implied. You can assume the reason that he's letting them on the helicopter. I don't think that's fair to say, because in the story, it's just directly contradicting itself for no given reason at all. I'm not saying everything needs a reason, but like they could have included a line such as, it was his final wish. Please, you have to help us. It's what he wanted. He died so that we could do this. Doesn't that mean anything to you? Like, they don't have to go too over the top crazy with it, but give anything at all. And I feel like Naruto's answer is so generic and simple and vague that it does not answer the specifics of Obito's everything there.
Okay, to be honest, I was looking at something else when you started that. So the whole time I talked about something with like Nagato. So I need you to relay the the thing we're talking about.
Do you remember?
I listened to all the 28 Days Later thing and all that.
Okay.
Like,
you remember
what was
when
the thing we were talking about?
When Jubito? Oh yeah, go ahead, BlueStar.
Out of curiosity, have any of you seen 28 Years Later yet?
Not yet.
I haven't.
We're gonna see it soon.
Not yet.
No, I haven't.
Okay. We're gonna see it soon though. Talk about this.
All right.
28 Days Later was definitely better than 28 Weeks Later, but that's besides the point. Anyways, so back to so Kamui, what I'm talking about is in the war arc when Jubito grabs Naruto and Sasuke's avatars and slams them to the ground and gives like his 5-minute speech on why they keep doing this, why they're being so persistent, why won't they just stop? And then Naruto's answers, "'Cause it's my ninja way, I never give up." And that's all Naruto responds with.
Uh-huh.
And I think I agree. Sometimes it is better to be short and sweet and more beautiful that way, and that's all that needed to be said. I think in other instances, they shouldn't just do that or rely.
No, I
think
agree. It depends on the circumstance, but I don't think this scene is anything comparable to your 28 Weeks Later example, because for one, Naruto not giving up isn't contradicting Naruto. It's consistent with Naruto. And two, that's the thing. Obito is basically, there's only one thing Obito was different about with Naruto, and it's that Obito gave up and Naruto doesn't. And that's like the thing Obito is trying to make Naruto do, give up, because he's basically validating his path. So the one thing Naruto says is, "I don't give up, bro." That's all there is to it. So it's like the one and only thing Obito needed to hear was that. So Naruto could say 50,000 things, but none of those would have meant anything. The only thing that meant anything was the never give up part in Obito's case.
You can say it all comes back to that, but then I would apply that to a lot of Naruto villains. Look at Naruto's speech to Gaara at the end of that fight. Gaara, you can say everything you just said about Gaara, and then you could just say Naruto could minimize his speech to "'cause it's my ninja way." And that's all he says. And that just removes
Gaara's thing wasn't
Naruto's
about
speech.
giving up versus not giving up. That's what Obito's thing was.
Well,
Gaara's
Gaara
thing was
gave
about
up on the
fighting for
world
others versus fighting for yourself. The thing is just Obito's thing was about the giving up versus not. That's the difference.
Okay, then you can minimize Naruto's speech to "I don't fight for myself," and that's all he says. That's all Gaara needed to hear.
Well, I mean, he. So basically, it's not exactly the same because
That's your example.
like, it's not exactly the same though.
I mean, please elaborate.
So, Gaara asked him, like, why would you fight for anyone but yourself? And yes, I see what you're trying to say, that Naruto could have said, "'Cause that's just what I do."
Yeah.
And technically, that could have worked, and you just say, "Oh." But the thing that's a little bit different is it's the way in which Gaara and Obito have a flaw and how that would just kind of specifically be addressed. So, Gaara's case, he's basically needing Naruto to just explain why friends are important. And then Gaara's also just seen he just lost. So he's already kind of been proven, but that Naruto's way makes him stronger. And then it's just like, but Gaara isn't doing this purely because of a strength reason. So it's like, why do you do that in the first place? Here's why. And it's like, okay, love. That's why. That must be what makes him so strong. He gets that answer. In Obito's case, it's kind of just like, I gave up. Why won't you give up? And Naruto, it's like, his answer was, that's who I am. I don't give up. And it's in that, that's, I'm going to say something else after, but that's basically telling Obito, like, you could have done that too. You could have just insisted on it, and then you wouldn't have become that way. Now, the other thing you could have said, if you wanted more of an answer, would have been why Naruto doesn't give up. And if you want to, he could have said something like, I don't know, Neji entrusted this to me. So for Neji's honor, I can't give up. And that's kind of like, sort of like what Naruto says to Sasuke, where it's like everyone died or everyone risked their lives to come here, so I have to fight you too. And Sasuke Chuba, like, as well as what specifically Neji versus Kidomaru, like, where it's like everyone called me a genius and is relying on me, so I can't lose. Basically.
So real quick,
Naruto could have just taken that answer, and that would have worked fine.
Since they're doing the Shinobi History theme as the final theme anyways, I'm not saying to incorporate that here, but I feel like both of my grievances with Shippuden could have been addressed by at least planting the seeds towards that. So Naruto says something alluding to, because of Shinobi History, to both Nagato and to Obito here. As part of his answer.
Let's go with that hypothetical and think of some possible things that won't take away from the later moment. So as an example, maybe like, probably don't want to use this exact dialogue, but something akin to the idea of everything that's happened up to this point has made me who I am, and if I give up now, I will have invalidated all of that past. Something like that, at least in terms of an idea. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, I also really liked your idea of mentioning Neji there. I feel like that could definitely work.
I like Neji because one, Obito knows who that is. He just killed him.
It was very
Neji
relevant at the time,
because that's past. It means something to Naruto. He literally didn't trust him with things. Neji's had a similar thing with Kidomaru in the past, and Neji's the best example. But yeah.
So real quick, against Gaara, I forget, against Gaara at the end, or even Neji, because they play Haku's theme at the very least, does Naruto say Haku out loud, or does he just flashback think about Haku?
No, he only thinks about Haku, like when he's getting, right before he gets his mental ant versus Gaara, he thinks back to what Haku said to him.
So even something like that for part 1, I feel like is already planting a seed towards, in a way, the Shinobi History theme, in a way. I feel like just doing something like that, or even a little bit more than that, could just be enough for this. For both instances, with Nagato and Obito.
Okay, I got another hypothetical. If instead of... So, Naruto's out loud words are exactly the same. What he says to Obito is, I don't give up. But before he's... Actually, real quick, let me just make sure they don't secretly do this, and I'm just forgetting. Let me just make sure of that real quick. So when exactly was this? Do you know how close before they beat Obito?
It's right before, if I'm remembering. It's right before they combine their avatars. I believe.
Okay.
I believe. Because it's when Obito's doing the thing where he's like surrounding them with it. He's like circling around them with the weird spiky blackness or whatever. But I think what you're describing would be better, but it's fine from Naruto's perspective. I don't like it for the scene from Obito's perspective, because I still don't think that should be enough for Obito, personally.
Well, I'm just trying to look, because I just saw this scene of, like, Obito saying... Is this before or after the Divine Tree? Because... Wait, he said a bunch of things. Naruto's like crying. You got Hashirama amping everyone up to not give up.
Yeah.
So when exactly?
I think it's after that. I think, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, because Obito was saying a lot of the give up things.
Yeah. Since it's like the despair theme of the second arc of the war saga. So, okay, real quick, while you're looking for that, I'm going to address your Gaara thing, if you're able to listen at least a little bit. So, something you said very interesting is, whereas technically Naruto just saying something very simple to Gaara could work, I think that applies to this Obito scene, to where technically it did work, because that's what Naruto said to Obito, but
That's not to say the scene's bad. It's saying the scene could have been so much more if Naruto had some iconic legendary speech that nobody would complain about and would have only been better, a lot better, to Obito.
Okay, so now
That's first thing.
I found it. It doesn't do the thing that it might have done, but
Yeah, I don't think it did.
what I was gonna say is, what if like he says the same? Sorry, I'm just like scrolling through these. But what I was gonna say is, what if instead of it seems like he kind of does this earlier on. Yeah. So,
Feel free to post the panel, by the way.
the problem is the scene almost happens twice in a way, but which might help you, because what I was going to say is he could just say my ninja ways to never give up, blah blah blah, to Obito, but right before he says that, he could have like a flashback in his mind. Oh, but Neji entrusting him or a bunch of things, basically about the shinobi history. He sees Haku, then Neji, then Gaara, then Neji dying, and Pain, and Jiraiya, and everything. Just sees a quick flashback, and then says it's his ninja way. So the reader's getting, okay, this is why.
So I got something even better for you. Even something better for you. Naruto can say the most simple thing of all time, but he has to be quoting what Neji said at his death in front of Obito, and Obito heard it.
Okay, yeah, I'm down.
Yeah, so I don't know exactly what it'd be. I mean, what does Neji say exactly?
But I was real quick.
We can also just rewrite to where he says something else or more. But yeah.
Yeah. So, but real quick before I go look at that, in a couple of chapters before that, chapter's called Regret. So Obito's like, he's talking to everyone, like, tell him to give up and blah blah blah. Then Naruto's crying, saying grr. And then Sasuke's like, yo, you throwing in your towel, Naruto? Because I'm not. You get Naruto's feelings.
And
all these things about with Sasuke. Yeah. He's everyone's seeing his feelings. He's seeing Asuma dying. He's seeing Nagato. He's seeing Chio dying. Neji dying. I don't want to regret anything.
Yeah,
I think I should have. Plus, I can't just make everything that we've done up to this point meaningless. So that is taking that idea. But I like the Neji quote idea.
So real quick,
one thing
go ahead.
One thing I'm curious about, when Naruto was showing Sasuke reacting to like the Itachi and Nagato thing, is it only him that sees that, or is everyone else? Because I'm wondering, because everyone would be like, why the fuck are you thinking Itachi?
Everyone saw these were Naruto's memories flooding into people, so I assume they saw Itachi too.
Yeah,
this is what I wanted to add. So what was going on? So I think I made a video on this, but
post this panel,
what's going on here?
Post the panel, if you can, Kamui.
Oh yeah.
Wait, sorry.
Yeah.
Can you post the panel in chat as well?
Yeah.
Oh shit! I just left it.
So I don't think now I don't know if this is the case, but I would say Naruto in that sense. I don't think he noticed that what he was doing was some form of ninjutsu-esque type of ability with Ino transferring with I think Ino's mind transfer jutsu is still active. So it's not really like
yeah, it's whatever.
It's more so he's trying to connect. It's more so he's trying to connect. Well, project his memories, but to also, I don't know what he was trying to do. I
don't think he was trying to do anything. I think it was just I think it was more thinking about these things, and then those thoughts.
Yeah, Yamagasumi plays here. Mountain Haze. This is like my favorite scene in the war arc.
Yeah, I think it was more so while he was thinking about those things, everyone was able to see into what Naruto was thinking, and it was. I think at that moment, it kind of had everyone just like, just contemplating on what happened to Naruto and how he was treated growing up. So it started, I think people are starting to become more empathetic towards Naruto in the war.
Real quick, Kamui. Brain fart moment, you can call me dumb all you want. I think that's totally justified and fair. Whose grave is this? / graves? I've just never put 2 and 2 together for this.
Jiraiya's fake one.
Why is there 3?
The one that Naruto made for Jiraiya.
Because I feel like this should, because it's 3, I feel like this should be Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. Or like the 3 Sanin, but they're not dead.
It's Jiraiya's.
I mean, there are papers there.
Yeah, it was added. Added in the volume.
Why is Conan's
Conan gave
paper?
Naruto the paper flowers before
Jiraiya's
grave,
grave?
and Naruto puts them there as Jiraiya's grave.
Sure. And what's the thing that's like right there?
Jiraiya's book, I believe.
Oh, the book. Okay. Yeah. Is this what's on his forehead? The oil sign or whatever?
Probably. I mean, you of all people should be able to read that.
Yeah. So I mean, what's the 3 kunai for though? Why 3? Because it's always confused me.
Maybe it's like a barrier seal that protects it. I don't know.
Because like there's so much fan art of people in front of this, Naruto and Boruto, Tsunade and Orochimaru. There's so many people in front of this. I'm like, but this feels like it's Yahiko Nagato Gana. And then also with Ino and Shoji are right here, and even Shikamaru here. I feel like this could also be based on this page alone. This should have been Asuma's grave. Based on this, it's like, yeah, you have the Jiraiya thing right here, but regardless of that, I feel like this just should be Asuma's grave based on the panel or the page.
No, it's not.
Honestly, it'd probably just be just more of Kishimoto not doing the best paneling with this stuff.
That's fair as well.
Let's see. By the way, there's a few more comments with one from Space asking a question at the end. Let's see it. Following where I left off, he goes like, I'm shocked Kishimoto was fine with Boruto writers and novel writers just having Naruto not fix the Rain Village. And then you got Dan Arashikage going like, actually seems like property increased after the war. Ichibigo literally grew up in a landfill. And then Space goes, Shonen in general kind of has an issue where whenever they have a corrupt system and then trying to fix it, sometimes like One Piece, Jujutsu Kaisen, My Hero Academia, and Naruto and Bleach, etc. Let's see, and I respond to that saying One Piece, I'd argue, is a bit challenging its corrupt system than most shonen manga, mostly due to the nature of our protagonists being pirates, so they're not really a part of the system. And then Space has a question for you, Oodie, saying, would you have this same opinion on other main characters, or do you feel this is the way for Naruto?
I mean, it's probably case-by-case basis. I think I can answer both at the same time. I feel like this especially applies to Naruto because this is a coming-of-age story to where Naruto's growing up. We're seeing Naruto's growth, his journey in particular. We're rooting for Naruto, this naive kid who starts from nothing and grows into the Hokage, who's admired and acknowledged by everyone in the village. You know, the kid who's naive, even at the end of part 1, as Sasuke says, and he's supposed to grow into this mature and responsible adult, while still being Naruto, of course, but someone capable of being a leader to his family, the village, the world, even. He saved the world, both literally and metaphorically. Naruto this especially applies to, and I feel like Kid Naruto in many ways was more mature than teen Naruto. Again, you look at Naruto's answers, I feel like conceptually the answers he gave to Gaara and Obito should have been reversed. It makes more sense from a overarching perspective, holistic perspective, for Naruto to give a shorter, sweeter answer to Gaara, who I think he resonates more with anyways, but also he's more naive, he's more of a kid, he's more emotional back then, compared to after the pain arc, to where he's supposed to have developed this complex answer against this complex world that he's having to not just figure out, but now actually decide specific things on against Obito, who, in my opinion, relates to less than he would with Gaara, especially emotionally, but Obito is bringing up actual points on the world as opposed to Gaara, who's just emotionally lashing out. You could say that Obito's points boil down to one specific thing. I disagree. I do think Obito has legitimate points on the world that are more than just, I gave up. Why don't you? And Naruto isn't answering that. So I feel like, regardless of all the specifics, I feel like holistically, Naruto should have developed his answer to be more and more complex as time went on, especially with the context of the Naruto series, to where part 1, he's naive, part 2, the pain arc happens, and he's supposed to have this cool answer after that, especially after that. Especially go to the war arc, the final arc of all of Naruto, where everyone in the world acknowledges him. But yeah.
Well, speaking of things Naruto could have said and Neji, so I have Neji's.
Okay, I'm so glad. Okay, real quick, Kamui, real quick. I wanted to first go over the worst things that Naruto can quote from Neji in response to Obito. So what's the final thing that Obito says specifically? Is it, Naruto, why don't you just give up already? Like, what does he say exactly?
I thought you weren't going to let any of your comrades die. Is that the one you're talking about?
No. So I'm talking about like when he slams Naruto and Sasuke to the ground, and then they're about to do the Avatar combination thing. Oh, is this it?
Okay, hold on. Let me go.
Yeah, the thing that we're talking about, where it was the other thing. It wasn't any of this.
I hold on.
Yeah, hopefully you can find it. It might not be
refine
here, because is this the moment where he's talking about his birthday? Because I feel like in a way, him quoting his birthday is him saying Minato, Kushina, Shinobi history stuff, whereas whatever he says about Neji can be like Neji, Shinobi history stuff. So I feel like what they do with what they do with Naruto quoting his birthday is in a way the fixed version of these two scenes, whereas this other one is the broken version, quote unquote, where he's not doing that really.
So for the other one,
similar.
are you referring to when? Yeah, how about this?
When Obito, what I'm referring to is when Obito says, "Today's the day I killed your parents, Naruto. Give up." He doesn't say, "Oh, it's my ninja way to not give up." No, Naruto has a very specific, direct, and cool comeback. Even he's like, "Oh, it's the day you killed my parents." In other words, it's my birthday. He's like turning the negative into a good thing, spinning it to be positive.
I don't remember when
Naruto's
he says that though.
But that's also perspective, though, which, if anything, that gets the point across even more clearly than what you were saying. Yeah, look at how many words Obito says here. It's crazy.
When does he say the birthday thing?
I don't know, because I thought it was when he does the Avatar combination with Sasuke, but I guess that's not when he does it, unless it is. Is it?
Oh, it's not. I'm gonna go back to the earlier scenes.
And Naruto is just like has it with like a period, not even a ... or an exclamation mark, right? It just comes as my Shinobi way. It's just saying like casually. It's not even like emotionally, right? Anyway, this is not one of those.
The issue is, I feel like there's a lot of scenes of like, just.
It's also hilarious how after Obito's long speech and Naruto's answer, the very first reaction we get is freaking Jugo. He's not even having like a cool reaction. He's just like side-eyeing Naruto. It's like he's like sussing him out. Why Jugo? Not even Sasuke, who's right next to him. Why Jugo? But anyways,
why are you down Jugo?
Anyways, okay. So the stupidest things.
Found it. All right. I found
okay.
the death one.
Please, let's show that.
Naruto, Minato's uses can't do anything.
Well, feel free to
protect your mother, nor is no subordinate.
But yeah, I mean, again, like you're already saying, this is a not like the longest speech ever, but like Obito's saying a lot of specific things here that it's saying, at the end of the day, ultimately, Naruto, why don't you give up? 'Cause I did. I mean, it's basically all boils down to that anyway. So, I mean,
I feel
what's
like
the difference between these two
more impactful if I feel like this would be more impactful if Naruto actually knew Obito's history.
I agree. Yeah.
All right.
Can't even protect your mother is such a crazy line. Even like a panel like in this bottom right, Naruto looking down with a ... This has so much emotion after what Obito said, especially after Neji's death, to where if Hinata wasn't there, we saw what Naruto would have done. It's basically the same thing. And it's also very reminiscent of when his head's down way up here, if there's a previous one. No, there isn't. Well, right before this, he's like face down, and then he starts thinking. You can even see it in his eyes, like sad. So it's like, what's Naruto gonna do after this precarious situation, this craziness? We don't know. But then he starts looking up and he gives this answer. So it's a fist bump, which is cool. Also, the day I was born. See, it's not over. See, he's already saying the don't give up line, but he's saying other things with it. And I would say this is way better than when he's just like, because I don't give up. Even this is like even less of an answer because I exist in this world. It conceptually, it technically with context, it absolutely fits, but like it's even less of an answer. It's just the most generic, vague thing of all time as an answer. But even that, I still fits with this specific context. But yeah, thoughts.
Oh, back to Neji.
Okay, so the worst thing that we could have Naruto quote in terms of Neji. So Obito says, the last thing he says here, there shouldn't be any reason to keep fighting for such a world like this. It's coming to an end in a few minutes anyways. Why do you still fight? Naruto's response, 'cause you called me a genius. Or a failure, whatever.
Well, okay, so that's one of the ones I thought would be really funny, though. What if earlier, this would require a slight rewrite, if earlier on, Obito does call Naruto a genius, hypothetically, he's like, Naruto, you're a genius at being an idiot, let's just say. He says that. And then Naruto quotes that Neji's like, because you called me a genius. That could be funny.
Another one could be...
I do think objective... Okay, here's some worse ones. So if you go to... I have Neji's down there now.
Okay.
If you go to the first thing, one of the first things Neji says, no, I think I'm done. Okay, the worst thing he could quote is, I think I'm done.
I think the funniest thing he could quote, specifically quoting Neji, would just be no. He just disagrees. Yeah, no. He just refuses to elaborate. It's technically an even worse answer than what he does.
Why do you it's just like, why don't you just give up?
No. It is honestly, that's kind of the most Chad answer he could give. This guy freaking balls of steel. It's so stupid.
I do think another really ridiculous one. Lady Hinata
is willing to die for me. I do think unironically that could work though, as funny as it is. Okay, this is really dumb. Kinda looks like from this perspective, Neji's wearing lipsticks looking on my share screen.
Oh my god.
Without,
you know what's also funny
trail.
Is if you try to zoom out a little bit, because when it was zoomed out, Naruto looks like Tamari.
Kinda, I see it. Okay, this is really stupid as well, but I don't think this is here, but a really funny thing that could be like, Naruto, why do you keep fighting? Naruto looks at Obito, 'cause I have a mark that can never be wiped away. He's like referring to Obito being the 10,000 Jinchuriki randomly.
Or he just quotes Neji. He says, Obito, can I ask you something? Why do you keep trying so hard to defy your destiny? You may as well just accept who you are. What's the failure? Always the failure.
That would be the funniest thing for him to quote back to Obito.
Yeah. But for some actually more serious things, some of these depend on rewriting something Obito says. So let's start with one that doesn't require any rewriting. Naruto could just quote, because I hold more than one life in my hands, because that's something Neji said.
Yeah.
He could just say that. Now, if you want to rewrite some things, Obito could call Naruto a failure at some point. In this case, he's not quoting Neji, but he's quoting what he once said to Neji, which is because people call me a failure, I'll prove them wrong thing. That thing he told Neji, basically.
Yeah.
Could do that. The genius one, if not ironically, if Obito did call Naruto a genius of being an idiot or a loser, he could say it because you called me a genius.
I like it. As ridiculous as it is. I do think because I hold more than one life in my hand would probably realistically be the best, but I'm curious what Immortal and BlueStar think of that while I go to the bathroom.
Same, and while I go get some food going.
Okay, so you want my thoughts on just quickly recap for me?
I think we were just talking about.
Oh yeah, let's see if like changing like Naruto's lines to Obito, right? For like Obito, right?
Yeah, the quote Neji.
Yeah, quote Neji. What? Because you told me I was a genius. Is that the one? Or is this
Well, all of them. We would like your thoughts on.
I guess some of them are funny, but would be really out of place and feels like something you would have more than an average parody kind of like thing, really. To be honest, the only one I guess you could say, let's see, maybe I guess you could have gone with like, let's see, because people told me I was a failure. I proved them wrong. Maybe that one would work, I guess. To be honest, I guess that one could work, maybe, but but yeah, I mean, I don't know. What do you think, Phoenix? You have any thoughts, or are you not there? Oh yeah, it's just all right. Let me just yeah.
Immortal.
Also, you there? I think Immortal might be away, but yeah, I don't know. I think most of the stuff, that sort of dialogue you change from like Neji to like Naruto repeating would probably feel like a bit of a parody rather than something Naruto would actually say in that moment towards Obito. Let's see. I suppose in terms of like Obito, see, it's like Naruto saying that I never give up with like Obito's questioning. I guess oh, let me actually let me try and see if I can get the chapter up on my phone just so I can take a look and see if I can
Okay.
hello, Oodie. Sorry, I just see I'm trying to get the chapter on my phone so I can better answer
Okay.
just so I can try and see if I can get a better answer. Because at the moment, from what I can recall from all the sort of dialogues you guys said about Neji being funny, but from what I can tell, most of it would just sound like you would see something from a parody rather than an actual
that's fair.
serious manga.
I do think the because I hold more than one life in my hand line would work here though.
But yeah, it's like yeah. Yeah, I definitely say that one would probably work the best, just because it's like, let's see, he's like Naruto in a sense has inherited the will of all these sort of like people that have believed in him, if you will.
I completely agree. I think that honestly, I like that way better than because it's my Shinobi way. If not even add on to it, if you just replace that, I have no problem with the scene at all.
I think it would be good.
It'd be so emotional in my opinion. It works so well. Especially like with this panel here with Naruto like slumped over a little bit. Even like Jugo's reaction makes it even better. It actually
you
works
could just have like a one panel flashback of Naruto thinking back to Neji's line. You can even show it and then just have him say it after, like however you want to approach it.
Maybe just like a panel of Neji, but no dialogue, just Neji, and then Naruto says it.
Yeah.
I like it better to where Naruto doesn't say it, he's just calling back to it. And the audience is just up to them to remember. I think that works impactful.
You know, there's a bit of a missed opportunity that Naruto never met Taka sooner. At least, you're not having Taka, at least Jugo here talking to Sasuke. Oh, so this is what? So this is Naruto. This Naruto fella everyone keeps talking about, or something.
So I also thought of, Kamui, you're gonna love this, but ignoring Neji quotes, just random Naruto quotes that we love, that Naruto could just randomly say back to Obito here. Naruto, why are you still fighting? Because, Obito, we've never said it. Or more realistically, how that could work is he looks over at Sasuke. because Sasuke and I haven't said it yet. Well, in this case, it doesn't work because they have said it. So
Yeah, or no, he says, because I don't want to give up so much that I can't even stand it.
Exactly. He's quoting Sakura from the Forest of Death. Well, at least, Obito, I'm doing something.
Yeah. At least we're doing something.
In reference to why do you still fight, that's the funniest way to answer. A nonsensical quote, but that makes no sense at all, but you know I love it. Why do you still fight? Because 10 times 0 is still 0. It doesn't even make sense in this context. I just like...
Okay, I got a couple of... Okay, one of them is really stupid. He's quoting Jirobo, and he just says, because I'm still hungry.
That would be a really funny one if it was like, because I'm Batman.
He just randomly quotes Obito's Kakashi thing. Like,
I was actually thinking that right now.
Rules are scum, but those who abandon their friends are worse than scum. That could work.
Unironically, I was just thinking the exact same thing. I do think that works. I do think that works here. That could be really cool. Especially if it's not something that Kakashi said recently. He's quoting Kakashi from Chapter 4, who Naruto doesn't know that's in reference to Obito. I think that would be one of the best ways to do it. That would be
cool too, but he does at this point, because at the moment Obito... Like, earlier on, Kakashi tells Naruto that those words were things Obito once said to him, but...
Yeah, but like...
But regardless,
I'd be fine with removing that just to have this here. That could be cool.
Yeah, because it would be cool, I agree. And then it'd be kind of like when Naruto quotes the book, and then it's actually quoting Nagato, because that book was quoting Nagato.
Well, I like this better, because Naruto's doing that because that was like the point, whereas here, Naruto is inadvertently, unknowingly giving Obito's words back to him. It's coming full circle. The words Obito gave to Kakashi, Kakashi gave to Naruto at the beginning of the story. At the end of the story, Naruto's giving it back to Obito, not knowing it's Obito's words. He's just quoting Kakashi, who is quoting Obito, and he's saying it to Obito. That's cool.
And basically, his point would be that, like, giving up would be abandoning his friends. So it works as a response too.
Yeah, I think that works better than because it's my Shinobi way as well, because I feel like that much better goes in line with what the point of this scene is anyways, that you love saying.
Yeah.
It's like, why do you still fight? Whereas I've given up, you haven't given up. Why? He quotes Kid Obito's words back to him when Kid Obito didn't give up, whereas adult Obito has. That works infinitely better than Naruto saying, cause it's my Shinobi way.
It would also be really interesting if he doesn't know this yet, when he has that Ninshu thing and sees Obito's memories, one of those memories could be when Obito said it to Kakashi, which tells him, like, you were this way before, like, I know now.
You could do that. I don't like that as much, especially since they basically already do that with Itachi and Naruto in the final fight with Sasuke afterwards.
What do you mean?
After the final Rasengan clash, when they have like their arms lost, spoiler alert, they're having like their ninchu moments, and one of the things that Sasuke sees is Itachi telling Naruto, those who acknowledge you, Hokage, and blah blah blah, and all that.
Well, my point was just that Naruto would eventually find out that Obito said those words first.
I feel like because they're already doing the Sasuke thing, might as well not repeat it to where both are unique in this case. And I just like this one better this way anyways. Whereas I think for the Sasuke one, I think it is better to where Sasuke himself sees it through Naruto's memories, rather than Naruto inadvertently quoting Itachi to Sasuke. So that doesn't make sense at that point, so.
Well, no, what I'm saying is that he would have already quoted Obito to Obito as this response, but then later on finds out that Obito said it in that case.
I mean, either way, I don't think that really changes much for this.
Alright then. Do I make popcorn?
Yeah.
Do I make popcorn like a bigger batch?
Hey.
Huh?
I don't know who's Kamui asking, but that's okay. Well, Stream, what do you think? In fact, I'll make it a poll. Do you think Kamui should make popcorn? Chat.
By the way, Space has gotten a bunch of comments, and someone called Kevin McWilliams saying, "Just give up and try and make me give up." Space going, "Well, they
I
are
think that
gone
does work
now." Let's see, and then he goes like, "I mean, yeah, most of this is meant to be funny, not
It's already
serious."
Kamui, you're not muted.
Well,
Let's see. Then he's going like,
won't be cooking that
Phoenix
then.
seems to be doing his own stuff right now. BlueStar, do you have issues with Naruto only saying it because of his ninja after Obito's speech? Okay,
Well, so we're just gonna have it with it, but no. What's in there?
How does Kamui not know?
BlueStar said, do you have issues with Naruto only saying it because it's of his ninja way after Obito's speech? Do I have any issues? To be honest, let's see. It's been a while since I've watched or read the Obito fight, so
That's fair.
the full content. But I feel like
There's chicken
Naruto
and
would.
steak.
But to answer like Space's question, I'd say I'd probably feel like
Maybe
the whole Naruto
not
Obito
popcorn,
stuff would be better if just Naruto knew who
never
Obito
mind.
was. And what else has he put? Saying cause it's my shinobi way. Such a good line, totally. And Space goes, how about you try and write dialogue of Obito giving his counter to Naruto's cause it's my shinobi way.
Well, real quick, I was actually going to say, I really like the idea that Naruto repeats the same answer that worked against Pain, and it doesn't work against Obito. In fact, I feel like, maybe not repeated every single time, because that could get repetitive, unironically, but I feel like Naruto should give the same answer, and it doesn't work against
work anyway, because
X antagonist
I get back
constantly.
So late.
Okay, I'm going to mute Kamui until you figure that out.
Do I get back so late?
Okay. So, yeah, I do think that it could be very interesting if Naruto continuously, in every arc, repeats what he learned from the previous arc, and it's not enough. It doesn't work against the next antagonist. He needs something more, something extra, something beyond that, to where he has to continually find a new answer, which I think especially works against Pain. That's the culmination to where Naruto can give every answer he's ever gotten up until that point, and none of them work. In fact, that could be the first time he does it even. None of them work. He repeats every answer he learned at the end of every single arc. None of them work. He finally gets this ultimatum answer that does work against Pain at the end of the Pain arc. You give up on me giving up, or whatever dry as book nonsense is, or whatever you want to say there. Just say that to Obito. It doesn't work. His ultimatum answer that even worked against Pain when nothing else did. It doesn't work against Obito. He needs something more. He needs something extra. That's, I think, the best way to write that scene, if that's what you're going to do. So I do think you would need more than that there. In fact, you would need Obito to respond something extra afterwards. But yeah.
But I think one thing is, I feel like Obito should have just responded to Naruto's like, why are you trying to help me? I've literally destroyed your life, basically.
Yeah.
I see Kamui's in the audience now.
Yeah, I moved him there and unmuted him just so he can like join back whenever he's good. But
okay, he's back.
Well, I don't know why it wouldn't turn off, because I clicked the button to mute it, you still heard me, so I clicked it again, you still heard me, so I clicked it, and you just kept hearing me, and I gave up. I was just like, I don't know what to do anymore.
Okay.
Okay.
But anyway, what were you talking about?
So, I was saying, what do you think about Naruto saying the same answer he gave to Pain to Obito here? Because I do think it could work if they do it right. So he says,
which thing?
Stop giving, or give up on trying to make me give up, or whatever. Or what else was it, BlueStar? Because there was like multiple answers technically.
Give up trying to give me up. Then I think you said like the answer you had to Nagato, and then you talked about every answer that Naruto had come up with at that point, but Obito rejects it.
But it would be that Nagato rejected it, and that the one answer he gives to Nagato at the very end rises above all those other answers that he's learned in every other arc,
saying that his answer at the pain arc is like the ultimate answer that worked against even Nagato when everything else he's learned up till that point didn't work. And he gives that same answer to Obito, and it doesn't work. Even the thing that convinced Nagato of all people isn't enough for Obito. He needs something extra, something more. So he needs to rise up even further, once again, to overcome Obito.
Yeah.
Come up with a new answer.
I do kind of wish that Obito, in one of his responses to what Ood was suggesting, is like, why are you trying to help me? I literally destroyed your life, basically.
I mean, yeah, it's just a Naruto thing to do, I guess.
Yeah, it's not the first time he's done that, so.
It's hard for me to defend it from my perspective, but from Naruto's perspective, it makes sense. It's like, yes, you have a point, and that's the point. So, the people who say that aren't wrong. But either way. So going back a little bit. So with the Naruto meeting Danzo thing, and what he says to Sasuke at the end at the 5 Kage Summit, in a way, Naruto not being naive anymore and seeing the darkness of the shinobi world has pros and cons to it. For one thing, because what happens immediately after, I mean, you can have your own interpretation of this, but at the end of the 5 Kage Summit arc, Naruto, this bright guy who has this literal light ninshu with Sasuke there, he's like so smiley and happy-go-lucky and all this, is the same guy that had a panic attack like 3 chapters earlier, and he's the same guy that Karin sees at the end of the arc, and he just sees when Naruto goes in the shadow, Karin sees the darkness in Naruto. You could say that's saying Kurama, you could say that's the dark Naruto or the evil Naruto, but even in like the next arc or whatever, you do see evil Naruto. This is after pain, so Naruto has had this evil darkness inside of him, especially now, arguably more than ever before. And he has that in him when he's talking to Sasuke in the 5 Kage Summit arc. In a way, you could say that's some kind of way for Naruto to relate to Sasuke, because Sasuke's evil. Well, look, Naruto has evilness in him too. He's not naive, like at the end of part 1, where he thought he understood Sasuke, but he doesn't, because he's evil. At the same time, well, Naruto's evil. Are we really gonna listen to that guy? Because it's probably coming from a place of emotion rather than genuine truth or the correct answer, quote unquote. So you could argue it multiple different ways, but what do you think?
So you're asking?
Anyone.
What was the question again?
Probably I'm supposed to be the tired one of this stream. Well, I guess BlueStar technically objected.
Oh, I was distracted.
Sorry.
No, you're good, BlueStar.
Again, sorry.
So,
Yeah, sorry.
Do you think it's better or worse for Naruto to have darkness in him at the end of the 5 Kage Summit arc when he's talking to Sasuke?
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, because I think it's like there's still some aspects that he needs to address, like especially like how it showed, like how does he feel about the changing attitudes of the village and all that stuff. I think also like all the stuff he learned from, like, I guess you could say Toby, I guess, as well, and also perhaps even how some of the things he's feeling about towards his own like Sasuke as well. I think there should be some darkness still in him there, so I think yeah, you should have. I think there should be that. I mean, perhaps it could be worded better or something, or perhaps it could have been more explored when Naruto was confronting his dark self, I guess, when in the Turtle Island with Killer B. But I think there should have been more. I think there should be more there. The only thing I could say is maybe make the Naruto versus Dark Naruto fight a bit longer.
That's fair.
Than what it was. And then he has some, like, all this talks about some of the darkness that's still in his heart.
I agree, but at the same time, maybe not, because I feel like Naruto versus Dark Naruto is the most... it's the most...
generic fight ever.
Yeah, like it feels like Kishimoto wouldn't be the type of person to write that. It's so kiddish, cheesy. It feels like fan fiction. Canon fan fiction. It definitely does feel like that. It's as over the top absurd as in My Hero Academia, the fourth movie. The villain is just Dark Might, All Might, but evil.
Oh yeah.
Like, what fan fiction author came up with this? Why would they put this in a story in any kind of serious or meaningful way?
I guess Hirokoshi was just like thinking, okay, I've done a movie where Deku and All Might ultimately team up. Okay, I've done a movie where Bakugo and Midoriya team up, with both of them having one for all. Okay, I've done a movie where Midoriya is a fugitive with like Bakugo and Shoto helping him out against a bitsy quirk-hating society. Even though basically the majority of the character, its JoJo members seem to have quirks, and this final one's like, okay, maybe I can do like an evil All Might and have something about tackling All Might's legacy, if you will.
Yeah, because I feel like when it comes to characters like this, you should have a unique character who is a foil to or the shadow of this other character, and when done right in that unique kind of way, it creates a very serious tone that's taken seriously by the audience and the character and atmosphere and universe. Everything is just good. Everyone loves a shadow character. Everyone loves a foil. It plays off of one another really well. You can't just take the anti or nega version of a character. It's freaking the Crimson Chin, the Nega Chin from Fairly Odd Parents. It's going to that. It's stooping to that level. We can't be doing that in an actual series like in Naruto.
I suppose when Naruto has so many different dark counterparts to them, like Gaara and Obito,
Exactly. Everyone loves Gaara and Sasuke and Neji and everyone else who is a Naruto. They love Obito. They love Nagito. Everyone loves these characters. Who's talking about Dark Naruto as a character? No one.
I suppose the only thing he could do is perhaps maybe remove Dark Naruto and just have more scenes with Kurama where Naruto's trying to control the Nine Tails himself, but the Nine Tails' hatred, is like blocking it, and Naruto's realizing that his own hatred and maybe even some of his own resentment, he's not fully let it go yet. And then when he's finally learned to do that, he's able to then go to the next stage and then actually properly fight Kurama to regain the Nine Tails.
Yeah, I think it's fine because that's what they focus on more than Naruto fighting evil Naruto. So I feel like it being short in that way is a blessing. If they drag that out any longer, I feel like that would have shifted the focus more onto that aspect. So I like it to where it's just Naruto overcoming his personal struggles internally. And that's really just it. It's less of the physical fight and more of just that conceptual fight. Just a struggle there. In a way, it's like Avatar The Last Airbender Season 2 when Aang is unlocking his chakras. Shout out chakra. So I think it's very similar in that regard. So I'm glad they didn't drag it on, because I feel like keeping it short is keeping it sweet. Only works if it's short.
Okay.
But, but keeping that in mind, though, so going back with the darkness inside Naruto at the end of the Five Kage Summon, again, I do think there's multiple different angles you could see it from for both a positive and negative lens. So, on one hand, it helps Naruto to empathize, relate to, understand Sasuke better. At the same time, I forgot what I was going to say earlier.
Take your time.
Yeah, please, thank you. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't, everybody. Share the stream and leave a super chat or become a member and vote in the community polls and watch the videos and like those too and join the Discord if you haven't. Hey, there's probably a link in somewhere.
I could read some of the comments while you think of your answer and all that stuff.
Please.
Alright, let's see where we left off. Okay, it looks like someone else has joined.
Oh, I do remember. Okay. So part of it is Naruto has this darkness inside of him, so he should be like lashing out, resentful, even violent against this world who is so mean to him. But in spite of that, and that's the whole point, in spite of that darkness, Naruto is only showing light and positivity and happiness to Sasuke. And that can be extra meaningful because he has this darkness inside of him. Rather than, otherwise he would just be naive. Rather than not understanding Sasuke, he would just be happy because Naruto's happy. Naruto was presenting himself being genuinely happy in front of Sasuke, despite not being happy. And I think that really goes back to Naruto and Sasuke's relationship in the first place, to where despite both Naruto and Sasuke suffering together, as they were suffering together, they found comfort in one another, to where that's, in a way, why they became friends and how they could be happiness. Because they had each other in all of this deep, dark world. Not that it made the world okay, but because they had each other, at least they had that in this world that was so cruel and mean to them. That doesn't erase or take away from all of the negativity that they both had to endure, but it helps them to get through it. And that means something. Okay. So I do think there's that there.
I would probably add one thing if you're going to do something like that. Maybe include, like, when talking like the stuff to Sasuke, maybe show a bit of an image of like the people Naruto shows as like part of his light, like basically Iruka in Team 7, including showing Sasuke. It's like, even though you're in like a dark place right now, you are part of my light, if you will, or something.
It's the same thing he said to Gaara. It's not that Team 7 saved Naruto. It's that Team 7 saved Naruto from himself. Naruto didn't need saving from Team 7. He needed saving from Naruto. And that's what Team 7 gave him. So that Naruto wouldn't allow himself to become the monster the world wanted him to be. Because that was a choice Naruto made. Because Team 7 allowed him to make the quote-unquote correct choice. That means more in that way.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to read out some of these more comments about how, let's see. Yeah. Space says, it would be interesting if Obito finally realizes how Naruto's able to get Nagato and it pisses Obito off, because for him, Naruto just gives an answer that doesn't hold any meaning. Then you got someone called CB saying Obito is mid SMH. He goes, space Y. And Andrew Brandt says, BlueStar, are you caught up with Daigo Rewrite? If so, what do you think of how Herbie Taki are written so far? Yes, and I'm not going to spoil it because I think Oodie's trying to do a live reaction to each one. I'll just say some of the backstories are interesting, but I'm not sure I agree with some of the changes he's made. But yeah, let's see. I do like what you did with the Blood Mist for the most part. Anyway, Space goes like, it makes sense for there to be a darkness in Naruto's heart in the 5 Kage summit. It doesn't remove any meaning in his words. And then CB says, Space, his fall to darkness doesn't convince me all that much. We've seen characters fall to darkness after so much more than what Obito went through, so I find him weaker than other antagonists. And Space goes like, heck, it makes even more sense since the 5 Kage summit. Naruto did think about what if Sasuke and Naruto swap lives or paths. And Space goes CB, where it takes a different amount of stuff for people to fall into darkness. Change it so Dark Might is all for one, tries to disguise himself as a symbol of peace while remaining as a villain. Okay, now granted, I'm pretty sure all for one is supposed to be in hiding at this point. And let's see, CB go like, Space, I do get that, but like Obito being the hardest to convince compared to all the other villains before, him feels like a cop-out compared to what took them to actually fall into darkness. Space goes like, or Dark Might as a dark mirror to Izuku as a hero sense, while Flet turns the movie's free villain is a dark mirror to Izuku in a quirkless sense.
I agree with that, Space. In reference to what CB said there, I do get that, but like Obito being the hardest to convince compared to all the other villains before him feels like a cop-out compared to what it took for them to actually fall into darkness. I would say the story doesn't say this, but I feel like it could, to where it isn't about what they literally objectively go through, but what that means to the character objectively, Sasuke killing his best friend is more impactful than someone like, let's just say, Obito losing Rin. If you think Kakashi's his best friend, well, Obito didn't even lose his best friend. But what Rin means to Obito is more than just a best friend, even though Rin, you could argue, isn't his best friend. So I feel, and this is the whole argument for Sarada and Boruto, who grew up in a time of peace. She would be more emotionally sensitive. She would have more emotional friction in that case, or less, I guess, to where you don't need as much for her to awaken the Mangekyo and things like that. So in this case, it isn't what Obito went through, but what Obito thinks he went through. So if Obito's going to be the final villain in this regard, that must mean that maybe he didn't be despaired by the whole village like Garo was. Maybe he doesn't have a forehead killer on him like Neji does. But what it means to Obito, what the world has done to Obito, what the world has taken to Obito, in this regard, narratively, it would be more than what the world has taken from anyone else from their perspective. And you could argue that's ridiculous, but that's the way that Obito would see it, as the heart, the tippity top, the boss of the darkness of the shinobi world. Especially since he's like been there the longest, so it's taken from him the most in that regard as well. But yeah.
Well, in some ways, I feel like Obito losing Rin is like, what if Naruto lost, I guess, well, granted, this would be more in the Naruto Sakura direction, if he lost his sort of Rin, if you will, like, which I would probably say in that regard, Sakura, but
I do agree.
It never really gritty, but do tackle, because we know that for, like, Naruto, the two most important people to him is because after when Naruto was told that it was him that harmed Sakura in the Tenchi Bridge thing, when Naruto said that Sasuke and Sakura are the two most important to him, like his rival / best friend, and his love interest Sakura, if you will.
Yeah.
Obito is basically similar to that, with Kakashi being his rival / best friend, and Rin being basically the love of his life. So it's like if Obito is basically, what if Naruto lost the love of his life to, like, death? In some ways, it nearly did happen in the Kage Summit, where Sasuke nearly did kill Sakura, and who knows what kind of reaction Naruto would have had to that, to be honest, because I think, I feel like, that would probably be one of the few people that could get Sasuke harming, that would probably get Naruto to snap at him.
Yeah.
But,
in many ways, I think that Naruto, it was more clear in part 1, in some ways. In some ways it wasn't, but in some ways I think it's more clear that Naruto is in love with Sakura in part 1, much more than in part 2. But even if we only take part 1, I still feel like, in comparison, the way that Naruto loved Sakura, to the point of, like, look at how far he's going against Gaara in order to protect Sakura, the person who he thinks is precious to him, just like Haku thought Zabuza was precious to him. In that same way, I still would say, even looking at, like, the Sasuke retrieval arc, look at how much Naruto loves Sakura, that he's willing to go get Sasuke, the person that Sakura loved, just because he loves Sakura. Even then, you look at how Obito loves Rin, I still feel like Obito loved Rin way more than Naruto loved Sakura, despite Naruto seeing Sakura as the most precious person ever. But, like, Obito's love for Rin was just unparalleled. I would say it's the tippity top of anyone ever in the entire Naruto series.
I think
the other difference is that Naruto wouldn't have reacted like Obito, because Naruto's thing is one, he just doesn't give up. He believes in himself. Obito does not. He attaches that to Rin. Rin is this quote-unquote soul light in this world. Naruto doesn't feel that way about Sakura. Like, Naruto feels that way about Ramen, Iruka, Sasuke, Kakashi, all these other things. He's not combining it all into one person. So if he lost Sakura, he just objectively wouldn't lose all hope in the world like Obito. He just isn't the same.
I see why you're saying that, but I do flat out disagree, because I feel like normal Naruto wouldn't, but who is Naruto? He doesn't have a lot of control. He says that if Team 7 didn't save him, if Haruka didn't save him, he would have been just like Gaara. Okay, so if nobody does anything, Naruto on his own is choosing to be like Gaara. And also, at like every step along the way where Naruto falters, he can't pick himself back up because he has comrades. He needs those comrades to do it, and if they don't do it, despite having the comrades, Naruto just seemingly would fall to the darkness. He's crying alone, sitting on the park bench after Jiraiya died. He doesn't go to Shikamaru or Haruka. They go to Naruto. Likewise, when Obito kills Neji, despite Hinata being right next to him, Hinata needed to slap him, or else Naruto's just gonna take Obito's hand randomly, seemingly implied in a way.
What I mean is that it's so obvious. What I mean is it's not one or the other. It's that it's everything. So Naruto has both his very hard to give up personality and lots of people, and it's not one specific person that he attributes everything to the same ways. Like Naruto doesn't have that one person, especially later on, that he could lose that would ruin everything. Because if he does lose Iruka, he still has Team 7. If he loses Sakura, he still has Iruka and the rest of Team 7. He loses Jiraiya, he still has Iruka and the rest of Team 7, and so on. It's losing one person won't break everything for him because he has. It's not to say that Obito isn't friends with Kakashi, whatever, but to Obito, Rin was the sole light in this world. That's not how
fair.
Naruto feels about any one particular person.
Okay, I
His
feel like
Iruka example with Gaara is because he had no one. So if he never had Iruka, he's saying, I might have ended up like you, who has no one, if I never had anyone, which is Iruka.
Yeah, I feel like that's basically saying what I was saying earlier, to where Rin feels more strongly, Obito feels more strongly about Rin than Naruto feels about anyone. I feel like that's more so the point than to say Obito has one person, Naruto has multiple that he cares about. Because I feel like even then, let's just say that Naruto loved Sakura equally as much as Obito loves Rin. If Naruto lost Sakura, would he be more than, equal to, or less evil or whatever than Obito? I think, from what we've seen, I think Obito actually has more of the resilience if someone talks to him than Naruto does. Because even after Hinata talked to Naruto after losing Neji, someone who was close to Naruto, but nowhere near as close as Rin was Obito, even then, Naruto's complaining to Kurama about how depressed he still is, even in despite of it, and then Kurama has to pick him up. So even Hinata talking to him was enough. Whereas I feel like, I'm not going to say that if Kakashi never passed out after killing Rin, then Kakashi talked to Obito. I'm not going to pretend like that definitely would have fixed Obito or whatever, but I feel like it's more likely than if Naruto was in the same position.
Thoughts? I feel like,
to be honest, I was distracted reading comments that I'm way behind on.
Boy.
And I heard all of it, but didn't absorb at least 60% of it.
Kamui, I feel like you're here, but you're not here.
But to be honest, I feel like, to be fair, I think I was like that for some parts of the stream as well, so
That's fair.
I'm not going to blame Kamui for that, but yeah. But I will be honest, I do feel like, to me, I feel like Naruto, in terms of like, if, say, Sakura or Sasuke died in front of him, I feel like before he had control of the Nine Tails, I'd say he would have gone full Nine Tails if those two were harmed.
Interesting.
So I think, Naruto feels strong. Those are the two people that Naruto feels strongly enough. On one hand, you could say, like, yeah, Rin might be more of, like, the one thing that Obito loved more than anything in this world, I guess, because of the whole Uchiha thing, I guess you could also argue, but I do feel like let's see, if say Sakura or Sasuke died in front of him, those would be, Naruto's reactions would probably be the strongest to both of those, more than any other character.
I agree.
I think.
So, Kamui, I am curious though. Based on what you said, it feels like you disagree with me. So, do you think that, let's just say hypothetically, Naruto did love Sakura, as much as Obito loved Rin. If Sakura dies, and then we'll also have it to where Kakashi talks to Obito and Sasuke talks to Naruto. Who do you think is going to have, despite of that, the more intense reaction, or still be more probable likelihood or whatever to be
Obito.
evil? You think Obito is more likely in this case than Naruto? Because you think that Naruto has more like resilience than Obito in this regard?
It's because again,
I think it's the opposite.
Naruto believes in himself more so even if you take away these things, it's gonna be harder to break him because he just has more self-belief. Killer Bee is the best example of this, but like he already so Itachi's talking to Kabuto kind of goes over this whole, if you attach your self-value to something external, blah blah blah, all that jazz. Obito's doing that with Rin. He's attaching all light and hope of this entire world to Rin. It doesn't matter how much Naruto loves Sakura. He can love Sakura as much as Jiraiya loves boobs, but Naruto doesn't feel that that's the sole light of this world.
What I'm saying is, if he did, then how would he react?
He's not going to snap as hard as Obito.
Well,
he's
I feel like
not going to have that same conclusion.
That's ignoring the premise of the hypothetical at that point. But
no, because even if he loves Sakura as much as Obito loved Rin, Naruto still doesn't. Because when you say loves, Naruto can love Sakura more than Obito loves Rin, but that doesn't mean you're taking away Naruto's feelings towards everything else. Naruto can still think there are other lights in this world aside from Sakura. Even if Sakura, he rates her at a 5 billion out of 10 on the scale, he still has other things he views as an 8 out of 10. They're still light.
Okay. So
yeah.
I agree with what you're saying, all of that. I still disagree with the conclusion, because the reason I disagree is because I would say everything you said is true, but under the caveat that Naruto is unlike Obito, to where Obito wears his emotions on his sleeve. He's more genuine, he's more open about how he truly feels on a more vulnerable level, whereas Naruto, he sort of buries or hides how he feels and presents this loudmouth version of himself, whereas he is honest to Hinata. Outside of Hinata, he just presents this very confident, believing in himself persona that isn't the true Naruto. So I feel like the true Naruto, in comparison to Obito, is more so on the opposite end of this.
I just say that again.
I feel like throughout the story, Naruto isn't being the true version of Naruto, how he emotionally, vulnerably actually feels, except for the time when he's in front of Hinata and he confesses how he actually feels. Outside of that, Naruto's putting on a persona, unlike Obito, who was being his true self.
I don't think that's true. Naruto's being his true self in plenty of scenes besides talking to Hinata.
Yeah, but Naruto's more of an idiot anyways. I would say the whole point is when adversity strikes, when the going gets tough, yes, Naruto's going to fight back louder, but I think it's going to hit Naruto on a more personal level than it emotionally would for Obito, who would basically take it on the chin and keep fighting back anyways. I think it's going to affect Naruto more on like a sensitive level.
I think it just depends on the thing, really, because it's gonna. For example, if it has to do with Rin, it's affecting Obito more than it will for anything of Naruto. But if it talks about loneliness, that's gonna hit Naruto harder than it would for Obito, probably. So it just depends. But I think on average, there might be, because obviously we don't get, and we don't have 700 chapters of Obito as a kid. So based off just what we've seen, I would say there are more things that could hit Naruto in the feels than Obito, but the thing or things that do hit Obito in the feels will hit Obito harder than any of the things with Naruto.
So I'm just coming off of this with off the top of my head, so I'm not going to pretend like this is the best example of all time, but something that I can imagine that would apply to both of them equally
which means we can look at how it applies to them personally to see which one applies to stronger, is how Naruto and Obito view their comrades turning on one another. So for Obito, we directly see this. We see Obito's reaction to Kakashi not wanting to save Rin. And sure, there's a lot of outside factors that Obito's more focused on, but Kakashi not going to save Rin doesn't make Obito feel personally hurt or betrayed at that prospect. Whereas I feel like, just hypothetically, if Sasuke told Naruto the same thing about not wanting to save Sakura, excluding extraneous outside factors, I feel like Naruto would take that more personally, despite it being the same thing to them.
I don't know. I don't know there. So
I feel like one way you could have like had Obito like Naruto test this and all that this stuff is if Obito realized that Sakura was like the Rin to like Naruto, and he tried to kill her just to see if Naruto would respond in despair like he did. Now I'm not saying that Sakura dies. It could be that Obito, in a sense, hasn't managed to wound Sakura, but due to her 100 ceiling thing, is able to, survive it. But at the time, it looks like she's dead, and you see whether or not Naruto is about to break down or not. And
true,
it's in a sense he doesn't, and this sort of like maybe starts to have Obito question whether or not he took the wrong path and stuff.
So maybe
and Naruto.
Sorry, go ahead. You can finish that.
And let's see, maybe you could go like Naruto thinking that, let's see, Eve at the stage he's at, like, even though he would be like miss Sakura in despair over losing her, he knows that Sakura would not want him to go down the path like what Obito did and all that stuff. And I don't know. That could also lead up to the whole Rin stuff. But yeah, with Obito and Naruto later.
I think the best scenes we can compare for this, and Kamui, let me know what you think about this, because this is where it gets really interesting. The best scenes we could compare would be Obito's reaction to Kakashi not wanting to save Rin versus Naruto's reaction to, at the end of part 1, the Final Valley, Sasuke genuinely trying to kill Naruto. I'm not going to say it's the exact same thing.
I thought you were going to say Sasuke not caring about the whole team potentially being dead.
What are you thinking of?
When Naruto's like, Nechi, Choji, Kiba, Shikamaru, they all risked their lives to save you. And Sasuke's like, well, wasn't that nice of them? And walks away.
Yeah, that's fair. But I feel like it's about seeing how far they're able to be pushed in this regard. Because I feel like Naruto was like, not deflecting it, but he was like avoiding thinking about that at the time until Sasuke forced him into a corner and made him confront that. Whereas I feel like Kakashi was already doing that with Obito, because there was no like going back for Obito. It's like, all right, let's go save Rin. No, we're doing that. Whereas Naruto, he could just like fight Sasuke. He doesn't have to think about other things until Sasuke really makes him. In the same way that Sasuke didn't start breaking down and losing his cool until Nine Tails Naruto was beating him up, and then he goes off on Naruto. Like, how could you possibly understand what it's like? Sasuke's not saying that unless Naruto makes him, in a way. Because he doesn't want to say that, because that's Sasuke being frustrated. That's Sasuke being hurt. So I think it would apply in that same
but the problem here is that I think it's kind of unfair to compare Sasuke trying to kill Naruto, who thought they were best friends, to Kakashi just sticking to the rules like usual and not wanting to save Rin because of rules. Like, I feel like Naruto, it's like the opposite of what he should have thought was. So I know they're both doing the "how could you do that" type feeling, but in Naruto's, it's like you have that like, we're best friends. How could you do the most opposite thing of all time and try to kill me? Whereas for Obito, it would be like this, oh my god, Kakashi, screw you and your damn rules. You're really going to ditch Ren? It's like, it's in line with what Kakashi's been doing, but it's like the, oh my god, you're going this far with it kind of thing. So it's like a difference there, if that makes sense.
I'll give you that. How I would describe the difference more specifically is in universe, like how it plays out is Obito knows about Sakamo and how that has impacted Kakashi. Naruto doesn't know the literal, technical, actual physical reason of why Sasuke's trying to kill him, so he's trying to figure that out. He doesn't know about the Mangekyo Sharingan or what Itachi told him about killing your best friend or whatever. He's having to like deduce it for himself. Why does Sasuke want to do this? Is it because he didn't actually think this way all along? He's like doing all these like sad backstories, thoughts in his head during the sadness and sorrows part where Sasuke's like choking him out or whatever. So I'll give you that. But at the same time, I feel like even if Obito doesn't know the context, he's not doing that with Kakashi. I feel like the difference is Obito is more resolute in what he believes in. Regardless of believing in himself, he's much more strongly feeling-wise on what he believes in, unlike Naruto. Not that they aren't both extremely strong in that same regard, but I feel like for Obito, Kakashi doesn't want to save Rin. Obito's going to, regardless of what he knows about Kakashi or not, he's going to view that as flat out wrong, and he's just going to go against the world. If Sasuke does that in a similar context, I feel like, whereas, yes, Naruto's going to think it's wrong, he's going to be thinking about why Sasuke's doing that in a way that it's going to hurt him and maybe question himself, whereas Obito's not going to question. He's going to be like, no, Kakashi's wrong. That's what I think, and I'm not going to think about it beyond that. I'm going to fight against this world. I feel like Naruto's stumbling along that same path to get to the same conclusion a lot more than Obito is.
Or it might just depend on the context, like the things, though, because in this case, yeah, but like in the Tenchi Bridge arc, hey, it's just steadfast. It's just Orochimaru's bad. You know, like, it depends on the things.
Well, technically, yes. I would argue that's the Nine Tails, whereas Naruto's conscious was just being depressed about how weak he is. Because that's what Naruto's more so focused on.
I was referring to, like, when Naruto's talking to Sai, and he's like, if he gouges out my eyes, I'll curse him dead, and all that, you know. That's what I was thinking of.
Okay, but I feel like that's also just Naruto just being a fool. He's just a goofball there.
But either way, before I forget this, something BlueStar said earlier, I was thinking, without overly changing much of anything, there's a small potential rewrite. So you can say whether you like it better or worse. But somehow, throughout things, Obito realizes that Hinata is like the love interest. So in this case, you have to have done a little bit of something after the Pain Art confession going into the lore, like something to make that plausible of a thing for Obito to realize. But he notices, so he targets Hinata. Naruto, not caring about the consequences, jumps in front of Hinata to save her, and then Neji jumps in front of Naruto to save Naruto. This is just basically flip-flopping Hinata and Naruto with Neji's death. What do you think about that?
Well, what I was going to say is actually like the opposite of that, which is the opposite of the original scene, to where it's not the original scene. But so Obito knows that Hinata is Naruto's love interest. In this case, Naruto loves Hinata in the war arc. We're going to have it to be where Obito does just kill Hinata. Just straight up. And you can have it to where Neji talks to Naruto instead. I feel like that's taken away from it because nobody talked to, but nobody talked to Obito, so I feel like that sort of takes away from it. I feel like for it to be the same thing, which I feel like to a degree it should be, Naruto should be in the exact same scenario as what Obito was in, and Naruto himself needs to come to a different conclusion or make a choice that Obito didn't make.
But the problem is, so like, is Neji gonna kill Hinata?
Well, no, you just have Obito kill Hinata.
It's not the same situation then.
It's just the love interest died. I don't think the Kakashi killing Rin part really needs to apply here. The point is that Rin died, and in this case, Hinata dies.
Okay, but is that somebody needs to have like Neji needs to have made Naruto a promise that he would protect Hinata or something then. Because Kakashi's promise does play
I agree. I
a
completely
role.
agree.
Even though it's not the main role, it is fair.
I know, I 100% agree because I have a 20-minute script on this part of the video. About that exact idea.
Kakashi's promise.
Yes, because it is so important, even probably more than you realize, and you're hyping it up as more important than I realize. It's like the thing, arguably as important, if not more, than Orin's death itself. Not really, but you could think.
That's where it gets into a gray area because I would still say Rin's death is probably the most important.
Yeah.
But Kakashi's promise that he fails to keep is very high up there.
Yes.
So if you're gonna recreate it, I do think you need so there is a promise of a lifetime, which works great. It's basically the same thing. The only problem is Naruto made that promise, and he failed to keep it. And he's trying to still keep it because he's not dead, so it's still keepable.
So,
and you can't use that one for that reason.
I think this is easy.
So you need a different promise.
I think this is an easy way to do it. You don't need Neji to promise anything. Obito was fine with his sacrifice because Kakashi had promised it. In this case, if Naruto promises Hinata, he won't allow any of their comrades to die. And instead of their comrades die, Hinata herself dies. That works.
Okay, so Naruto just breaks his own promise, basically.
Well, it's not him
that's already
breaking his promise, but you get the idea. I mean,
that's already there, man. With Neji's death.
That's not the same.
Neji dies.
Okay, but if Obito sees Kakashi Chidoriing himself in front of Rin, Kakashi's breaking his promise to protect Rin, Obito's not freaking out and locking the Mangekyo the same way, turning a Madara after that. It's ridiculous.
Well, if we're adding context, if Kakashi killing himself was done to protect Rin, well, of course he's not going to get mad at him for it.
Makes no sense.
It could make sense. What if Kakashi was put under Ryu's puppet jutsu thing? He's controlled to attack Rin, but Kakashi takes control for it's like Borushiki, he's losing control, but then he kills himself at the last second.
Okay, but then now we need a reason for why there is a sentient Ten-Tails in Kakashi's era. So,
well, we get there when we get there.
Either way, the most simple way to break this down in this regard is to where Obito's fine with dying because Kakashi promised it. In this case, if Naruto promises it, then Naruto doesn't have to die or anything like that.
I think a good way you can do it is you have a scene of Hinata being scared, basically, like she's afraid of dying, basically, or Naruto dying, and Naruto calms her down. It's like, relax, Hinata. He smiles. I'll never let my comrades die. Kind of like what Kakashi says to Team 7 in the Land of Waves. It's that friendly, I'll never let my comrades die type thing. Then later she dies, and it's like,
yeah,
I just promised her that I would protect her, basically.
Exactly. Yeah.
That would work well.
Especially since you love to hate on this anyways. Just have Naruto address what Hinata did for him in the pain arc and say he'll return the favor or something like that.
Oh, yeah, that's good, yeah.
There you go.
He could even say "I love you" back before she died.
And since Obito this even works
is she getting revived, or is this just gonna be the end of Hinata?
I mean, hey, Narusaku people would love it, so.
But then if you have all this, you're making the Rin comparison. He says, "I love you," and then she just gets with Sakura. No, you can't just do that. I think you would have to have, Obito, when he does Rene Rebirth, he Rene Rebirths Hinata and Madara at the same time.
I mean, I guess.
Obito specifically thinking Hinata when he does it, and Zetsu's thinking Madara, and that they both happen at the same time kind of thing would be the way you'd have to do that, I think.
I think either way would be fine in this regard. Because, I mean, do you think it would take away if Nagato did revive Jiraiya at the end of the pain arc?
No, but the problem here is, well, okay, that depends. But real quick, the issue I have is if Naruto gets with no one or just some random new person, fine. But you can't have Naruto go from loving Sakura to openly loving Hinata to the point to make it a Rin comparison just for him to get back with Sakura. You can't just do that.
Yeah. I mean, you're not wrong. So there is that.
So you'd have to get with some other random person like Choji and Karuri type thing.
So
or
I have the solution.
No
we can do that because we just make our Onko rewrite canon. So there you go. I think that fixes it.
Either way. Which you're right. The problem is with the revivals, it just depends because there's things you could say are good about it and things that you could say are bad about it. It's
okay.
Kind of tricky.
BlueStar, what do you think?
The idea of making Hinata Naruto's of interest, as you can probably guess, me and now Sakura fan, it makes me want to cringe, but
yes.
But I could see a scenario where Obito thinks Hinata is Naruto's love interest, and then does kill her, but down the line maybe realizes that Sakura is actually not the woman that Naruto actually loves, and he just realized that just Hinata it was an unacquired love between for like Hinata when it comes to Naruto. And I don't know, you could maybe make a scenario where Sakura's life in danger, and the sort of way of Obito to redeeming like the loss of Rin is somehow saving her even at the expense of his own life or something.
The real problem is, by the war arc, Naruto has no love interest. He has 0 love interest. He just doesn't have one anymore.
Well, depends on if you take what he says to Minato at face value or not.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty certain he was being completely honest there, because it's like, you'd be lying to your dead father.
Well.
And that
he was lying regardless. It was not his girlfriend, but...
He said more or less his girlfriend, so he basically saying that, yeah, Dad, this is the girl I want to have my husband.
Actually, I think he said, oh, you could say that. I think that's what he said. But...
Naruto just being cheeky. But yeah.
Either way.
Yeah, basically that is the girl that Minato compares to Kushina. And I remember back before all that, it was universally agreed by both Nahina, Naosaku fans that whichever girl is said to resemble Kushina the most would likely be the one that ended up with Naruto.
Yeah.
And when
wrong.
Well, yeah, but that's because I think of some internal external things behind Jump.
But it really ended up being it's the one who resembles a Minato is who Naruto will get with.
Yeah, but I remember when that happened, you had literally had Nahina fans losing their marbles over the fact that Sakura and Kushina were compared.
Yeah, I mean the problem is the way it is now. Let's just say that Sakura is Naruto's love interest. The way it is, not changing anything. If Obito targets Sakura, it's not the same as Obito losing Rin. Naruto losing Sakura in the war arc is not the same. Like, Naruto loves Sakura, but I mean, hey, Sasuke loved Sakura all throughout Naruto. He doesn't give a shit if Sakura dies, let's be real. So, he tried to kill her himself. So, Naruto's not going to crash out, and that's not going to be Naruto in the exact same scenario as Obito.
Boris, I don't think you can recreate that scenario. I just think that too much differences between their lives and subtle personality things. You just can't recreate that scenario.
Wow, so that's Kamui saying that when I'm usually the one that says that, but okay. The
no, because there's subtle differences in their character. They have a major difference, giving up thing, and their lives are different enough to where you just wouldn't be able to do it.
But Kamui, the similarities. The point is that they're similar. Obito is just a Naruto.
You're saying it like you're trying to quote me when I've always explained the whole Obito attaching his soul light to Rin thing is not. It's the difference with Naruto and Obito. So you can't recreate the Rin scenario because it's just never felt the same way.
Well, you're
for
quoting
another person. No, I'm not. We just agree on that.
Oh, I'm glad you agree.
Anyway, well, BlueStar.
Yeah.
We haven't even started on the Kaguya
BlueStar, I do want to be mindful of your time. How much more do you have in the tank? Because I think it's 3:30 for you. 3:40, really.
Yeah, 20 minutes to 4 o'clock, so yeah.
So I do want to ask what you wanted to do in regard to the time.
I'll probably stay on for another 20 minutes and then I'll probably head off.
Okay.
Do you want to start some of the Kaguya, Madara final villain stuff, all that jazz?
I feel like that would be better.
Definitely.
I feel like that would be better for more of a long-term stream.
I agree, because it's going to take way longer than 20 minutes, and it'd be weird just to start it and not finish it if we're barely starting it.
Yeah, and we ended up mostly talking about Obito this stream, funny enough.
Yeah.
Well, it might even be better if you try and see if I can get either maybe Greg or maybe even Lucky. Granted, Lucky won't be available to like
that would be
end
good.
Of the let's see that kind of discussion.
Okay.
So
with that being said, in your final 20 minutes, BlueStar, take it away. What would you like to do / discuss / the topic to be?
Okay, fair enough. Topic. All right. Let's see. What would you consider to be the best fight in Naruto Part 1 and in Part 2?
Part 1
best fight
is definitely the final Naruto versus Sasuke fight. In fact, I think that's the best fight in all of Naruto. For Part 2, it's probably going to be Kakashi versus Obito if we're going for the manga. Or sorry, for the anime specifically. For the manga, that might be different because it's not quite as glamorous in the manga, but it's still really good in the manga. At least from what I've seen. I don't know what I would go for if we're going for manga specifically, but Kamui, do you have an answer?
I'm trying to think. If I can find, I did a tier list on Part 1 Naruto fights, I believe, and I wanted to see. I'm pretty sure I had Naruto versus Sasuke number 1, but I wanted to see which I put at number 2. If I can find where I would have had this.
It's like the whole series has been leading up to that. It's like, how could it not be the best fight? And then you look at the final
the issue,
Naruto.
Though, is like for. Do I not have this? I guess I could just look at my live stream on it. But Part 2 is tough, man.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I'm not going to give it to the second Naruto versus Sasuke fight. That's not to say I don't like it. It's just, I had too much of I liked the first one better in my mind. That it definitely biases me against it, which I'll admit. But that's really tough.
I have a cop-out answer. The Shinobi Alliance versus the bad guys. So just the entire war arc.
Entire war.
Yeah. It's one fight. It's a war. It's a cop-out answer. We're not doing that.
Let's see. Fair enough. As far as I could give my favorites if you want.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Let's see. Well, for Part 1, I definitely say probably Rock Lee versus Gaara. That's probably my favorite. Let's see. For that, let's see, part of the series. I think Naruto and Neji was a close second. Let's see. Part 2 would be Naruto versus Pain.
Yep.
With Sakura Sasori as a close second, and then I guess you could say Taka versus Killer Bee as a close third.
Sakura versus Sasori is definitely up there. Taka versus B looks cool. It's got a lot of spectacle. I feel like it's... We don't really care going into that fight in the first place, whereas Sakura versus Sasori, it is something we care about. And it's also very cool. It's very glamorous, very high in spectacle, very high in stakes. Everything there just feels right. So I can definitely see why you would say that as one of your top fights. I definitely agree. That's one of, if not the best fight.
Mm-hmm.
It even has the length. I would say Naruto versus Pain. It isn't animated the best. Not that it's animated poorly by any means or anything, but like it's got the choreography, the blocking, all of the ideas there are solid.
I'd definitely say the manga is my favorite version of that.
Okay,
fight.
that's fair. That is fair. Because that if we're doing that, then I would say maybe Sasuke versus Deidara, because I feel like it has even more strategy, even if it's not quite as long. Or at least it's more condensed, more packed in a way to make it more like quality over quantity.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, both of those are high up there for me, but
yeah,
it's really tricky because there's so many extra. I mean, part 2's so long that we just have to factor in more fights.
I'll also add the difference between Sasuke versus Deidara versus compared to like Naruto versus Pain. Naruto versus Pain, it's a fight that we care for. It's the fight that's been built up for so long. Sasuke versus Deidara just happens out of nowhere, and it just there's no dynamic between those two characters like at all.
Yeah,
it's the fight that we didn't need, but like we're so glad. Like it had no business being so good, but it was.
I think Kishimoto did that fight is because he wanted to show off Sasuke before he fights Itachi, and Deidara was basically the only Katsuki member that was there.
Yeah.
Let's see to be used. But granted, I do feel like I do feel like Deidara had more to do with like Naruto and Kakashi, to be honest, though. The only thing I could think of is maybe, I guess, Deidara created some clay clones that went around fighting the other 8-man squads, and that might be how he knows about Sai, I guess, because...
You know what? You're inspiring me to write a rewrite what-if type thing. What if Deidara and Kabuto swapped places in Itachi Pursuit Mission?
Okay.
So Kabuto runs into Sasuke, and Deidara into Kakashi and Naruto.
Okay. By the way, I think I have like the most objective answer to your question, the best fight in Shippuden, in the anime specifically. So I'm not going to argue this fight is the best in any specific category, but I feel like it's the most consistent fight in all of the categories. It's the jack of all trades in terms of fights, to where if you were to like measure it on a rubric, I feel like this would win just based on like the numbers game alone. I feel like it's going to be Kakashi.
The animation, the feels, the flashbacks, the choreography,
everything,
the music, the colors,
music, everything. Yes. So, Kamui, do you want to guess what it is?
I thought you were still talking about Kakashi versus Obito.
Oh, no, I'm not. So, what I was talking about is going to be, as funny enough as this is, Kakashi versus Hidan and Kakuzu, specifically in the anime.
Oh, yeah.
Everything is there, but it's an 8 or 9 out of 10 in every category, but a 10 out of 10 in none of them.
Okay, fair enough.
I do feel like, even though it's a sleeper pick, it would be arguably the highest pick if we were to do this objectively.
You might go with Hidan versus Asuma Shikamaru could go really high because it's got the cool rope choreo. That's back when Hidan's got his rope.
That's fair. Okay, if we're counting anime openings as the fight, then yes, because it has that really, really cool spinning shot in the anime openings.
I know, yeah.
I will admit, the Hidden Kakuzu arc in the anime probably benefits a lot from the added filler scenes they did, as well as the filler arc they had built up before, where you learned more about the 12 Ninja Guardians.
Yeah. I agree.
Arguably, to me, the 12 Ninja Guardian filler arc is probably the best filler that Studio Period ever did.
Interesting.
Which might be a bit of a bold statement, I'm not sure.
Do you, if you remember the power arc...
at some point.
Oh yeah, that could be fun.
I watched the Power Arc. From my understanding, it was supposed to be a movie, but
Yes.
I think it ended up being just reduced as episodes at the time.
Yep. Yeah. That might be the best filler arc. I still really love shouting out the Three Tails capture mission arc. That was just so good, it could have been canon.
I'd definitely say the filler arcs before the Pain arc would probably, like the Three Tails, the 12 Ninja Guardians, and the Six Tails. I feel like they were the best filler arcs, mostly because I feel like they tried to tie into some of the stuff that was going on in the manga at the time.
The Six Tails was good.
I actually like some of the part 1 Naruto filler arcs. Like, the Land of Tea, the freaking Garo one at the end, the freaking Amnesia one. I liked them all. The one where they go to the sound, I just liked all of them.
To be fair, though, I feel like a lot of those end of part 1 Naruto filler arcs, a lot of them were just Naruto going on missions. Like, they are just the definition of filler, in a way. Some of them, they are going after Sasuke. I wouldn't count that in the same category. But, like, not even, like, individual one-off episodes, like making Shino laugh, but, like, the Ghost arc or the Star Village, those are kind of just standalone stories or, like, movies, quote-unquote, in a way, if you want to count it like that.
Okay, but then I would just say the same. Other than Pain capturing Utakata at the end of the arc, so is the Six Tails arc. He's just going on a mission.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Same with like all of them. I mean,
it is up there though because it's a simplistic story, but I would consider it still like part of the canon in that regard because it's still the point of Shippuden in a way is captured in the Turkey.
It's also sort of delving into like the relationship between masters and students with like Ukata with like I think that female ninja from that clan that's got a weapon inside her, and then Utakatake with his own master and all that. So
but the Three Tails. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, go on.
I was gonna say, but the Three Tails arc, it has all of that and more. It's tying in Orochimaru and his other vessel. It's tying in Yukimaru with the home theme. It's tying in so many different things and how that applies to the characters, both in canon and in this filler arc, and how it progresses the story in a way that the manga doesn't do. It's filling in what the manga not necessarily should have, but left open for the anime to do, and it did so in a perfect way. This is the kind of stuff that I wish that the Boruto anime covered. Not filler, but like anime canon, if you consider it that.
Yeah, interesting. I believe the Three Tails filler arc is still the longest filler arc as an individual arc compared to like all the other ones, even in Boruto, I think.
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't think it's like 20 episodes.
I believe the Three Tails was like 22 episodes.
22? I don't remember it being that long. That's insane if it is.
But I think it is pretty long.
But like, I still feel like...
Yeah.
I feel like because the whole like idea of that arc was Yukimaru, like the home theme with Guren. By the way, shout out the songs in that arc as well, because it's some of the best Naruto music ever. But I feel like it applies beyond just that arc, not just to the Naruto story, but I feel like the growth the characters, especially Naruto, experienced in that arc is, in a way, canon. Not that it's necessary, but it does help transition Naruto from before that arc to the next arc in terms of manga canon.
I suppose one good thing is you do have a brief Naruto and Jiraiya stuff at the beginning of that arc.
That as well.
Jiraiya's gonna die.
Yeah, it builds in a lot of lore with Jiraiya and Asuma with the Toads. There's a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Definitely good.
Also, you get to see a little bit of what most of the K11 minus, I guess, Neji and Shikamaru in that arc to get the chance to shine.
Yeah, that is part of what drags it out to 22 episodes if it is that long. Wasn't really necessary, but at least it's
the
still
slimy
there.
dude and his gang, like, versus everyone.
Yeah. At least he's iconic, though. We love him, Goblin.
Yeah, we love how ugly he is.
He reminds me of like is it Picasso maybe? The Scream painting guy.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. CB in chat says the Kaguya filler arc. CB, that arc is so good, I would argue it's canon. Just straight up is. Even more so than the Three Tails arc. The Three Tails was captured in canon. So, it's like, I feel like you can't even have
trying to decide
Kaguya
on the
story without
best
it.
ship it and fight thing.
Okay.
So many good ones.
Well, if you want to know why I like the sort of Killer Bee and Sasuke fight, I feel like mostly because I got to see Taka and Ritzy Sasuke actually work together as a team. I also like Killer Bee's like my favorite character introduced in part 2. And I like the fact that for once it seems like Sasuke is a bit over his head, because it's like throughout like a couple of last posts, couple of arcs, Sasuke's probably got the sort of superiority bit where he probably can beat anyone, including his brother, but then you've got like this one dude and it's like, oh, he can actually counter him quite a bit. Is he his lightning style? Yeah, with lightning. Genjutsu, turns out Killer Bee's immune. So it's like all that sort of stuff, and it's only when Sasuke starts thinking about protecting his like teammates does he actually start getting an advantage over Killer Bee or something.
That is a cool moment.
It's sort of like
yeah, it's the first time he uses Amaterasu.
Yeah.
I also just love Suigetsu's a water blob. Jutsu.
I know,
so cool.
Suigetsu's so underrated. Kamui, we can't get onto a Suigetsu rant again.
Tussling. That's kind of like when Gamabunta's tussling with Shukaku. Like, he's losing, but like he's tussling with him. Like, he's literally just Gamabunta level.
Exactly.
I mean, I do feel like some people forget that when, Kizume talked about Suigetsu, it was like he was regarded as the second coming of Zabuza. And it's like, so cool. That implied that at the very least he's as strong as Zabuza in some regards.
I mean, he's the second coming. Doesn't mean he's come there yet. So Zabuza's actually stronger than we realize. He can tussle with the tail beast too.
Okay, well, it's getting like there's potential that he could be that strong.
Well, to be fair, Kamui, going with the present tense argument we used last time, they're not saying he will be the second to come. They're saying he's the second coming. Right now.
So, I guess he's currently Zabuza level. So, Zabuza is able to tussle with the Eight Tails.
I love this guy.
Kakashi was that dude in part 1.
Maybe, but yeah. But yeah, I suppose another thing you could say to Getsu's hype is that Sasuke's like, you can't beat Kizume yet, and Kizume's going like, yet? And it's like implying that Suigetsu could eventually one day take on Kizume. But,
well, that could also just be Kizume upscale right there.
Honestly,
I mean, to be fair, Kizume was one of the few people that could actually fight Killer Bee in a 1-on-1 fight. But yeah.
I hate to say it. Kamui, you're going to think this is blasphemous. I feel like I was more so anticipating or excited for Suigetsu versus Kisame than I was for Guy versus Kisame.
I definitely understand that.
Okay.
You know, like, at the end of the day, they should have given us both somehow. The problem, but you can't just, unless Kisame wins both, you can't just have I don't know, it's just like, Kisame needs to lose the both or beat both, but you can't have him lose the both, and you can't have him beat both. So.
I think the thing you could have done is before maybe starting the Itachi versus Sasuke fight, is he actually kind of shown a bit of Suigetsu and Kisame fighting, and maybe at the same time maybe show a little bit of the 8-man squad versus Toby a bit more. But
I mean, have like Suigetsu in his water blob fighting Kisame in his shark mode, or Kisame using like his big water jutsu, like his water tiger bullet thing. Okay. Like, and he beats Suigetsu that way, and then Guy beats that or something. Like, you could do something there.
I mean, the problem with that is we're about to see Sasuke versus Itachi. We don't want to see Suigetsu versus Kisame at that moment, despite how badly we want it. The whole point, on the other end of that, the whole point of that entire long Sasuke Shippuden arc, rounding up the 3 Team Taka members, Karin, Jugo's we get to, for what? How many chapters is it? Probably 50? It feels like it.
It's the second longest arc of Naruto.
Yeah, the whole point, and the longest is the war arc, which doesn't count. So it's the longest arc of Naruto. So the whole point of doing that in the first place isn't for something we care about. It's not to help kill Itachi. It's so no one else gets in the way of Sasuke versus Itachi. And then we don't see them stopping other people from getting in the way. We don't care about that because we don't even see in the first place. This isn't like Naruto's goal to be Hokage being relevant in every arc where he's constantly making indirect progress towards that goal. The whole time we're watching Sasuke Shippuden, it's working towards this goal that we never get to see, and we don't even really care for in the first place.
Well, it's also funny, though, because it's almost like things were backwards, because Sasuke got Team Taka so that nobody gets in the way of him fighting Itachi. And then Kisame was going to let Sasuke fight Itachi. Yeah. Ironically, it's Itachi who sent Kisame so nobody could get in the way of Sasuke versus Itachi. You know, like, doesn't make because sense. Team Taka was trying to interfere, not Kisame.
It's such a waste of time. Just so Sasuke can have a couple moments to where Team Taka reflects Team 7. It's not worth
to some extent,
50 chapters.
Yeah, to some extent, he could have just run into Deidara. I guess the only other thing they did was, like, reverse summon him back, and then Karin helped sense, like, Danzo. But, like, for the most part, it's just like, yeah, you could have just had Sasuke, reverse summon, then have one of the other snakes send him back home, and then find Danzo a different way without Karin or something. Like, just you didn't need to do that.
Outside of Karin, Suigetsu and Jugo have absolutely no reason in the story to be at the 5 Kage Summit. They fulfill no purpose at all.
They're just there.
Yeah. Like, Karin, at least for the story, they give her something to do. Even if it's nothing, she can comment on things, or her existence is relevant. Yeah, exactly. What are you going to say? Oh, Suigetsu had the sword, which did nothing. Oh, Jugo got hit by the Raikage, and then drunk a soldier. That's not doing stuff, though. Who cares? This is things.
Suigetsu and Jugo did briefly save Sasuke when the Raikage and Dai were about to attack him.
I guess, yeah. I'll give you that. But at the same time, as if that's something that they couldn't just... the most easiest thing to write around in the world. I would say if you're going to give them something... Well, if there is something they did do that I could point to, it would be their reaction to Sasuke leaving them behind.
Yeah. Which they didn't really overly emphasize anyway. It was just Suigetsu going, that asshole left us behind. And Jugo didn't care.
Yeah, in a way you could argue it's foreshadowing for what he's going to do to Karin, but I feel like it wasn't worth the 50 chapters it took to introduce them. So.
Yeah, whereas, like, hypothetically, so I know that, like, if the Sound 4 had lived, putting the Sound 4 and making the Team 7 comparison becomes a little bit weird because, okay, is Sasuke really going to care that much about these assholes? Well, if they change, then sure, but if they don't, then no. But it's just ignoring that for a moment. You don't need to reintroduce the Sound 4. Like, if they were the team, you already know them. You just skip to that. You just skip to the start of things. Don't need to waste time. Granted, I'm curious how many chapters at least. Because I know that some of the Suigetsu, Karin, Jugo stuff is filler. So, in the manga at least, how long do they spend on this?
I feel like the biggest place they could have paid this off would be the fated battle between brothers arc, because that's the arc where the things that are happening are the most anticipated things to happening. It's nothing's happening, but we cannot wait for it to happen. And it's the dramatic irony for the viewer that we know what's happening, but the characters in universe don't, even though they're right next to something that's about to happen. It's like Hitchcock's bomb underneath the table. Like, you got you got Sakura and Karin walking past one another, not knowing who one another are, and I'm exploding out of my seat in excitement. Cannot wait for something to happen there. But inevitably, nothing does happen. Even though I'm excited, that moment's really good, but doesn't do anything.
You know, honestly, I feel like if one way you could justify Taka is having them have individual battles against sort of members of like Team 7 or Team Yamato there.
Exactly. That's what I was getting at.
Team Yamato and Taka actually contrast each other quite well, because Naruto and Sasuke, obvious sort of parallels. Sakura, Karin, the female medic sense of whatever, and they're also the support of like the male leads, if you will. Let's see, Jugo and Yamato are actually quite similar, where they're both experiments on Orochimaru, but let's see, Jugo has an uncontrollable monster thing, but Yamato has a power to contain monsters, if you will, the wood style, so you could have done that. And then with Sugetsu and Sai... Yes, Sugetsu and Sai, or Sugetsu and Kakashi, you got like the Sabazar connection with Kakashi. But with Sai, you could also argue that they're both from villager, or at least Sai's from an organization within the village that kills their emotion. He's like, kill your brother kind of thing. And Sugetsu comes from like the blood mist, if you will. So then you've got like the water versus ink kind of thing. So that could have worked. Or Sugetsu versus Kakashi if you wanted to do that.
I think what you're describing is perfect. It gave me my own idea playing off of that. So, like I was saying, like, Sakura walking by Karin is just one example of many, many of that arc, to where that's an awesome scene on its own. It doesn't need to do anything in that scene, because it's leading us to expect something later on. So, it, in and of itself, is good when you watch it, expecting something later on. But, like, it's not like it's ruined retroactively because nothing happens, but, like, how I would fix this arc, it's the most simple thing. It is, to be fair, big, maybe controversial changes, but very first thing, it's an easy fix. It's not even necessarily needed, but instead of Team Taka reverse summoning Sasuke or whatever, just have Obito save Sasuke, and Sasuke doesn't know what happened or how he got out of it. And it's basically the same thing that he does to save him from the particle style against Onoki. The second thing you do is you have this be revealed, or at least to Kisame it's revealed or something. So instead of Team Taka fighting Kisame so that Sasuke can go fight Itachi, Kisame is going to stop Sasuke in the same way that Deidara was, but here you get Obito coming out of the woodworks and stopping Kisame from doing that. And because of the Kisame-Obito relationship, we would learn later on what that means, but maybe Sasuke would see that, which especially plays into Sasuke questioning Itachi, who was your accomplice? Who helped you kill the Uchiha? So that definitely plays off there, as maybe Sasuke sees that and has like a ... thinking face, but like he ultimately ignores it because he's about to go kill Itachi. Likewise, because Obito's doing that with Kisame, you don't have him stopping Team 7. Maybe you don't have Hinata and Kiba and Shino there and the rest or whatever. You could just have Team 7, and instead of Team Taka fighting Kisame, you have Team Taka being the ones to stop Team 7 from getting to Sasuke. There you go. Easiest changes in the world.
Instead of goofy Obito.
Fix the arc. Yeah. Fix the arc. There you go.
But then, is Obito going to show up at the end for them to see the Sharingan?
Yeah, you can have it be that after the Sasuke versus Itachi fight, he's like, alright guys, you did your job, good job, you did it, Sasuke's done, he killed Itachi. It's like the same thing they do anyways, in a way.
Well, basically you have Toby come and rescue Team Taka after their fights.
I don't know about rescue, because they could just be handedly taking care of Team 7, or at least stalling them in the same way Obito was. But then Zetsu like comes around and he's like, Sasuke won, and Obito's like, that's crazy, kidding! Oh, it was exactly as I planned. Like, you can just have it be the same thing. It's just Obito shows up and it's like, guess what, guys? Sasuke did it! Kidding! I knew he would do it. Let's go, Team Taka.
I think what they could do with this, I want to come back to something after, but I obviously, who doesn't love Obito being stupid and doing funny things? I think what you could do, though, is find a way to blend things so that just have the right number of people. Just bring the right number of people for this, because technically speaking, Yamato, Kakashi, Sakura, Sai, and Naruto, that's 5 people already. So you could just do a thing to where, like, Jugo fights Naruto, Sasuke, Karin, Sai, Suigetsu, let's say, and Kakashi and Yamato could be ganging up on Obito being an idiot. Just as an example. But, like, the point is, you have Obito fight some people while Taka fights some of the other people. Instead of Obito fighting everyone, you could do that.
Arguably, you could have, like, the sort of Taka matchups with Team 7, while maybe, I guess, Kakashi and Team 8 versus Obito. Toby thing.
Yeah.
I feel like
there's a lot of things you could do there.
I'm fine with Team 8 or Yamato or Sai or whoever being there, but I feel like all you need is Team 7. So you just have Naruto maybe versus Suigetsu, Sakura versus Karin.
It's like,
again, like I said, just have Yamato and Kakashi versus Obito then. The 2 Jonin take on the Akatsuki member while the others fight the Taka people.
I feel like I don't need Obito to be there. I feel like you just want to do the whack-a-mole jutsu, but you have to do that somewhere else. I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. I want Obito to do all the funny things.
Yeah, I'm fine. You could just move that somewhere else. I don't really care where. You could have that be in the Datara fight with Sasuke.
Well, it could be that you have Team 8 encountering, I guess, Toby something before, like, the climax, and he takes them out and stuff, and they can no longer continue on the mission or something. I guess, just so that they have something to do. I could be.
I mean, either way, are you having both Yamato and Kakashi there? Because, like, again, they just have too many numbers. Karin, Suigetsu, and Jugo aren't stalling Naruto, Sakura, Sai, Kakashi, and Yamato.
Well, exactly. So
the Team 7 team is too strong.
So I don't think you need all those people. I especially don't think you need Yamato. I don't really think you need to.
And isn't there is my question.
I mean, all you really need is Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi.
I feel like they're just gonna win then. Sakura's destroying Karin before the fight begins. Naruto is been painted as being Akatsuki level, and same with Kakashi. I don't know. I just think they'll just win.
Well, how about this? Let's see. You have Karin have her Uzumaki chains much sooner, at least maybe not as strong as, or even a weaker version at the very least, to give us some sort of a chance against Sakura.
Yeah, I agree.
You have Yamato versus Jugo for the wood style versus the chakra monster thing. Suigetsu versus Sai. And Naruto and Kakashi team up against Toby.
Because I feel like it's not hard, since you're rewriting this anyways. I mean, even outside of the rewrite, Team Taka is meant to reflect Team 7. They should be equal strength. So we're just going to write it to where they are.
I agree.
They're just relative. So not a problem.
Regardless, though, I do want to come to this real quick before I finally forget. So, okay. On one hand, I absolutely love Obito saving Sasuke from Deidara, and it's like Sasuke's like, I don't even know what happened. I just
and that
survived.
Gets rid of everyone's complaint about that.
Yes. However, there is a glaring problem with that.
Yeah.
As much as I prefer it, the problem is the point of the Sasuke versus Deidara fight is to show the reader Sasuke can handle Akatsuki level opponents.
I agree.
Just like Naruto beating Kakuzu. He beat Deidara. So we're going into the Itachi fight knowing that Itachi's stronger. It's like, okay, Sasuke's got a chance. If Sasuke can't even beat Deidara without being bailed out, can he beat Itachi? Now the counter argument that is like, well, Deidara blew himself up. Sasuke beat Deidara, then Deidara was going to just blow them both up, and so Obito saved him. And you can say that, but you can also just argue, okay, but Itachi's stronger than Deidara. So it's tricky there, but I think personally, I'd be okay with it, because I would just use that counter argument. Well, Deidara's going to blow himself up. Just write it to where Deidara's suicide bomb just would beat 99% of the verse anyway. And it's like, maybe Itachi's Yada Mirror could work. Obito, obviously, a couple couple of niche cases, but pretty much everyone dies. Just make that so clear. It's one of the strongest jutsu ever. And so that it's like, all right, Sasuke can beat Deidara minus this, and so he's got a chance. You just write it that way, and I'm fine with it.
Maybe
But it could be possible
go ahead.
that you don't reveal that it's Toby straight away until like maybe Sasuke confronts Itachi and he thinks something like that. Maybe.
Yeah, the question is, so what do you? So yeah, you don't have to reveal it's Toby right away. Wait a while,
Mhm.
but the question is, are you going to write it to where Sasuke says, "I don't know how I survived," or is it going to be a thing to where Sasuke does something and thinks it works? So let's
that's
just say
what I was
Sasuke does
thinking.
the hand signs and he thinks he reverse summoned when it was really Obito.
Mhm.
Like, what are we doing there?
So what I was thinking is, I don't necessarily know or care what jutsu it's going to be. Maybe it's Chidori's Stream, which counters the bomb of the Earth style, or what if you wanted to be. Maybe Sasuke does that, and he's like, oh, it's not going to be enough. I need more power. Then he like does a hand sign for more power, and Obito saves him, and then Sasuke looks around like, I thought that wasn't going to work. Why did it? ...
Well, what I was going to say, what I was thinking was, if he was going to do like the reverse summon thing, just as the example, because it's similar enough, he's doing the hand signs and he's thinking, I won't make it in time. And then, you know, he escapes and he's like, I didn't think I would have made it in time. Like, I didn't think I had enough time, ... Like he's like, I made it in time? Question mark. Like, he's a little bit confused.
That one's a little bit more contrived. So the reader's like, because if Sasuke's not doing it in time, it would be weird for him to be confused because he doesn't think he did, but he thinks he did. So I like him actually doing something, not thinking it's going to work, but then it apparently did work.
But it needs to be something believable, because nobody's going to believe Chidori's stream's going to stop the C0 explosion.
I mean, you get the idea,
it needs to be believable enough.
Yeah, I agree. There could just be some super secret ultra new
gates would be funny, but
a cool thing could be maybe it foreshadows Kirin. He's going to defend himself with Kirin somehow, like a Kirin Susanoo. I think that's the best way to do it.
But he'd also be hitting himself with Kirin if that's the case, because he's right next to Dana.
It surrounds him. It doesn't hit him. There you go.
Then it surrounds Dana. They're right next to each other.
I think it's fine. I think it works. But either way.
I think the Rashomon gates is the funny one. He doesn't know if all 3 gates will be enough.
So stupid. I think Kirin can work, though, because let's just say he is hitting himself, but... Or maybe he's, like, trying to hit Deidara or whatever, but, like... He wakes up after being unconscious. He thinks that he fell unconscious because Kirin hit him or something, and that knocked him unconscious, but really it was just Obito.
Yeah. You could argue that he thinks, like, okay, Kirin's probably the most strongest lightning attack. Maybe that would be enough to stop this.
His strongest explosion. Yeah.
So are we going to rewrite it to where he shot Fire Style in the sky earlier or something? Because
that's not a problem.
It's a sunny, cloudy day, so you have to use his own chakra, of which he doesn't have much of. So
yeah, that's not a problem, since Deidara is in the sky and Sasuke's on the ground most of the fight anyways.
So how are we going to do this in a way where we're not just blatantly showing Kirin?
You could just have, like, some thunder in the clouds. It's maybe a brief silhouette or something, or it looks like something's forming in the clouds just as it's, like, being about to strike. And then you just have, like, the explosion white thing, and then you just do the sort of Toby sort of thing stuff afterwards, I guess. If that makes sense. Or...
I mean, maybe you wouldn't like this Kamui, but like maybe it doesn't even need to be with the clouds. Maybe it could just be whatever he was going to do against Team 7, to where, I don't know, it comes out of the ground around it, or it's just around him. It is like Chidori Stream, but it's Kirin Chidori Stream. Oh.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because he's using his own chakra at that point.
I mean, you could have if you're going to use Kirin, though, it could be a thing to where he's like, this may end up killing me anyway, but it's worth a shot. So it's like he's basically saying, I don't know if I'm going to kill myself with his own jutsu, but it's the only thing that might defuse his bomb. And then the question is why it doesn't defuse it then.
Well, it would just be the bomb.
Is it because Obito
so
teleports
OP.
him out of the way before he can hit himself in the first place? Is it because he's too late? What's the context there?
Sasuke
would it
thinks
have
it's going to
worked?
work.
Would it have not worked anyway?
I don't think it would have worked. It would just been, it would have mostly worked, but Deidara's bomb would have been just too strong. It would have been like in the war arc to where Shikamaru and Ino are making everyone do the Earth style jutsu to stop the Ten Tails' Biju bomb, which it worked, but it didn't work. They needed Minato.
Okay.
I would see it like that.
So we're going to write it so that it is in time. It just isn't strong enough.
Yes.
Is it going to hit Sasuke, or is Obito going to teleport him out of the way first?
I think it's fine if it hits Sasuke.
But then, how do we make it so that we don't see Kirin?
So, again, I don't think you need the clouds. I think it can just be whatever he was going to do against Team 7. So, in this case, it's just in Sasuke's hand.
That's not what I mean. What I mean is... So there's ways you can do it, but I mean, it's, the audience doesn't get to see Kirin is the point. We're not revealing Kirin. So
I would just have it be to where it's
just
not
write
a
it
wide
to where
shot.
The cloud takes a lightning day. I don't care.
CB has said Kirin defuses the bomb using Kirin, but Obito saved Sasuke from the recoil of Kirin hitting him or something. I don't know. How do you feel about that?
I like it towards kind of just like an avatar.
To either be a thing to where Kirin hits, so the audience just doesn't get to see it. You show the thunder in the sky, but then the lights flash. We don't get to see the jutsu, basically. The point is, you would either have to do it to where Kirin hits Sasuke, it doesn't defuse the bomb, and so Sasuke's hurt by it, obviously, and then Obito teleports him, or Obito teleports him before Kirin even hits, because regardless, Kirin would have killed him too, so Obito wouldn't risk that. I think you have to write it one of those two ways.
I would have it to be where Kirin is enough. I wouldn't have it be in the clouds. I would have there be no clouds, probably. I would just have it to be where it's in his hand, but it's massive to where it's just like a Susanoo avatar around his entire body. He's going to use it as defense rather than offense.
So that's just not Kirin.
It's how he's going to use it here. I'm fine with it.
Okay, but if you're doing it that way, he's just going to get hit by the explosion before you can show it doesn't work.
What do you mean?
Because if you use actual Kirin, what I was thinking is Kirin can essentially off-screen, if you don't get to see it till later on, it can hit Deidara, but the explosion was so strong that it just kept exploding, and which is why Obito would then have to jump in and save Sasuke. Whereas if Sasuke's just wearing lightning armor like A, you're not going to show it didn't work until it hits Sasuke, at which point it's hit Sasuke, and how is Obito even saving him? It's already hit. Now, I know technically in the anime, at least, it shows Sasuke getting hit and it makes no sense, but that makes no sense anyway.
Well, how I would do it
still make no sense.
Is Sasuke just has the massive Kirin armor around him. Deidara explodes. The explosion hits Kirin. The screen flashes white, and then you do the massive wide shot to where Sakura sees it in the distance.
What is this Kirin armor? The giraffe's head?
Yeah, but if it's a close-up on Sasuke, then you don't actually get to see the design of it. And you can say that's not Kirin, but Sasuke wasn't using clouds.
It's just the lightning cloak.
So, yeah, but that's fine because he wasn't using clouds when he was going to use it against Team 7 at the end of the Tenchi Bridge arc. He was just using his own chakra. Which, if that keeps the narrative of this Sasuke versus Deidara fight, Deidara underestimated Sasuke. He thought he was out of chakra. Guess what? He wasn't. He had enough chakra to survive, to get out of the situation. So it keeps that.
Well, he didn't, in this case.
Sasuke thinks he does.
Well, one thing you could do is perhaps maybe have Sasuke's lightning armor thing and survive the impact, but he's blown away and it looks like he's about to hit something, but gets saved before that happens.
Yeah, I would just have it be after we... So again, Deidara does the explosion hits Kirin, the screen flashes to white, we cut to Sakura seeing it, and then after Sakura sees it, we cut back to the battlefield to where It's just Sasuke lying on the ground unconscious, and he wakes up. That's, I think, the best way to do that. How I would do that.
I don't think it should be the. It shouldn't be at the battlefield though, because
where would it
then
be?
it just looks like he just straight up tanked it. I don't know.
Well, yeah, for the audience, we're going to think that along with Sasuke at the time.
I feel like you should maybe have him get blown back, though. I don't know, so he's not there.
I mean, you could.
Anyway,
I don't know.
Ways. But either way.
Anyway, I probably have to head off now. I've probably stayed much longer than I intended. But
yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. Thank you both for having me, and it's probably nice to have a full-on, perhaps consistent stream compared to what happened last time.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Well, thank you very much, BlueStar, for coming on, and for, again, being the MVP last time. I still really very much so appreciate that, so thank you for that, and for tonight.
No problem.
Yeah, glad I got to talk to you.
Bye for now. I'll chat to you, I guess, next time, whenever that is.
Yeah, well, hopefully, fingers crossed. Not guaranteed, but fingers crossed we get to get, like, Lucky and all them on, and Greg, so we can talk about the Kaguya thing, because I would be interested in their take as well, when we do discuss that.
Yeah.
But
I do believe Lucky will be available more towards the end of July.
Okay,
Greg,
cool.
I'll probably have to message him and check when he's available.
Yeah, no problem. All right, well, definitely get some sleep because it's late where you are. But
oh yeah, I definitely need at least a bunch of sleep now. So yeah, good night now.
All right, have a good night.
See ya.
Good night.
Okay, I feel like there was something we were talking about before. Oh, right, yeah, okay. So how I would do this whole arc is, personally, I don't need Obito to be stalling Team 7. You can just have him doing whack-a-mole in the Deidara fight with Sasuke. At some point in the middle of the fight, maybe the midpoint is to where Sasuke kills Toby instead of near the beginning. I'd still be fine with that. And the audience also in this case is going to think that Sasuke killed Toby. He's just going to stay on the ground until Deidara does the C0.
Instead of,
and you're going to see him there the whole time.
Instead of thinking that Deidara killed Toby, we'll think Sasuke did it.
So what I would do, you could either way. But I think what I would do is, you know how Sasuke like speed blitz and like stabs Obito in half at the beginning, but not really. I would just have that, but later on instead of at the very beginning, to where Sasuke thinks he kills Obito that way. And you're gonna see Obito on the ground during the Deidara fight. He's just gonna stay still. He's not gonna be like focused on or anything, but he's just gonna be like in the background constantly. So at the very least, you're subconsciously, subliminally reminded that he's there. So it is more reasonable at the end of the fight when Obito does save him. But again, the audience doesn't know that until later. Maybe they figure it out when he talks to Kisame. I don't know exactly what he would say to Kisame, or what the audience would hear, or what Sasuke would hear. Sasuke probably wouldn't hear any of it. But I do want it to be to where, for the audience, we get the exact same impression as Sasuke, to where the audience thinks Sasuke kills Toby. And the next time we see Toby doing anything is when he's confronting Kisame, when Sasuke confronts him. And so that whole time we think that Toby said that Sasuke killed him, but then at the same time as Sasuke realizes, the audience realizes, oh, this guy's slippery. He didn't even actually die. In fact, he survived C0. How did he do that? Did he maybe save Sasuke? What happened there? And then you definitely, by the end of the Itachi fight, when Obito's revealing the truth about Itachi after the fight, you could just implement everything there. So Sasuke learns, oh, you saved me back then. Or maybe Obito tells Sasuke, or something. I don't know. But you could have it be... Oh, yeah?
I just really like Deidara's sorry Toby, like he's gonna kill him, and then Setsu's like,
that's fine. Like you can keep that.
He killed Toby, like, and like it's like Deidara's doing it. I kind of like that.
I mean, I'm not gonna die on that hill. I think it's goofy. I mean, I think it's fine. I think it's probably better. It doesn't really matter. But personally, I think I prefer it. But I don't really care either way. But I think I would prefer it if Sasuke does the final blow on Toby. And I think that matters more because when Sasuke sees Toby alive confronting Kisame, that means a lot to Sasuke.
From that rewrite perspective, I agree. I just like the way they did it.
But also, another reversal flip-flop I would do, instead of Obito stalling Team 7 and Zetsu are recording the fight, why would he even do that to show Toby later? Or Obito? Just have Obito watch the fight and the original white Zetsu, or maybe the black and white Zetsu together, also go to stall Team
Stalling.
7.
Yeah.
So in this case, whenever the fight's done, Obito would take Sasuke away and then go to inform Team Taka and Zetsu. The fight's done. Sasuke won. I already took him away. Let's go to Sasuke. And he just teleports them away.
Yeah, that does kind of make sense. I do admit, because plus, I'm not gonna lie. In some ways, that is just better. Like, you could even have like him start off being goofy or whatever. Like, technically speaking, you could even
Yeah.
Okay, real quick. I actually really like the idea of Toby just doing freaking whack-a-mole jutsu on Sasuke, and Sasuke is so just like bewildered at the fact that this guy's doing this, and he's getting like annoyed, and then after a while, like he can't hit him at first, and Toby's just like trolling, and then eventually Sasuke gets really serious, and that's when he like quote unquote slices him in half, only for it to not actually work. But like, I actually really like the idea that at first Toby's just being a troll.
Okay.
The Sasuke.
Okay. I have
That would be
a
really funny.
crazy, absurd idea that I'm genuinely meaning when I say this. How I might do this with this rewrite in mind. So, you're going to go to the very end of the Sasuke versus Itachi fight. Sasuke's trembling as he stumbles backwards against that wall. He can't go any further. Itachi is like limping towards Sasuke on his deathbed, but he's going, and you still think he's evil at the time, and he's reaching his hand out, and he puts his hand up to Sasuke's eye. And then you cut to Team 7, and Goofy Toby shows up, and he looks at Naruto, and he says, Naruto, Itachi just killed Sasuke. Or maybe you don't say that, you say Itachi won, or Itachi stole Sasuke's eyes. So you're not gonna see the actual conclusion of the Sasuke versus Itachi fight. And I don't think you see that until after Obito reveals the truth. And then you get to see what Itachi said to Sasuke. So in this case, you're not gonna see the Itachi mouthing the words that the audience doesn't see. You just remove that entirely. You only see that scene once when Itachi actually says it, when Sasuke thinks back to it, when he's unlocking his Mangekyo at the end of the episode of the Obito Itachi reveal.
It's tricky because both are good. So
I really like mine. That's really cool. Especially because that's how you get to the kidding. Sasuke won. It's like, because especially for the audience, now it's cool. Because if Toby's saying, oh my god, Itachi just killed Sasuke, the audience is gonna think that. So, especially with Naruto's reaction.
What I was gonna say is, regardless of the mouthing thing, something you could do if you don't want to go that far with it, because I do think that's a good idea too, but I also like the original. Something in between you could do is, he shows up, he's doing his Kid Toby voice, when he says like you won't believe it, that's Mr. Zetsu. Itachi killed Sasuke and he stole his eyes. And then Naruto's like, what? So then for a little while they don't cut back. Toby is joining in on the goofiness. He's kind of trolling just for a brief. You're not going to do like 5 chapters of this. It's just like maybe even half.
I'm down. Yeah, it's in fact, I like this.
And then eventually later on, like he says, like kidding. Itachi is dead. And then you get the flashback of like, Itachi could still do the mouth thing or whatever, but you could do like something like that in between if you wanted.
I like that. So, okay, if Obito's going to psychotically troll, I feel like he should do that in response to Naruto's reaction, which I feel like is going to go with the Nine Tails form, and Yamato's not going to be able to stop it. So he's going to be doing like the whack-a-mole, like it's like the Four Tails or something. Like, well, how far do you want Naruto to progress?
This could be for that Four Tails progression rewrite thing, where he does the 5 or 6 tails.
True! I like that.
And I also want to add that, honestly, so something that a lot of, at least me and you seem to agree, kind of don't like is that Zetsu never really gets to fight. It's a great chance for Zetsu to fight in a good setting for Zetsu that both shows off his trolliness and his strength, because you got both black and white Zetsu there. Their points to stall. White Zetsu is White Zetsu. He's goofy. He can make a bunch of clones that help with stalling. He can have the clones being trolly and annoying to Naruto to piss him off. You've also got Black Zetsu using Wood Style to counteract Yamato using Wood Style. And it would make Zetsu look strong because it's like, we've seen Kakashi tussle with like Kakuzu. Like, he's a little bit weaker, but he's almost Akatsuki level. Naruto is there as well. He's technically beat Kakuzu in a way. So like, we have these two pretty much Akatsuki level guys, plus Sakura, Sai, and Yamato, and maybe even the rest of the Itachi Pursuit squad, and you just have Zetsu fighting all of them at the same time, and he's like trolling. That just kind of shows us like, okay, Zetsu is strong. Like, you know this. So he's looking strong, he's being trolly, he's getting everything. Like,
Kamui, you saying that just gave me the most fucking easy rewrite in the goddamn world, and I can't believe we've never said this. I'm pissed off about this. Okay, so first arc of Shippuden. Okay. Datara's stupid goddamn substitution jutsu that makes Naruto go One Tails mode and freak out. The clay clone. No, Zetsu. It's Zetsu. The stupidest goddamn easiest fucking rewrite in the goddamn world. Bro. It works so much better. I can't believe it. The easiest thing in the world. Why would that not be the first thing on our mind? Easiest thing. It's literally white like a Zetsu. It looks like a Zetsu.
So many things that could just be Zetsu.
I know, it's so easy.
Itachi Kisame's fake clones, Zetsu.
Like, Datara can just still be in the bush next to him and like, oh, thanks Zetsu, now get away. It's like the same exact thing, bro. It's so easy. I can't believe it. And especially for Datara being supposedly so low on clay, he started the Kazekage mission low on clay. So this point, might as well be.
How do you have enough clay to fill his whole body?
It's ridiculous. So Zetsu works so much better, especially for it to be weak. And if, in fact, maybe Naruto thought he was like taking out a Akatsuki member there, but no, it was just some fodder Zetsu. He's not Akatsuki level, and so that especially plays into his Tenchi Bridge weakness ideology that he has anyways. That could be part of the reason he goes Nine Tails.
And then when the real Zetsu fights them later on, they're kind of underestimating him because of the weak Zetsu they fought before. But they're fighting the actual Zetsu who's just strong here.
Yeah. So
and it makes sense for Obito. Like, let's be honest. Obito should just be sitting up in Madora's stone statue watching this Itachi fight. You know, like, that is the Obito thing to do.
Exactly. Like, he's watching the Sasuke versus Danzo fight. He's not having Zetsu record that one. So it's like...
And obviously, just like he does in the Three Tails arc, Obito would just pretend to be Toby for the audience here. He'd still be doing the stupid act. Like, oh my god! Oh, he doesn't go to Rafu! Like, he's gonna be all crazy.
Oh, you know what? I just realized an easiest rewrite of all time as well. So, instead of Kisame just randomly standing there after Obito talks to him and then goes inside to watch the fight, just have Obito tell Kisame to go stall Team 7 with Team Taka. Then you can add Kakashi's rival next to Kakashi, Guy, to fight Kisame again. Perfect. There you go. So easy.
That's funny.
So easy.
Kisame and Zetsu make a good combo. Right?
Yeah. I completely agree. So, okay. I also have another idea. So I was thinking about this earlier. So if we're going to have it to be to where we cut away from the conclusion of the Sasuke versus Itachi fight to where the audience doesn't see it until later, to where we're getting revealed the information from Obito, I feel like in the exact same episode as Sasuke is getting that reveal from Obito, we have a cut back and forth between Naruto and Sasuke to where Obito isn't going to defeat the Nine Tails. I feel like he's going to leave once it gets like the fifth tail, or maybe he does defeat it. Either way, Yamato's probably going to like undo it, so to where Naruto's unconscious after being the 5 or 6 tails or whatever he's going to be. Naruto's going to wake up, and it's going to be revealed through Kakashi or Yamato or whoever that off screen, while Naruto was unconscious, Obito did explain things to them. And it's going to be like cutting back and forth between them explaining to Naruto what Obito said and Obito explaining to Sasuke what he's already explained. So we're just going to get like cut back and forth between those two different perspectives to learn like this singularity idea with Itachi.
So in this case, is Obito going to explain the truth about Itachi, or just like the fact that Itachi died in the fight? Like, how much is he explaining to Kakashi there?
I don't know. You could... I didn't think of that far. You could have it be whatever you want. You can have it be what you just said. You could have it be just substituting what he tells Naruto at the 5 Kage Summit arc instead.
That's what I was going to say. But that also worked really well when he's telling Naruto it directly. So.
I agree, yeah. So you don't have to do that. You could do half of it there, half of it here. You could just... Yeah, I like what you were saying earlier. Just have him explain the truth about what happened in the fight.
Yeah, but I like that it's an idea. The simplest thing, spot Toby and Zetsu there.
Yeah, so easy.
For the most part.
Do you like the idea that instead of the entire episode focusing on Obito telling Sasuke, it's like half of the episode's that, half of it's Naruto's perspective of learning the same thing, basically, about Itachi?
It kind of depends on what they're saying to Naruto. That's going to make or break it. Because if it's just that Itachi lost, then we're not spending half the episode on that. If it's the truth about Itachi, that would change things.
It could be.
It kind of depends.
Yeah, I feel like it's fair to be the truth. He tells Sasuke the full truth, but he tells Naruto maybe like the general idea to where Itachi wasn't actually evil. He loved Sasuke. He was doing all this to protect Sasuke. Or maybe, actually, I like this, to where you could even just like add in the idea that Itachi was being genuine to when he wanted Sasuke to awaken the Mangekyo. And then you get to where Obito wants that as well, because he wants Naruto and Sasuke to fight. So you could also better segue to that. Go into the 5 Kage Summit as well. Maybe Obito's gonna pick up where Itachi left off in that regard. But unlike Itachi, Obito doesn't love Sasuke. There's a lot of things you do. I'm just making stuff up off the top of my head.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I would overly change it. But I think the general gist of swapping Toby Zetsu, though, then Obito shows up, boots off just for a quick little bit, and then just the kidding and you get like some of those reveals of what happened. Like that could work, but
yeah, I don't think that Obito would tell Kakashi or Yamato or Guy who would tell Naruto anything about the coup or the massacre or the Uchiha clan or any of that. He would save all that history for Sasuke. But I think it's fair for him to say Itachi was actually on your guys' side and
yeah, like you'd be like Itachi never planned on winning this fight.
Yeah,
something like that. You could set the stage to like, what did he mean by that?
Yeah, I like that.
And then, like, Naruto's, like, thinking back, because this even is in the story anyway, Naruto's, like, sleeping on his bed. You think about what Itachi said on the Twilight episode, where he does the Genjutsu Crow thing. And he's like, what did Itachi mean by that? So, pair that with what Obito said.
I completely agree.
Like, extra, like, what is going on with Itachi?
I completely agree. 100%. I was thinking
so the audience obviously will know, because we're going to see Obito tells Sasuke the truth, but yeah, you could do a thing to where Obito tells him the truth, but we don't get to see the truth for a little bit, so that we're wondering too for a while. You could do that.
Well, exactly. That's why I was saying. Part of why I was saying I don't think we should see the moment where Itachi dies. I think we should cut away when Itachi's reaching for Sasuke's eyes, and we don't see the conclusion there until when Sasuke is awakening the Mangekyo. Because if we don't know what happens, and we think going into the Itachi reveal from Obito that Itachi just was evil in trying to kill Sasuke, I think that hits harder when Obito's revealing to Sasuke. Especially considering everything Sasuke's saying. No, Itachi was evil. He was trying to steal my eyes. Because the audience saw that. The audience didn't see yet. They didn't see Itachi going for the forehead poke and then dying from the disease. Or smiling to Sasuke as he dies. They're just seeing him reaching for Sasuke's eyes. And then we don't know what happened.
To me, it's equal but different. Both work really well. I like both for different reasons, so I'd be fine either way on that end. But I like the general gist of this for sure.
Okay. I mean, I also like the idea that we're not shown what happens, and the audience only hears Obito say Itachi won, and then later when Naruto's freaking out, he says, "Kidding! Actually, Sasuke killed Itachi." Or so, like, that could be cool too. He fulfilled his role as an Avenger.
Yeah, there's a lot of things there that you have to like think about how you want to do it specifically, but
definitely a lot of cool concepts.
I would say the general gist of this though is better. But part of it might be personal preferences, obviously, but
that's fair. So I did write something down earlier today, and I'm afraid, Kamui, you're not gonna believe me.
The concepts versus specifics thing.
Yes, so
that one, it just depends. Like, it just depends though, because there's gonna be times where it flip flops, or we just are on the same page. So
that's fair.
I mean, if you really want to read it, go ahead. I'm not gonna say anything in response because I'm saying it right now. There's times where that's true. There's times where that's not true.
But I feel like it's not 50-50. I feel like if anything, it's like 70-30 to where it's usually true.
Maybe, yeah. I probably care more about specifics than you. But I don't think it's because I care less about concepts. I think I just care more about specifics.
Okay. And again, this is only something that I just have observed. In fact, I feel like this is just another way of saying what we've already said in the past with a lot of the rewrites discussion. This isn't a dig at you. This isn't an insult. This isn't to spite you. I don't know if you're going to believe that, but just a actual good faith, genuine thing that I thought of that isn't mean or cruel or bad spirited or anything. It's just something that I think is true that I've noticed. But I also worded it in the exact same way that you just described it at the beginning anyways. Kamui, more so is very important. More so like specifics, whereas I more so like concepts. That isn't to say we don't both like both. Again, that isn't to say that we don't both like both. Because again, I think we both like both. But I think you more so like specifics and I more so like concepts. We both like both. But it's like the 70-30 split maybe. But that is seemingly our preference. What I'm emphasizing. So anyways, for example, I love Death's design in Final Destination, even though I can't explain it at all, because it makes no damn sense that this was text-to-speech. No, there's it. But I love what they were going for, regardless if it makes sense or not. And so that's all that really matters to me, even if it's way too convoluted, it doesn't make sense, and probably literally can't make sense, because it contradicts itself, but I don't care at all, to an extent. Or as I feel like it would ruin it for Kamui because the logic doesn't track in an understandable way of how it's executed despite the idea being just as good.
Sorry, I was switching headphones for a sec.
Okay. Well, you said you had
So the only problem I have is that end part with the things not making sense, ruining it for Kamui, whatever thing. Did that one? I say it's actually more even than you give credit for it because, like, for example, Koji's eye roll. I like the eye roll. I'm not upset that it's a retcon because I just like it. Whereas for you were much more upset about it because it was inconsistent and you thought it made no sense and blah, blah, blah. But I thought it was cool. and I didn't care that's a retcon. Makes no sense. As just as one example, I think we both have that. We've done this so many times that I think in general, I might be more like I want specifics than you are, but a lot of that's just been with the rewrites anyway.
Well, exactly.
But,
I mean, there's a reason I'm bringing this up now because of what we just went over. I feel like it even applies there.
But even then, though, neither of us were hung up on specifics. We just both like the concept. It just depends. There's times when, because sometimes the rewrite examples, if you present a concept and I'm saying it's gonna depend on the specifics, because they can happen many times, to where I'm like, past a certain point, it just depends on the specifics. If we get to that point, I need the specifics in order to then say how much I like it. Because I can't remember what the context was, but there's something we were saying earlier where I said it kind of depends on specifics. So it's like if I stop there, I'm saying, well, it could be good, could be bad. I don't know. I need to see the specifics at that point. So then I'm going to be asking for that.
That's fair, but that's commenting on the specifics rather than the concept. So, like, for example, in the rewrite we just did,
the concept was, I don't have much to say about it. It doesn't matter, because what that means is that the specifics is what mattered in that scene. The concept isn't the important part in that case.
The concept to me was the important part, where I didn't even think about the specifics because I didn't even care about it. So, for example, let's go with an actual one that's like in universe that we haven't discussed because it's not a hyper. It just is in canon. Let's just say that we're Kishimoto's editors, or that I'm Kishimoto, you're the editor, whatever. Either way. And we're writing the war arc, and I'm like, I want to show Naruto and Sasuke dead at the exact same time. And you're like, okay, well, how are you going to kill Naruto and Sasuke? And I would say, I don't care. I just like the idea of them both being shown dead at the same time. Oh, but it needs to be believable. How are you specifically going to do it? Like, I feel like that's more so what you would lean towards. Like, you're not going to let me do it until I tell you how I'm going to kill Sasuke. Whereas I like the idea of just seeing Naruto and Sasuke dead next to one another as like a parallel.
Well, yeah, so again, if they die, the premise, having them dead at the same time, I agree. But we have to get to the if they die part. So if they're gonna die, okay, why are they gonna die and how are they gonna die? This is very important.
Well, but that would be like the next thing. Whereas I'm still on the first thing of like, I mean, you say that you would have nothing to say on it.
But what you're really specific about there is dead at the same time. Okay. Why do you want them dead?
Well, exactly. And that's the questions that I would want you to ask.
First thing.
Yes.
Why do you want them dead?
Yes.
The specific, you actually skipped over the first concept to a first layer specific, dead at the same time. It said, I like that. Okay. So I'm asking you both forward and backwards. Backwards, why do you want them dead? The concept. Forward, how are you getting there? Because you were focused on one specific in between, which is just dead at the same time.
Yeah, I like the backwards part to where you ask me about why I like the concept in the first place.
Yeah, so it's both, but yeah.
So applying that to the rewrite we just did, what I was saying when I was saying I like the idea of Sasuke getting out of it just through whatever means by, let's just say, using Kirin or whatever, the Chidori stream or whatever, it doesn't matter what jutsu. The point is that Sasuke is doing something to get out of it, but it doesn't work, and that's the concept. Rather than going with light like that, you're like, whoa, what jutsu?
And I was fine with that, but then I want to know, because I don't want to stop there. I want to continue.
Yeah, that's the problem. I know.
not only am I curious, but we're presenting it to the audience. A lot of our audience is gonna ask, okay, what is he gonna do? So
I wouldn't.
Let's just be honest. If we can come up with a good answer, we've just elevated this rewrite more.
You're not wrong, but if I just leave it at a jutsu and I don't specify, that's leaving it broad enough to where you can give the benefit of the doubt and apply any jutsu that you think could work. And I don't have to specify, to where narrowing out options that might work into an option that specifically maybe that one in particular would be controversial if people would accept it or not.
Well, no, it just depends. If you can't think of a good option, then
or you could just make one up as well.
Be sleazy and just leave it vague without saying that you couldn't think of one. But you should take the time to see if you can think of one, because if you can, and it's a good one, use it. Or if you think of more than one, present both. Say, hey, whichever one you like better, go with it.
I feel like the concept itself is like the idea, and the specifics is more like the execution in terms of like the art. So it's like imagination versus drawing. Like transforming idea to paper. Pen to paper.
I'm sure you agree that execution makes or breaks a lot of concepts. So both very important.
Yes, but I feel like you can't execute without a concept, and so you would start with the concept, and before moving on, you would lay that groundwork to establish the most solid, sturdy foundation possible to make sure that we're all on the same page, and then go from there.
Yeah, I agree. But in every situation, we've done that, and then I asked for more, and you didn't have more.
No, because you can't just say that when you just said that.
But you didn't bring the nails with you to put them together.
But you just said that you didn't have anything more to say, but you hadn't even said anything else, so you're just moving on without even commenting on the idea. I don't even know if you like the idea. As far as I know, you're pushing against it.
Which idea?
Well, any idea that you would say that for. See, I feel like we just did it right now, to where you're asking specifics and I'm saying any of them. It's being vague. Exactly.
You were just saying something in general. It sounded like you were referencing something, but you're...
Well, it's whatever you were specifically referencing when you said it specifically a minute ago.
What if you're talking about the thing, what I said, I don't know what we were talking about, but there was something to where we got to a point to where I said, from this point, it depends on the specifics. As I said, I don't know what it was, but we got to a concept that I said from there it was going to depend on the specific, and I can't explain it further because I don't even remember the thing. Remember that it happened.
Yeah, but like, okay. The third one that I want to mention is also just like, with the rewrite we just did, the concept of Naruto and Sasuke receiving information about Itachi at the same time as the concept of like the episode or chapter. That's cool. That's the part that I want to focus on rather than the specifics of what they're individually hearing.
Yeah, but...
I feel like you don't know how to respond to that.
Both, though. That's the problem. Is that it's not. I don't think it's that I care more about specifics than concept. It's that I'm asking for both, and you're just content with not doing the specifics. I want both. I want 100% of the story, not 50%. But you're just okay with 50%.
Yes,
that's the difference.
I feel like I have the editor's mindset. I don't know. To where, okay, I agree, I'm content without the specifics, but only because I'm excited for the concept. Like, I feel like if I did the Shadow Clone Jutsu and I replaced Kamui with Oodie 2.0, I would say the thing, and he'd be like, ooh, I love that idea. Okay, here's what I think about that. And then we would just bounce off of one another constantly, infinitely, never getting into the specifics, only talking about the concept infinitely, endlessly. And how cool of an idea.
But then you don't have a complete idea.
It's a complete idea. It's just not a full idea.
Okay. The full idea. Because
the 50% is 100%.
The reason I want it is because I'm either excited or intrigued enough by the idea to get to the specifics. If I don't want your specifics, I'm probably either not interested in the idea or sometimes the idea is cool. I just don't know how to go about it. And there are times where that happens, and I'll
You will,
say
exactly,
that. I've done this
exactly.
before.
But
where I'm
only
like, I
you
can't
know
decide
that,
right
though.
now, and I have to think about it more. And that's going to happen. And then we move on because I just don't have the ability at the moment to do so. But
only
if I can, I want to.
Only you would know that from your perspective, which one you're going for, whereas I wouldn't know whether you're like enthusiastic about it or you're skeptical about it, but it would come across in one type of way.
Well, that depends. I'm either just in time. I mean, I feel like you would know based on just the way I'm asking.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, it just rewrite.
There can be times though I might ask in a way where you can't tell, but there's gonna be plenty of times where it's very obvious which way it is.
Okay, that's fair. I'm just saying, I feel like sometimes it's rather than establishing that sturdy foundation, it's like you're using it like as a springboard platform just to jump off, like it's a stilt that's barely even touched the ground. It's a freaking pogo sticking off of it.
Not necessarily, but
you're jumping on the glass bridge, if anything.
Okay, real quick, since we're talking about so
God,
I saw you write something.
Oh,
7/8/25. That before we get into that, let's just start with the Kisame example.
Okay, let me put this news topic really quick.
Naruto topics.
Okay, where am I going for news topics? It's right there. Okay, you said Naruto topics.
Yeah.
Okay, 7/8/25. You said.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the longer an interpretation exists in a series thing.
Okay,
yep, there you go.
Okay.
Yeah, I had it a second ago.
Okay.
So,
I
first
know
of all,
this is going to sound insane to you. I already know it, and it's probably going to sound insane to the audience.
So I think I don't remember all my examples, but
actually, okay.
What you said is as wrong as it gets.
Almost
before
goes
we get
to
to that,
but yeah.
Before we get to that,
okay.
Your Kisame example was awful because it gets revealed so soon.
But I don't know. That is right. Just, okay, go for the thing. Or do you want me to read it? And then you read those spots. Either way.
You read it.
Okay. So, Kamui. The longer an interpretation exists in a series, the more valid it becomes, even if it is technically incorrect. Kisame's Zetsu feat can't be exclusively invalidated simply because it's Zetsu, because the series makes everyone think and remember it as Kisame for so long, and it just does it poorly because of that in that regard.
So I said, bruh, Kisame's reveal is literally only 13 to 14 weekly chapters. I say 13 to 14 because you can count a 14th if you want to count Obito saying, hey, go check on Kisame to Zetsu, which you could argue was foreshadowing, maybe he's not really dead. But if you don't want to count that, then 13, because this is the next chapter. Which would be about 6 to 7 episodes worth of time after he's fake killed. It's in the same arc. It's not that long.
So, okay. But this is going in line with what I was just saying, though. What are you addressing here? The specific example that I'm using.
Well, no, because I was not going to go into. So the reason I did that is because I was vehemently against the top one. But for the sake of the reply, the funny reply was about the example.
The example being bad doesn't change anything for me.
No, it doesn't. It has nothing to do with the top one. It was just me saying your example. You picked like the worst example.
Okay. So
that's just because it was funny, because it's revealed so soon after. But what you said in general, ignoring that, is one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard.
I knew you were gonna say that because it comes across as insane.
I wish I wrote down all like the things, but like
I know it.
No.
See, here's the problem. It's a fiction story. It's conveying information to the audience. Where it matters is plot versus story, even like narrative versus power scaling. This goes back to what we were saying earlier in stream with like the Obito Naruto conversation in comparison to something like 28 weeks later at the end of it. They're just nonsensically not explaining it. I agree. Not everything should be spoon-fed to the audience. There should be things to interpret in between the pages that should be there and that should make the story better. Not everything should just be laid out to you, said on the nose or whatever. You should have things left unsaid, and that should be a part of the story. But that can't apply to everything, and that especially isn't the case when it comes down to plot or power scaling or anything with consistency within it, especially in a fiction story, to where inconsistencies matter.
Real quick, is your thing meant to be not conceptual and specifically about power scaling, or is it meant to be about everything?
It's about everything, but it includes power scaling. So where I think this idea sprouted in my head is...
I know where it came from. If you don't say it, I'll tell you.
I mean, you could say where you think it came from.
His original plans as good or bad guy. 100% why you wrote it. To say that Itachi was a bad first.
I don't think that's where I was coming from with this, but that would apply to that too. I agree. But either way, I don't think I was thinking about it, because if I was, I think I would have wrote that as the example. I think I wrote this as the example because I just didn't even have a specific example in mind, which sort of goes with my point anyways. But so I would say where this idea sprouted in my head is whenever someone has I think it came with Boruto actually. Whenever someone has a good narrative interpretation that I agree with, they are analyzing the story, and I agree with their analysis. That doesn't make the analysis valid or right if they can't prove it, or if the story itself isn't giving you anything to imply or lean in that direction. It can be fluffed up and to sound as poetic and right and cool and good as possible and make it sound like the perfect story of all time. And I can agree with it. I don't remember what the exact example I was thinking of. I do think it was in terms of Boruto. But it would apply in this way. Somebody said something, I agreed with it, but I don't think that's necessarily the case. And I do think that's different with like plot versus story. And that's where this comes from.
What you just said isn't what you wrote.
It's in line with what I wrote.
No, because what you wrote is that the longer an interpretation exists, it's like the more valid it becomes, even if it is technically incorrect. To know that it's technically incorrect means you have to know it's wrong. So once you know it's wrong, it's just wrong. What you were saying as your thing just now is the story, basically it's open-ended. It might be true, you don't know, because there's no way to prove it in the first place. It's I don't know, so it's not necessarily correct or incorrect. But that's not what you wrote. What you wrote is about something, a factual thing. So for example, the Nine Tails being a natural thing that just happened on its own was the interpretation up until chapter 440 when Minato reveals that the masked man was behind the Nine Tails attack in the painting. So for over half the story, you just don't know that, and that's how long the interpretation lasts. That does not mean the interpretation that Obito didn't do the Nine Tails attack is valid. No, it's wrong. It's incorrect. There's no way around it. It's just untrue.
Those two things can't necessarily be untrue at the same time. It can be wrong and valid at the same time. I'm not going to blame someone or say that's a bad interpretation, even if it's a wrong interpretation.
It's a bad interpretation. It's just, you could say, oh, I understand why you forgot, but it's not a good interpretation.
I think it is, because here's why it matters. Because it's a fictitious story. And so What matters is the information conveyed to the audience, which is separate or different, which is separate and different from the actual events, the facts, as they are existing in the universe itself. The events, the order of events, do not matter as they objectively happen. What matters is the audience's interpretation as the information is conveyed, because it's a fictitious story. Because the events don't matter. What matters is what the author is conveying to the audience, and the audience's interpretation of that. That is more valid than the actual events themselves, which don't matter because it's a fictitious story.
What do you mean by valid?
The interpretation.
What is their interpretation? Because you wrote, what are you interpreting?
The analysis of the story.
So if it only... See, that's why I said, is this a specific thing or is it apply to everything? Because if you're doing an analysis of Obito's character or something, that's not necessarily going to be the same as discussing a blatant fact that the author misleads you on. So any plot twist. So, again, Obito is behind the Nine Tails attack. Itachi wasn't actually trying to test the limits of his abilities and steal his brother's eyes and so on. Those interpretations just are... See, invalid's a weird word, because you wouldn't use valid or invalid in that case, because it's not an interpretation. It's just a fact. You wouldn't be interpreting at that point.
Well, exactly.
So,
that's why I'm
separating it. Does this only apply to
it.
Things that can be interpreted?
Yes.
But originally you said applies to everything, so now you're changing it.
Well, everything that can be interpreted, I feel like that'd be obviously embedded into the assumption there. Based on everything that I've already said as well, the difference between the plot and the story, the events as they actually lay out, what's in between the pages and what's directly spelled out on the page, what's spoon-fed to the audience, and what's meant to be analyzed, what isn't said, purposefully.
But then, I don't think Kisame versus Setsu thing is a thing to be interpreted.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with you saying that's a bad example.
What are you going to interpret? A power scaling? Okay, but that's not Kisame, so then it invalidates the power scaling interpretation, because whereas we don't know exactly how much of Kisame Setsu can steal in terms of power, we know it's not Kisame. It's not full power Kisame, so
ignoring the events as they actually play out in universe, because the author is a person interpreting the story as well, so they're just like the masses. Ignoring those events and going with how information is conveyed or interpreted, usually by the audience, because most people, let's just assume that's true. Let's just assume we agree that most people either forget or misinterpreted the fact that that was Zetsu rather than Kisame.
Mm-hmm.
In the fictitious version of the story, rather than the universe. So the thing that matters to the audience. This sounds ridiculous, but that just downscales Kisame. Not in universe, but in the story. Kisame is weaker than he actually is to the audience, even after the fact. That is a valid interpretation, even if it's wrong.
I don't think it's valid when it's valid if it's up for interpretation. This just isn't up for interpretation.
Okay, well, as an example, a lot of power scaling things are up to interpretation. Who wins, Nagato or Itachi? There is one objectively
because it's not blatantly
answer.
In the series.
Yes.
There's nothing to interpret. There's nothing to interpret here. It's just not Kisame. I mean, no, that's just weaker.
Well, you interpret it as Kisame at first. So there are two different interpretations.
But once you get the context that tells you that wasn't actually Kisame, like, it was only valid for those 13 chapters as it was coming out weekly, as soon as you got the updated information, it was valid at the time because you didn't know. But now that you do know, it's no longer valid because it's operating, because the whole point of the interpreting with the power scaling is you're using what you do know to make an interpretation. You already know it's not Kisame and that Setsus are weaker. So you can't use it as an anti-feat for Kisame because it's not Kisame. So
not in universe, but for the story, you can't, because what you're saying,
not a story thing at all.
What you're saying just can't logically make sense, and I don't mean that in a mean way, because then how is it possible that people are walking around having read the entire Naruto story with that interpretation?
Because they're stupid. You guys forgot. That's on you.
Okay.
That's all on the people.
But again, it's still an interpretation they have. The interpretation wasn't automatically erased. It still exists. It's still there for people that know.
Yeah, but again, you could say it's done poorly or whatever you want to say there, but it's still invalid.
I think it's wrong, because but not invalid, and there is a difference.
But it's clear. Kisame's in the sword. He comes out of the sword. He was never killed. He says what it was. It gives you the flashback showing what happened twice. That's on the reader or watcher. It's not, it's just invalid. It's their fault. You could say it's done poorly. That makes it easier to forget. It give a little bit of flack to Kishimoto, whatever. But at the end of the day, it's mostly on them. I didn't forget.
Okay, that's fine. You can say it's their fault and that they're idiots or whatever, but under the hypothetical, because we technically don't know, but let's just assume right now that it is most people, we'll even say, just being the most generous as well, 51% of the mass Naruto community forgets, then I would argue that it's done poorly. And if most people interpret it that way, then I think it is a valid interpretation, even if it's wrong. And I think you can say that's the author's fault rather than the audience's fault. Because most people, at least in economics, are meant to be reasonable, quote unquote. They're meant to be like rational, so, the normal person.
Again, I obviously don't know whether most or minority people know if it's Kisame or not. But
same, yeah.
Ignoring that though, I would agree. You can say it's the author's fault if most people get it wrong. But I don't think it makes the interpretation valid because it's blatantly in the series. If you are just paying attention, you could say the author makes it confusing, but it's blatantly there. So the interpretation's invalid, in my opinion.
So in my opinion, you can only...
Because an invalid interpretation to me is that it can't be true. A valid interpretation would be that's a possibility. It doesn't have to be strong. It's just that it's possible. This can't be possible because it's just objectively not the case. It is impossible for that to have been Kisame because we know it wasn't Kisame. So the interpretation that it's Kisame is invalid, provided that you've read 13 chapters later to get the reveal.
Yes, that's in universe, but most people...
No, out of universe. It just if it's impossible, then I'd say it's an invalid interpretation.
The problem is, if we're assuming, like we should, that most people are reasonable, most Naruto fans are reasonable, the masses, and most people are misinterpreting it, then the reasonable interpretation would be the valid one. Or, well, they're both valid in this case.
I don't think that's what... I mean, I don't think there is going to be a specific definition to this context, but
yeah,
I at least think that an invalid interpretation would be an interpretation that can't be true. That's why it's invalid.
So, in my opinion...
It's not that you cannot conceive the interpretation, because obviously you can. You made the interpretation. But it's invalid because the interpretation can't actually be true for the story.
I think as long as it's
XYZ, whatever the hole in it is, it can't be true.
So how I would interpret a valid interpretation is it's an interpretation a reasonable person can naturally conclude upon viewing the story for the first time or whatever. And in my opinion, going along with that, because I think this is going to explain my logic that I'm tracking here, I don't think interpretations can go away or be erased. I don't think you can subtract interpretations. I think you can only ever add more interpretations. So the interpretation that it was Kisame can never go away, despite the fact that we learn later on that it wasn't Kisame. It's just both interpretations now exist. It was one, now it's two.
No, it existed in the past, but now in the present, it's no longer an interpretation. Like, you no longer will interpret it that way. You did when you didn't know any better, but the moment you know any better, it's just not an interpretation of the overarching story. It's only an interpretation as it's coming out.
I would agree. The only problem with that is that can't be the case if we're saying that most people are rational and that most people have that interpretation having seen the entire series. This would just be assuming this is, and we could just go, if we're saying this is a bad example, we would just go with an example that we would agree that most people do think it's one way.
Okay, so what about hard work beats talent?
So
the theme of Naruto.
So let's just say that most people think that.
I don't know.
I mean, what that you presented, I would assume that you would say it's reasonable to hypothetically say that most people could say that.
Yes, that one. The difference though is that I would say even if they're wrong, that one's valid because it's an interpretation that is possible because it's literally a thing that's being presented by Rock Lee as like a theme. And now you can argue it's invalid because he loses. So actually, I mean, yeah, but then again, you have Naruto beating Sasuke. So, and at the time, Naruto wasn't presented as being talented, but maybe he was. I don't know. You have to get down that rabbit hole. You would have to find a case to where somewhat, but even then, Rock Lee has the talent of hard work. So, can we even say? So, you might be able to invalidate the interpretation altogether because of that. But
so, I would say being possible or impossible and being valid and invalid are two completely separate things, and I think they have to be. Because if an interpretation was impossible to be had, then upon concluding the story, nobody could reasonably have that interpretation.
No, see, that's the difference. That's the difference. Because an impossible interpretation wouldn't have to do with reasonable or not. It would just be whether or not you could come up with it. And obviously, there's pretty much no impossible interpretation because anyone can just come up with anything, which means that's where invalid would come in. It's that you can come up with the interpretation, no matter how stupid it is. But is that interpretation an actual possibility for the story? If yes, it's valid. If no, it's invalid. So what is invalid? Well, it's going to be a pretty small subset of things because a lot of things you can say are possible. It would have to just literally be like a contradiction, basically. It needs to be logically flawed.
I agree. So for that, I would say it's whatever the story leads you to believe at any given time, which I do think any given time matters there. So for example, it's technically possible that off screen in every single panel of Naruto, there's constantly purple elephants falling from the sky. Everywhere. Just everywhere on Earth. Constantly purple elephants falling. It's possible.
But you possibly came up with the interpretation, as you just said, but it's invalid because...
Yes, I agree.
Well, even that's technically possible, but like, yeah.
But it's invalid because the story's not leading you in that direction. It's unreasonable. It's ridiculous. No reasonable person is going to read Naruto and ever come to that conclusion. Unlike thinking, or sorry, interpreting.
So the Kisame thing, though, the problem is you have to look at it because it's only valid in the vacuum of that 13-chapter window. If you're examining the story in totality, it's invalid because the story leads you to believe that it wasn't Kisame and that it was Setsu because it tells you, it shows you, and it does it twice. And it even shows you Kisame and the sword for like 30 chapters and all these other things. So it's the story leads you to believe in totality that was not Kisame. It's
So-
only valid in those 13 chapters. The moment you break out of it, say the whole story, it's invalid, which is what I'm referring to.
This is where it matters for fiction versus nonfiction with real life, to where nonfiction, you're arguing facts, versus fiction, you're arguing analysis of a story, which matters for power scaling, because if there's no clear-cut definitive answer and it's left up to interpretation, especially in that case, then you aren't going with the events. You have to go with the interpretation of the character, in which case this can be valid in a debate.
No, the Kisame example can't be. Well, first of all, even in the fiction world, there are facts of that world that still exist, so they still are facts. But ignoring that, this isn't left up for interpretation.
So, okay. What I would be saying here, in this case,
wasn't Kisame.
I think
interpretation.
I think that, assuming that most people can reasonably conclude at the end of the Naruto, so having read all that they remember that Kisame was the one beheaded there at the end, it wasn't Zetsu, then I think in a debate, you more likely than not would be able to debate and use that to conclude that Kisame is weaker than he actually is, whereas in no debate, unless someone's purposely throwing or malicious or whatever, no debate could you use the purple elephants falling off screen, because absolutely nobody would ever agree to that.
Yeah, the problem with the Kisame one is it depends. If you're debating against someone who doesn't pay enough attention to the story to notice this, and neither do the judges, well, you know what? You're talking to some really minor Naruto fans, and they're not debating in the first place. So this is just an unrealistic scenario in the first place.
Well, but I don't think that's fair, because with these debates, this is why I say it matters that we're debating fiction rather than real life, because in these debates, we aren't debating the Naruto story. We're debating our interpretations of the Naruto story.
Yeah, but again, though, but if somebody says that, if the opponent is just like half paying attention to what they're saying, they would invalidate the argument by the fact that it's not Kisame and that it doesn't have any bearing on his scaling.
Yes, in which case I do agree they can prove the interpretation wrong, but I don't think that means the interpretation would always be invalid, which I think is the difference.
I think there's going to be some context, but that's why I framed it to where the interpretation can't be possible for the story would be an invalid interpretation, because or completely unrealistic. So the purple elephants is technically possible, but it's nothing in the story would give you that. There's just nothing in the story to give you that interpretation. So if the story just doesn't have any of those subject matters of your interpretation, it's invalid. It's not even in the story. You just rule that out. And then the other one would be there's basically a fallacy within the interpretation. It's flawed. There's a hole, and you'd be able to. There's a contradiction. There's something. It's not possible for the story. It's invalid. That's what I would say.
Yeah. So I think,
but that doesn't mean it's impossible, because there's a difference. But the thing is, invalid would be impossible for the story. Not for you to come up with, but for the story.
Okay. So I think with all of that said, there's a lot of different angles to go at that entire conversation with. We approached it from 50 different perspectives. I think the one perspective that everything would lock onto or hinge from, not necessarily stemming off of it as like the point in contention, but like the thing that I think that would decide it one way or the other for most people would be the point of whether or not interpretations can be removed from a story or not.
In totality.
Yes.
But they can't be in the moment, because you had it. It's a fact of the past.
Exactly, yeah.
But again, you've read all of Naruto. It is an invalid interpretation to think that Itachi was actually trying to steal Sasuke's eyes. It was evil and all that jazz, because he so blatantly wasn't. The story makes that as clear as day. Not invalid interpretation in totality. Same thing with Obito being behind the Naito's attack. It's invalid to think he wasn't behind it because he was. Story makes that clear in every way possible. But for the first half, before those were revealed, it would be valid at the time. But the moment you go into in totality, it becomes an invalid interpretation. It's just wrong.
It makes it clear after the fact. So you would be looking at the end of Naruto, working your way backwards. Looking at the totality of Naruto in totality, if Itachi's evil for half of it, then I would say it's a equally reasonable interpretation to remember Itachi as evil as it is to remember him as good.
Those are two different things. It's not an interpretation to remember. No. It's reasonable for them to remember Itachi as evil, but that's not an interpretation.
What I was saying with
that's their memory of the story.
What I was more so meaning with that is I was going to compare what you were saying with people interpreting Itachi stealing Sasuke's eyes or whatever you were saying there, in comparison to something like the Rasengan being square instead of circular.
Yeah, well, one, that's the purple elephant. It's just never square, so...
But that, to be fair, the purple elephant is like hyperbole with unreasonable. Remembering the Rasengan as square, I can imagine... It sounds ridiculous, but I can imagine maybe someone thinks that. Maybe they haven't read Naruto in 30 years.
That's not an interpretation. It's not a valid interpretation.
I agree. That is an invalid interpretation. I agree. That is a false memory. I agree.
But I would say the same with Itachi. It's a false memory. It's a false memory of the total story because you only remembered half
of the
and forgot the truth. So,
well, I wouldn't say you remember only half, but you just forget the Itachi parts in particular. Or at least the interpretation where he is. But like, I feel like, but that's me to say that in totality, it's not clear if half the story leads one way and the other half leads the other way.
But it is clear in totality because it's in the total story.
It's clear at the end of the story.
Between memory and interpretation.
Not through the total, because through the total story, it's clear the Rasengan is circular. Through the total story, it is not clear whether Itachi's a good guy or a bad guy. It's only clear halfway through the story.
If it was revealed in the last chapter of Naruto that Itachi was a good guy, this would be awful writing. But if that was the case, it would still be the same. Even though 699 out of the 700 chapters Itachi seemingly was bad, he never was. That's a horrible example, though, because most people would just be like, let's just ignore the last chapter, it's bad writing, they would just do it that way. Yeah. But technically, no, it's invalid. He wasn't. If you look at it in totality, he wasn't.
I get what you're saying,
writing as that would be.
But I feel like that's not looking in totality. That would be looking back. Because I feel like in totality would be the first time watching in totality.
No, to me, in totality is it's having seen the total story. What is your interpretation now?
So, I feel like if we're doing that, then they would have to remember back to how they felt when they were first watching it, rather than to go back to it after the fact.
I don't think so. You don't have to remember that. Although it would be nice for certain things if you want to explain certain things, like, especially with Mr. when you don't know things, but how the story makes you feel this way. But usually you can kind of tell. You probably remember well enough. But like, if you did forget, you probably just be able to objectively figure out how it's supposed to make you feel, though. But like, regardless of an interpretation of a narrative thing, though, like, you wouldn't need to remember it necessarily because you just have to look at it in retrospect. Okay, this is how you're interpreting it.
Yeah, so I would say
in retrospect, you've seen all of Naruto. You're not looking back at the early scenes and saying Itachi is evil. You can say you think Kishimoto originally planned it that way, but now that you have the retrospect, it's from the perspective of he's not. So
yeah, I mean, ignoring that because we would just disagree on that one, and Joe, we agree on the Kisame one. So I think saying it's as clear as day, we can't say that for the interpretation, but we can say that for the events in universe. It's clear as day for the events in universe that it did happen this way. For the interpretation, I don't think it's clear, because if it was, then it would be impossible for reasonable people, which would be most people, to interpret it this way, which would be wrong.
What are you referring to there?
If we're saying the story's making it clear as day, then I think it's impossible for most people to interpret it wrong.
I disagree because, for example, the Kisame thing, it is clear as day.
But that's what I'm saying. There's a difference between interpretation and events as they objectively are in universe. Because I agree. In universe, it's as clear as day through the events what happens. But people's interpretations are separate, different from the events as they actually happen in universe.
Well, the problem with this example is it goes back to the false memory thing. They're just remembering it wrong because it's an insignificant thing in the first place.
I don't think they're remembering it wrong. They just aren't remembering everything. But what they're remembering can be true.
But, like, it's because the bee fight itself in that scene, it's cooler and it's, like, it's more memorable than just the objective fact that, like, it wasn't even him. So it's easy to forget, but that doesn't mean the interpretation's valid. You can say it's on the story, but, like, it doesn't validate their interpretation. It's just you understand why it's that way, but it doesn't make it more valid.
Well, chat, what do you think? I mean, Kamui, I don't know about you, but I actually really, really enjoyed that topic.
Well, that's good. I didn't have any problems with it. So
okay, I really
at least on the very least, it was a lot better than what I was expecting from you when you wrote it. Because when you wrote it, it sounded more ridiculous than what you actually were trying to get at with it.
So I agree. So I didn't write it trying to come across insane, but I agree. When I was writing it, I knew that when you read it, you would think this is unhinged. You think this is the most insane thing I've ever written. I knew you were going to say that.
It's pretty ridiculous.
Yes.
That's okay.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Now then, I don't know, real quick, I don't know, I'm just throwing in a potato now. Obviously, I don't want to be up as late as last night, but, like, objectively, no matter what, I'm going to be up until 2. I'm not saying we want to stream till 2 a.m. Not saying that at all. What I'm trying to say is that I don't need to end right this very second. And so I don't know how long you want it to go for, but at the very least, there was one thing I wanted to do before we ended.
Okay.
So whenever we're getting to that point, just let me know.
Well, how long is your thing gonna take?
Not super long because it was just an addition to the Momo. Well, actually, there was 2 things, I guess. But the important one was in addition to the Boruto Blue Eyes thing.
Oh, that, okay. If I go to it, are you gonna be able to read it off while I go to the bathroom?
No, it's not that long. That said, the next thing, maybe.
Okay, well, I guess we'll do the first thing, and then... Well, you said it's not that long. It's long? What do you mean?
That it's the one above it.
Oh, okay. If I could scroll, that'd be great. Oh, I guess I can. Okay, well, I guess I'm just gonna... Might as well. This one?
Nope, above it. There you go. The note for the video one. So I just was writing a note, and I was like, oh, I thought that was cool. Yeah. So this was just, at some point in the video, I would say, one thing always bothered me about the prophecy. Boruto didn't do anything. But what if that's the point? In Momoshiki's eyes, there was nothing Boruto could do. He was born with that destiny, sealed the very moment he was born as Naruto's son. So it's not that Boruto is destined to do something, it's that something was destined to happen to Boruto.
So real
For
quick,
Momoshiki, with the whole genes fate thing, that could work. His genes are literally Naruto's son genes, you know? And so it's predetermined by the fact that he's born this way. It's not that he's going to do anything, it's just that it's going to happen to him.
so real quick, just scripting, you say what if / but what if that's the point? So I'm assuming you didn't know which of those two scripts you liked better, and that's why you did it that way?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so compromise, because you're going to love this. So here's the way I would read it. One thing always bothered me about the prophecy. Boruto didn't do anything. But what if that's the point? There you go. I just combined both of them.
Well, you just hit the second bumble with the pause, basically.
Yes, but with the
Either way,
pause,
I'll go
that's
with it.
leaving what if that's the point on its own. So it's
Okay, I see what
isolating
you're
the
trying
but.
to say.
Yeah.
So I will just do it. I won't even question it. I'm just gonna
Okay.
write but ... What if that's the point?
Okay. Because if
There you go.
anything, I feel like the way it's said, it feels like the but is more so at the end of the didn't do anything but sentence, rather than the what if that's the point sentence.
I see what
Boruto
you're
didn't
trying
do
to say,
anything,
okay.
but what if that's the point?
With that in mind, since you're talking about it, do you like fate or destiny better there, or should I do that other word of what was it? The one we did with Immortal. They're like kinstink or whatever the word was.
Oh yeah, that's on the channel. That video came out, by the way.
Kisnik or whatever it was.
Something like that. Yeah.
Kismet. Yeah, should I say he was born
Kismet.
with that?
It's Kismet. Yeah, Kismet.
Yeah.
You should totally do that. But I think Destiny works better there. I think like 80% of the time I like Destiny more than Fate anyways. It just sounds way cooler.
Yeah.
But I think Destiny just works better here anyways.
But in that context, I wasn't sure. I usually like Destiny too. But
Okay. So I have thoughts on this topic. So first of all, I agree. It bothers me Boruto didn't do anything anyways. What if that's a point? Yeah, that's fine. So what I was going to address is Boruto being Naruto's son is the point. I like that, but only if that's setting up the circumstances for something. For example, I don't like it if no matter what, because Boruto was born to Naruto, this is going to happen to Boruto. So like hypothetically, Naruto and Hinata conceive Boruto. Hinata puts him up for adoption day one. Boruto goes to the land of Radaku. 12 years later, I don't think Momoshiki's prophecy is happening to this version of Boruto.
okay, I agree with that.
So I feel like
that's obviously taking it a little bit more literal than what I meant.
Yeah, but I mean, that's going back to the previous topic. That's how I interpreted this. So even if that's not how I meant it,
but
it's a
to be
valid
fair, this
interpretation.
wasn't the context of what we said yesterday. It's because he's Naruto's son, and that leads to the Kawaki part. It's not like without the Kawaki part, this prophecy doesn't happen, obviously.
Mm-hmm. But I feel like it needs to, even if Boruto doesn't do anything, it needs to lead to circumstances to where Boruto has done things in the past, at the very least. Even if, like, indirectly, tangentially related a long time ago or whatever.
Well, he interacts with Kawaki because of it.
Yeah, like, stuff like that is fine. Like, I was even thinking, like, in the Momoshiki arc, he cheats or whatever. That leads to him going with Sasuke to go save Naruto, which gets Boruto the Karma Seal, which that's all related to him being Naruto-san in that way. It's not like Iwabe got the Karma Seal. Why? Because he's not Naruto-san. He didn't go there because Sasuke didn't choose him, because Boruto didn't ask, because he's not Naruto-san. Sasuke is his rival with Naruto. It's all related to the circumstances around Boruto being Naruto-san.
Yeah. That said, though, in this case, is because the prophecy is made after the fact, I would just specifically point to Kawaki here. But yes, I agree with all of that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because to be fair, I mean, if Boruto wasn't Moboshiki's vessel, then this wouldn't apply. So
I mean, I'm still fine because I feel like the prophecy is just looking at Boruto's future. Plus, technically, he doesn't say the prophecy till afterwards, but he looks at Boruto and sees the prophecy before becoming his vessel.
Honestly, so okay, that's kind of a segue into the next topic then.
Okay, perfect.
Because It's not necessarily, because I didn't say that, but if you just scroll down.
Yeah, so I'm also going to go to the bathroom, if possible.
That's fine.
Okay.
So I'll just, while you leave, hopefully you can hear it.
Yeah,
Desi mentioned,
like this, so
he looks at Boruto's future twice. We don't know what he saw with the first one, other than it was an interesting fate. Could have been the same thing. It could have been less of the same thing. It could have been something different. It's something interesting, though. But what I wrote, though, is... Okay, that's small, so I'm going to go pull up on my end. I said, hold on. Did Momoshiki see a different and additional vision in Chapter 75, separate from his original one in Chapter 10 when he gave Boruto the prophecy? Or was it the same one? I asked because of two main reasons. Number one, Momoshiki literally tried to kill Naruto in Chapter 65, not knowing that Kawaki would regain karma and save Naruto. He was genuinely surprised by the whole thing. If he thought everyone was mad at Boruto for killing Naruto, he may have originally thought that Boruto/Momoshiki would do it, and that everyone would blame Boruto even if it was really Momoshiki. Given the timing of the Code arc right before the Prophecy arc, that could certainly make sense. Then when that doesn't work and we get to Chapter 67, Momoshiki's at a loss for how Naruto supposedly dies, and figures it'll just be some grand spectacle and he doesn't even know how it's actually going to go down. Just that Naruto will seemingly die and Boruto will be blamed. That's all fine and dandy. And then we have point 2. Momoshiki saw Kawaki with karma in Chapter 75. If that was his original vision, then he would know that Kawaki must get his karma back before he actually does get it back. So why is he surprised by the ordeal? He should be thinking, so that's how he gets it back. Not, what a surprise. He's got Ishiki's frickin' horn in the prophecies. Clearly Ishiki's karma, not Kinshiki's. So like, why is he surprised? Unless it's a separate vision. But then the question would be, okay, what did he originally see? Did he technically, this would be great if it's just incomplete prophecy. Maybe he first saw a different prophecy, and now he sees a different one, and he thinks it's the same thing when it's not, even though for this to work, they'd have to be older ages. But, yeah, I don't know. I'm guessing you're still in the bathroom, though. So, while you're in the bathroom, I guess I'll look at chat. Well, Space and CB have a lot to say about Obito. Oh, also, I don't know the context of what's on July 15th, but apparently Space wants an MHA stream on July 15th, which is Tuesday. Well, if we're doing that, I guess I'll make sure not to be there. Okay. He's still gone. Alright, well, if that's the case, let me see what else I've skipped over. Okay, I have a question then. I just realized we talked about one of my topics on accident, didn't even realize it. It was, if Jura is killed, can Momoshiki feed Kawaki to the Ten Tails? I imagine it's either Jura or that giant tree supposed to devour Natsuki, but which, lol? We actually kind of talked about that yesterday, so I'm going to move that over. And see what's above that. So, Kawaki and presumably Jigen and Ishiki can move around at Daikoku 10 seemingly, but do they still age in there? If Kawaki just chilled there for 100 years, would he stay the same age? If so, could this be what Jigen was doing all this time? Just chilling in Daikoku 10 until technology evolved to where he needed it to. What does chat think about that? Since Oodie's still going to the bathroom. By the way, Kamui, when do you want to watch MHA? I don't know. Well, I guess the whole world's thinking about that. How long do we think Chapter 1 of 2 Blue Vortex to Chapter 23 of 2 Blue Vortex takes place in universe? Going off the top of my head, it should be at least 3 days, and I'm saying that because of, there was at least 3 different things that kind of indicated it's probably at least another day from the previous day. Don't remember all of them off the top of my head, but, like, there's a few.
Okay.
But beyond that, we don't know. And if it's really has only been 3 days, the Koji's last update might literally have been before 2 Blue Vortex even started. Before the code invasion. It's possible that was his last update. Literally might be possible.
Okay, so what do you want my thoughts on? First?
All of it.
Oh, I knew you were going to say that.
So I can go to the bathroom.
Okay. I guess I'll start with what I like the most. So first of all, not what I like the most, but just addressing this. Whereas we did talk about it yesterday, is about like if Jurek dies, can they feed it to the Tin Tails or whatever? If the story doesn't address it, the answer is 100% definitively yes, you feed it to the Tin Tails. You feed it to the one that's making the soul thorns, and Jura doesn't exist, and that doesn't matter. If the story does address it, then you just go with whatever the story's answer is. And if the story gives 2 different interpretations, then both interpretations exist. Either way, so I think that's absolutely the case. If they don't address it, then if Jura dies, absolutely the other Tin Tails thing would just devour them. Absolutely, 100%. I'm confident in that. 100%. If the story addresses it, then yeah, either way. Jigen hanging out in Daikokutin until the technology progresses. I love that. The only problem is that doesn't make sense throughout practically all of Boruto, as he's still getting weaker, just hanging around for absolutely no reason. He's not doing anything. He's just chilling, sitting down in his throne, like, doing nothing. It's just as Jigen is just weakening as a vessel over time for no reason. I don't know if time progresses for Jigen / Kawaki when they're in Daikokutin. It's a cool idea. I mean, they can move around, but it's a dimension without time, but clearly there's time for them somehow, some way, whatever that means, but like, I don't know, it's weird. I mean, No, I think everything's just frozen in place. It's frozen in a moment of time, but time is still progressing. Because I feel like whenever... because that wouldn't make sense. Because if Jigen goes into Daikokutin, and time is frozen for him as well, even though he can move around, then whenever he leaves Daikokutin, it wouldn't be thousands of years later. He couldn't wait in Daikokutin, because he would just only be in there for a single moment. Same for Naruto and Hinata. If they're ever unsealed, they would have to be unsealed the exact moment they were sealed. But because time is progressing in real life, it has to be the case to where Daikokutin's time is like separate from real time, obviously.
Yeah.
So I do think if Kawaki or Jigen is in Daikokutin, it's the exact same as reality, to where they are still aging or dying or whatever you want to say.
I mean, we just don't know, but under the assumption that they wouldn't age, for Jigen's case though, because you said something, it could just be a thing to where, since technology progressed to the point it did, now that they have Amado, he's just fine being in the real world. Plus, he has Kawaki at this point, so now he doesn't really care as much. He's just waiting for Kawaki anyway. So you might as well just have fun drinking wine with Delta instead of sitting in Daikoku Den.
If you want to say it's
So
an
the
overconfidence thing, then fine. It's just weird that he's letting his vessel just die for no reason. I guess it's fine either way.
Well, again, he might not be, because what if he was just letting it like, now that it's extracted, it doesn't matter. The vessel is dead. It doesn't matter anymore. But before then, he'd be worried about the Daikoku 10 stuff because it just needed technology. Because, like, hypothetically, if, like, let's just say Jigen got to, like, 30% and then he was able to use the eye, and then he goes to Daikoku 10, then he's not even fully extracted, but he's worried about it dying. Waits 1,000 years, then he comes out 30%, it extracts to 100% before it dies. Now he's got Amado and all that jazz, and now he's already 100%, so the vessel 100% doesn't matter if it dies. And he's got Amado anyway, and he's got Kawaki, so nothing matters anymore. I feel like there's ways you can finagle it.
So it's a cool interpretation.
The only problem is, how does he know when it's time? Is he just constantly checking every 100 years just to see?
He probably just knows through just waiting how long it's been. Just that good.
Yeah.
It's a cool interpretation. It could work and technically make sense.
I'm not gonna say it's an interpretation. I'm gonna say it's a theory.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just, my brain's stuck on interpretation. So I just don't like it. Not because it can't happen, but I don't like the idea that it's so oxymoronic. They can wait in a timeless dimension. Stupid. It's like, I don't understand why time doesn't progress for them, but it progresses in the real world, but it progresses for them. So it's like, but it doesn't progress for them. So it just doesn't work for me in that regard. By the way, I think it's...
I don't know how it does work for them, but that would be the difference maker.
I think it's cool that Jigen could store, like, perishable food, but I think, like, it's almost backwards to store wine in Daikoku when that's usually the thing you want to age. I just thought about that.
Yeah, same. I was like, yeah, you're right.
It's like cool, but like, can you have like a fly Kokuten that speeds up the aging process?
It's actually, like, there's like a crazy future Kokuten, like.
That's what Jigen should have been waiting on. 1,000 years could have been a blink of an eye. Man, imagine how long 1,000 years take when time doesn't even progress.
See, that's what I don't know. Like, what would that be like for him? Is he just sitting there for thousands of years? Maybe he could drink his timeless wine in there or something. I don't know, like.
But like, I don't even understand how that even like works or makes sense, because sure, Kawaki can move around in there, but like, when Kawaki's in there, does he need to breathe, eat, drink, sleep, go to the bathroom? Like, how does any of that work? Do his fingernails or hair grow?
It's also possible that this doesn't really work super well with like Kawaki in terms of like realistic things that he can do, like unless he's popping in and out of there in like a split second. But like, and I'm saying this because I remember the Percy Jackson books did a scene where he was in a place. It's like a arcade like place or something, or I forgot which one it was, but it was a place to where he's in there for like an hour, and it was a lot more time in the real world, was the point. Whatever the thing was. It could be a thing to where Kawaki goes there for an hour, and hypothetically, and then it's 100 years in real life. And so Jigen might just be waiting there a day, and it's just boom, 1,000 years later. Hypothetically.
That could be interesting. I'm fine with that. So, do you think Kawaki's in the middle of an intense battle, he gets cut, he starts bleeding a lot, we'll even say profusely. If he goes to Daikoku-ten, can he stop the bleeding? Because he can, like, move around, but, like, is it something to where he can choose to freeze all of himself, or even a part of himself?
That's a possibility. Like,
that's so weird. It's like it'd be weird if he doesn't have the choice to do it. Like it's impossible for him to. Because I feel like if Naruto was bleeding out and Kawaki put him in Daikokuten, he's gonna stop bleeding. But if that happens to Kawaki, he's not going to stop bleeding, and I don't think he can choose to stop bleeding because he can't freeze time for himself, seemingly. I mean, he might be able to.
Just don't know, because it's also possible that you can be frozen in time.
Yeah, but the problem with that is if you freeze yourself in time, can you unfreeze yourself, or are you just permanently stuck in time?
That's the issue. Like, I don't know. Like, it depends on how the ability works for them.
Because conceptually freezing yourself in time doesn't mean you can't move. It means you can't think. You can't undo it. You'd have to undo it at the exact moment you do it, but then what happens?
Well, I guess it does depend. It does depend, because Boruto felt like time stopped and he couldn't move, but he could think. And Sasuke, same thing. Maybe just in Boruto, it just doesn't work the way it should.
I feel like we can't include that because I feel like that's different. Because Momoshiki's doing it
Not
to
Boruto.
and Sasuke's
might just be like
Rinnegan.
that Momoshiki thing. It depends.
But Naruto and Hinata are not thinking in Daikokuten. Let's just be honest. Like, we don't technically know, but
then
they're not.
neither is Naruto and Momoshiki's situation.
Exactly.
What I'm saying is that for Kawaki and Jigen, maybe, like, even when we saw Kawaki, I mean, again, he's just there standing still. We don't see him move technically. It's possible he gets there and he just can't move, but he can think. Kind of like Boruto and Sasuke with the Momoshiki situation. It's possible. But that's just how it works for them.
I just don't see... I mean, if the story does it, then I can see them doing it, obviously. It's not like I can't see them doing this. If they did this, obviously. That sounds weird, but it makes sense. In a way that's not obviously stupidly obvious. So, if Sasuke's in Daikokuten or Boruto's in Daikokuten, like, Kawaki just does the other way, I don't see them being able to think. But if the story did do that, then I think they would be able to think, because I think the story would have to do that for the story to continue.
Yeah, it's tricky. I don't know.
So, as of right now, I don't think that's how that would work. If the story does do it, before it even confirms it, I do think it will be how it works. At least for Boruto, not for Sasuke. I think if Sasuke's still away, I think it's very likely he's not going to be able to think or anything.
Yeah, I think the Sasuke thing was probably more specific to the circumstances with Momoshiki and stuff.
Yeah, but for Boruto, he's the main character, especially if Kawaki's going to go in there and be like, yo, bro, sorry, I have to do this. And he can, like, slowly kill Boruto, like, stab him in the stomach, and Boruto's going to be thinking, but he can't move. Maybe Momoshiki's going to activate, and Momoshiki can move, and they're going to fight, and like, they're going to do something. They're not just going to keep Boruto frozen in Daikokuten forever, for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
So...
very boring story.
Boruto gets sealed in Daikokuten. There's gonna be more to it. Outside of that, I don't think there is.
Yeah. But anyway, if you unshare your screen, I'll just share mine, so it's easy to find the next thing. Alright, so... first thing. Not sure if we ever said this or not, but if that Kawaki scene, this one, is the same one we think it might be, which, real quick, I'll pull it up for viewers.
It is. It absolutely is. We
Just
can't
so for
pretend
the viewers,
like it's not. It is.
If this scene is this scene,
it is.
If that is the case, so it's not a retcon, but a change. But in this case, it is just different. It's not a retcon, but a changed future.
shouldn't Momoshiki already realize his vision was wrong? Clearly, something happened differently than he foresaw. Because this guy said it was the outcome which Momoshiki and Boruto saw. You can see Kawaki using karma with the horn too, but in the manga, he was showing normal karma without horn. That means future change. That just led me to this. So if that's the case, Momoshiki should see that and be like, things aren't happening the way my future vision said it would. Why would he be so confident everything else will be the same? He's already seeing it being wrong.
I'm 93% sure this is just bad and Ikimoto isn't intending this. He's just drawing it different. It's the same thing as what they already explained, that the flash forward scene is going to design-wise have changes. Because they're just changed it over time.
My problem isn't this versus this.
I know.
It's this.
Yeah.
Versus this. Not even this. Versus this. The blood and this. There's no getting around that. Just why didn't he do that? Why not?
At the very least, it's not as good. You could say it's a lazy thing. Maybe.
I don't know. Also, it's kind of interesting.
Mm-hmm. I'll
Walky has
also
not
add,
used his horn since the Code Arc.
Yeah. So this is silly, maybe even go back to the interpretation thing, because it's the exact same event in universe, but I do feel like the first time we see it in Momoshiki's vision or whatever, that's when it's more important to the audience than when it actually happens. I don't know if that's intended or the prophecy arc's just bad.
I don't think so, though, because that doesn't apply to any of the other scenes. All the other scenes, we view it like, oh my god, it's that scene. It's just this one, everyone was confused about.
The last one, first of all, it has shading, which makes it more stand out, but it's also the biggest, it's also the last, it's also the most detailed. So I feel like they're really emphasizing the importance of that scene in comparison to even the rest of all of the visions.
Exactly. The only one that doesn't have this before it, too.
Which is also weird why it's the different one.
Yeah, exactly. It's the different one. And then as you're reading the prophecy, you're like, we never got that. And the best we've got is this scene that it's like, okay, that looks like a similar position, except no blood, no horn, arms technically different. He's got dialogue, whereas he didn't in this one, and all the other scenes just copied and pasted the same dialogue. So it's like...
So, yes. I'm 93% sure it's just bad. Ikimoto's meaning for it to be the same thing. There is still that 7% possibility. This is intended. It's a changed future. He's going to come back to this. I don't think that's the case, since this was chapter 79 out of 80, when there was a 3-month hiatus, indicating they needed that because it's bad and they know it, so they need a 3-month hiatus. And I feel like they probably would have addressed it by now, and not just because of how long it's been, but for specifically
because they have
what it
10
was.
directions and Koji to use as the comparison.
That as well. But also because of specifically what it is that's changed. Why would they reveal that now or at any point later in the story, regardless of how much time it's been? Why would they reveal that as being a changed future from 3-4 years ago? Of all things to reveal, that's so stupid.
It could work for like when Momoshiki manifests, that he says something about it.
Exactly.
But then I'd be asking, why didn't he make this more clear in chapter 80? Like he says, oh, it wasn't supposed to go like this. Okay, but he could have just had the extra, not even page, not even panel, just one more speech bubble in the same panel saying Kawaki was supposed to ... Then you go. You know the Kawaki scene's what changed.
Mm-hmm.
The most minimal rewrite ever.
Yeah.
You just extend the speech bubble 2 millimeters lower and put Kawaki was supposed to ...
And because they're not doing that, they're not doing anything. I don't expect them to. There's a 7% chance to where I do, but I don't expect them to. This in particular, it would be so weird to address 30 chapters later. But not just that for the audience, but in a universe 3 years later, it'd be so weird. But the reason it's a 7% chance and not any lower is because of Sarada and Sumare addressing their thing 3 years later.
The same thing. I was gonna say, well, actually,
exactly. That's why it's a 7% chance.
Universe, that's the most likely thing. Oh my god. So I know Kawaki thought he had Code cornered it all, but like, man, Kawaki is stupid. If he just shrank Code's head claw mark when Code like showed it to grab Damon, Code can't grab Damon anymore. Code dies right then and there. If he just shrank, like again, it's not like Code was hiding it. He, especially in the anime, he pulls off the hood and then like 10 seconds later does it. You know?
I don't know if he can.
He's also known Code's had that thing for a while. Like he's seen it for so long.
His head one might be one that he can't shrink because it might not be on him. It might not be one that Code put there. It might have just manifested as the ability, like it's the claw mark. Like it's a part of a Code.
That's a possibility. Kind of gets into the next question that's right above it, which is, can Kawaki shrink the claw marks on the claw grime's stomachs? He can shrink claw marks on people's necks and stuff, but we never see him shrink claw grime claw marks. Is that because they're part of the claw grime's bodies rather than on them? What about Jura's cloak? Ishiki can shrink Koji's mask, so in theory, Kawaki really should be capable of shrinking away Jura's claw mark clothes so he can't bring claw grime or other Shinju to his aid. Not that I ever expect him to do that. But I do think, I mean, the one on Code's head looks like it's on him, not in him. So it's like, even if it does come with the ability, it should still be up for grabs to shrink it, because...
I mean, that one in particular might have extra Code essence in it, even though they all have Code essence in it, but that's besides the point. Maybe this one has extra, to where there's a certain threshold cutoff of where you can versus can't shrink organic matter.
That could maybe work, but...
It's so stupid and convenient, but whatever.
Yeah.
So, I don't, at this point, think he can shrink the claw grimes on... the claw marks on the claw grimes. Because I feel like they are a part of the claw grime's body, as opposed to on the claw grimes. Like, I feel like, hypothetically, if he could shrink it, and he did shrink it, it's not just going to expose more claw grime body, it's going to leave a hole where the claw mark was.
Yeah, that's the question. Like, what would it do there?
Yeah, because I don't think they're, like, wearing it like clothes, unlike the Shinju.
But
I think it's, like, embedded deep in their skin.
That brings to the question, though. The Rinnegan claw grime. What happened there? Did Jura or something else awaken a Rinnegan and peek through the claw grime? Or did the claw grime just awaken its own Rinnegan and open the eye behind the claw mark?
I'm afraid we might never get an explanation for that at this point. I feel like the anime is just gonna make something up.
Yeah, because I feel like that's a pretty important thing, like, to address.
We still don't know why the Shinju were born. We still don't know what happened to the claw grime Artie and Konoha from like chapter 3 and 4.
We don't know what happened to the Ten Tails' body. Did it turn into that tree? Did it get teleported away? If it turned into the tree, why did it go upside down into another dimension? Like, what happened? We don't know what happened to the Ten Tails. We don't know what that tree is. We don't. There's a lot of things that I get. They gotta eventually get there, take their time, blah, blah, blah. But, like, some of these things that's like, okay, like, I feel like we should have gotten an explanation on the Rinnegan claw grimes or Rinnegan. Like, at some point.
The true horror of the Ten Tails. I'm sure Kawaki's limiters they probably will address, but if they don't, they're gonna need that. At the very least, they'll probably address how or when he got them off, assuming he did. But they might not address how or when he got them on.
Yeah, I would love for them to do that, but I agree they might not because they don't technically need to, but they should. But
yeah. Do you think they'll
but like,
ever...
what happened to the 10 tails? That's one of those ones where
Yeah.
like, there's no reason to hold off on that. In chapter 5, they could have just shown the 10 tails or said that the tree's that 10 tails or whatever, or that it's Jura or whatever the answer is. Like,
because I still don't know if Jura has a soul thorn bulb, if he was like pooped out by that tree, or if he turned into the 10 tails. Is the 10 tails that tree? Like, what is that tree? Is that tree
Exactly, we
underneath the
don't
10 tails
know.
dimension? Is it a different dimension? I don't know.
Like, again, I get that they don't need to answer everything all at once. I get that. But, like, the Shinju Awaken in chapter 5, it's almost 20 chapters later, nearly 2 years later. It's like, why don't we know any of these answers?
At this point, I don't think we're going to get a reveal on why the Nine Tails is back in Himawari. There's like a 50% chance they'll address that the next time Himawari is actually relevant with the Nine Tails, but
yeah,
that's like 50%.
They have her in that Koji 10 Directions thing at least.
Yeah, so there's at least that.
And because Koji's worried about Jura going after Himawari, that does indicate that, okay, you know, like he hasn't dropped that entirely. But
yeah. There's also technically, how did Boruto learn Purple Lightning? You could argue Koji taught him, but that's not a big deal.
Well, I mean, if you go by the Boruto manga database profiles, he just already had it.
I know, but
one.
I'm not going based off that. This one.
Yeah, I get it, but at least for me, I'm gonna be fair with that one. I'm not gonna harp on it because he technically already had it. So, whereas if you don't know how he learned it, he's a genius anyway. He already had it. Or worst case, it would be the same answer future training. So it's like that one I'm not harping on.
Yeah. Do you think they'll ever reveal how, why, when Bug turned into a tree?
No, but they should. Because that one's not important. That's the problem. It's not that important. It's just for the fans. Like, I don't know. Like, I get leaving some things, but like, why leave everything this mystery for us to ask? I don't know. It's just like some of these things don't require, like, again, like, I get it's not the focus, and so something like that's not the focus. I understand why you wouldn't necessarily include it, but it's like it also only takes one speech bubble or one panel of flashback just showing it. I don't know. It's not that hard to include. It's not like he doesn't have the space to include it. If he wants to include it, he'd make the room. It's just he just doesn't care. But again, maybe when Mamoshi's attacking Ada or something, they'll have a flashback to when Bug was devoured. You know, who knows?
Yeah, you also have other things such as the truth around Akabe's death, or Amado's intentions, or the Otsutsuki Stone tablets, or the rest of the Otsutsuki clan that Momoshiki is supposed to report back into, or like Ishiki supposedly seemingly maybe turning on the clan, or like there's a billion things that they probably will address in the future, but they might not for some of those.
Yeah, some of them it depends. Like,
yeah, like obviously things like BlueStar to go blind, we don't know if they'll address in the future. We hope they will, but it's possible that they won't. But as of right now, we can't complain that they're not addressing it yet.
Exactly. That hasn't been long.
Yeah. Now, Mitsuki Sage Mode, we can complain about that.
Oh, absolutely. Like, I'm just now scrolling back up to this. You never did get to this one. How long do you think chapters 1 through 24 of TBV is in universe?
So I'm guessing you like went back and looked for time intervals or something.
It's not that they say anything. It's that there were some. I was going off the top of my head, but I was recalling enough things. Like, for example, just as an example, this. They're clearly having like breakfast or something. They got a new outfit. It's like the morning, and then Shikamaru's meeting with like the elders or whatever at the beginning. Like, it's like portrayed as like in the next day.
I agree.
This implies to me that at the very least, chapter 6 is probably one day later at the least.
Because that's what I was gonna think. At least one day, yeah.
Stuff like that. And I was going off the top of my head, and I'm like, okay, then you have
That was the first thing I thought of too.
So chapter 14, he's in prison for, however long he's asleep for. Let's see what he says. You finally come to, they don't really say anything, but he finally wakes up from being knocked out. Then he's freed.
Well, I mean, how fast do you think Jura can read or like conceive information? Because you see how many books he's read, how many pages are in each book. He's practically read 20 dictionaries.
Yeah, that one I don't know, because he could just be reading ridiculously fast or whatever.
But like, even then, he has to like turn the pages ridiculously. Like, even for like a supercomputer, I feel like it's gonna take a while.
There's also Code complaining about them taking forever, and again,
yeah, that'd be weird if it's like
1 day. It's like it has to be at least a day for him to be throwing a fit over that.
That's weird if he's doing it after 1 day as well. Like, sure, you could say Code's impatient, but he's been 3 years, so is he really that impatient?
Yeah. But then anyway, there's like, even this just feels like this is probably maybe even another day since Boruto's interrogation, but like, you have Boruto's interrogation, then Shikamaru's talking to Ada here, and then he's talking to Koji's toad there, and then they have like a flashback of Shikamaru giving Konohamaru the mission, and then they're in the sand village. Alright, it's probably at least another day between all that.
Okay, so we are thinking that them being in the sand and them talking about going to the sand are 2 different days? Because I'd be fine with that.
Probably. Well, at the very least, like, Shikamaru at the end of, like, this whole day of chapter... So again, like, so we have chapter 1, chapter 6 is day 2. We'll just say, we're going to go low balls. So day 1, chapter 1. Day 2 is chapter 6, and we're just going to low ball all of the Hidari stuff with that invasion, all the same day still. Then you have Boruto's arrested, still the same day. But then I think we're on day 3 by this chapter. Like, I think this is now another day. Sarda and everyone talking to Ada. Kawaki's not even there anymore when he was there during Boruto's interrogation before, by the way. He's not there now, seemingly. And then, because he was talking to Boruto, I honestly, I think Boruto talking to Kawaki might even be a day after his interrogation. But anyway, I think this is already day 3. Shikamaru hasn't even learned about the mission yet. Then he's got to tell Konohamaru about the mission. Then they got to get to the Sand Village. So, at lowest, this is day 3. Probably day 4, which would mean 3 days in between the Sand Village and TBV, but at least 2 days. It has to be. It's probably, I mean, back then it took 3 days to get to the Sand Village, so it might even be 6 days. But either way, even if you go at 6 days, Koji's last update was 6 days ago.
Yeah.
Or if it's less, it's actually possible that Koji's last update is before chapter 1 of TBV. It's possible still.
So I think that's a completely fair interpretation, especially since if it happened, it'd be weird for it to have happened off screen. Not necessarily, but like, probably. It would just be weird, even though for the audience, obviously, they wouldn't want to tell the audience if Koji's getting an update before we even learned Koji's exists, or has 10 directions, or what 10 directions is, or Singularity of Fates, or any of that. So obviously there's
it's also the first time Boruto's seemingly done anything as a singularity about the future, because he's always stopped himself short.
Yes, but that's weird, because let's just go with the fact that Koji hasn't received an update since before chapter. Well, the last time he received an update was before the story of Two Blue Vortex started. It's like 2 or 3 days before chapter 1. That means nothing that has happened in the first 22 chapters has updated 10 Directions, in which case you look at what did update 10 Directions. What sets that apart from everything else? Well, what's interesting there is, yes, Boruto told Kawaki about the limiters. That didn't update it. Kawaki got the limiters off that seemingly didn't update it, since he was going to do that anyways, as Boruto said. but then he goes
Well,
to
we
the
don't know.
sand.
It might have updated
yeah.
when Kawaki got the limiters. It depends on where
I know.
Kawaki teleported to and how that times up.
I know, but I am getting to something here. So it's the fact that he tells him that and he goes to do that. I'm going to assume, for my logic to follow, that getting the limiters off early did not update 10 Directions, and what did update 10 Directions is Kawaki choosing to go to the Sand Village, which is something he never did in any possible future. Which I think that makes sense. If it was a possible future and he did it, then I feel like that's just going with 10 Directions, not an update anyways. So, with that being said, it's something that was impossible, which means, applying that to Blue Vortex, Boruto acting as a singularity of fate, telling Code, don't do the 10 tails thing, and even going to Code, maybe he would have gone to Code anyways and fought him or whatever, but even going to Code, doing Uzuhiko, tricking Code to go back to the 10 tails dimension so Boruto can teleport to Code, none of that updated 10 Directions. That's interesting, because what does that tell us about 10 Directions updates? Was Code going to do all that anyways? Was it just going to happen later and Boruto made it happen earlier? So what does this mean when it comes to the Shinju resurrecting, since Koji seemingly doesn't know when exactly it's going to happen? Does that mean, since the Shinju being born, that didn't update 10 Directions either? So if hypothetically Boruto did kill the 10 tails, would that have updated 10 Directions? Like, how are we seeing this update with 10 Directions? Because I think all this is important when we consider how 10 Directions, or the update in particular, has to work when also including Kawaki limiter showing up to the Sand Village shenanigans.
It's kind of tricky because when it comes to the killing the 10 tails, she tells Boruto you knew there was a high chance of this happening in terms of them failing. So is that because in most futures they fail, but in only a couple they succeed? Or is it because they never succeeded at any of Koji's futures? They were just trying to change it
to get an update? Yeah.
Yeah, it depends on what he was going for with that.
That's true too.
And it also depends on whether, like, is there a difference in terms of updating between Koji acting as a singularity versus Boruto? Like, does that change things? Did they get updates immediately when it's him or something? But then again, he told Boruto with the limiters, and that didn't update it to show him Boruto telling Kawaki. So I'm going to assume no there.
But when people become a singularity of fate, it's pretty much confirmed definitively that that does not update 10 Directions. When Boruto became one, it didn't do it. When Ada became one, it didn't do it. When Kawaki became one, obviously, it didn't do it. So becoming a singularity of fate doesn't do it. It's about doing something as a singularity of fate. The problem is, Boruto in Chapter 1 is doing stuff as a singularity of fate. Maybe Boruto is going to show up anyways. Maybe... If Koji doesn't do anything... Let's just say Boruto shows up. I don't think, first of all, I don't think Boruto would be strong enough to defeat Code. But let's just say he is. I don't think Boruto is flying Raijin to the 10 tails dimension following Code. Or maybe he's like, I mean, it's not flying Raijin, it's using his karma teleport, he could do that anyways. But would he have done that to follow Code that he defeated naturally in a future without Koji? Or is that because of 10 Directions? Singularity Fate shenanigans.
Well, I mean, the whole fight itself is only because of 10 Directions, because it doesn't have any of those abilities in time otherwise.
So 10 Directions updated 6 days ago. Nothing else has updated it since. The only thing that's updated it has been the Kawaki thing, seemingly. Why did it update 6 days ago? Especially if it's before Two Blue Vortex began. What did they do?
Yeah, so then the big question is, what would have happened? So, like, a possibility, an interesting possibility, actually. Okay, I'm gonna present it, but this probably has some flaws. I'm thinking of somebody you could probably argue against it. Interesting idea. In no future did Boruto originally
ever show up and stomp on Code's face. And everything that happened there was just unknown until Boruto shows up. The moment he shows up, Koji got an update, so he knew what was going to happen, but Boruto didn't. That's a possibility.
Yeah.
The problem would be he tells Boruto, you knew there was a high chance of this happening in terms of the Shinju awakening. So why would he know that? Because they just wouldn't know what would happen when Boruto shows up and how that's going to influence things. Unless it was like hey, they're gonna awaken soon after Code invades. So if you show up, there's still a high chance you're not going to be able to kill him. But let's go for it. But that's a possibility anyway. When he stomps on Code's face, maybe that's when it updated.
So I don't think
interesting parallel to Kawaki showing up in that case. It's the same idea.
Yeah. I don't think there's any way. In fact, it's impossible for Koji to use 10 directions to directly force an update. He cannot tell a Boruto something, and then Boruto, with that new knowledge, can have an update happen. What he can do, so for example, he can teach Boruto Uzuhiko early because he sees through 10 directions in the future Boruto learns Uzuhiko. He cannot see things that Boruto hasn't learned through 10 directions. What he can do using 10 directions, he can see in the future to what Boruto does have and say, okay, in the future, Boruto doesn't have the fire style, fireball jutsu. If I teach Boruto that, 10 directions will update. Because it's not something he's learning
we don't
early.
know if doing things sooner would affect updates or not yet, for sure. But either way, yes.
From seemingly, it doesn't. From what I can gather. Because regardless of the Kawaki thing, if it hasn't updated in 6 days, and we're going to say all of Two Blue Vortex in less than 6 days, I feel like that can't be the case.
So the reason I would agree would be because I feel like Jura is targeting Boruto now because of his Singularity of Fate knowledge, which means if he didn't have that, Jura wouldn't target Boruto. Like, he wouldn't shoot Boruto if Boruto didn't know about the Soul Thorns. So that would be like a thing that changed because of Singularity stuff, so he would have needed an update for that. However, if hypothetically Jura shot Boruto in Chapter 13, that was 6 days ago, then he could have got an update from that as an example. So it really does depend on how long it's been.
Yeah.
Because realistically, I would say it's probably most likely that either the 6 days ago was before the start of the Sand Mission, or before the start of Two Blue Vortex. One or the other. It's not going to be in between any of the other things, I don't think.
I'd be fine with that.
But the question is which,
True, yeah. That does matter in this case. It's also important to consider that how does one update as a Singularity of Fate or whatever? Because we don't know what Boruto may or may not have told Kawaki off-screen about the Sand Mission, seemingly, possibly. Maybe he didn't do that at all. But from what we have seen, Boruto has not explained what a Singularity of Fate is, or 10 directions, or anything about knowing the future. He's saying something, from Kawaki's perspective, that is just completely reasonable for Boruto to just say as anybody else. So, not knowing that the future can update or anything like that, you can still be a Singularity of Fate and cause an update or whatever.
Say that again.
To be fair, you're distracting me too, so you're distracting both of us. Shadow King Chaos. What did he say there? Oh, W video? I thought he said A video as usual. Like what were you expecting? Oh, it's funny. But anyways,
I forgot I was sharing my screen too, so you already knew.
That's
was distracted by.
Yes. Well, that's why I started talking slower, because you were in real time distracting me.
Okay. What were you saying?
So I was saying, from what we can gather as of right now, if Boruto didn't tell anything to Kawaki off screen, you don't need to be told about Singularity of Fate or 10 Directions or future shenanigan nonsense in order to become a Singularity of Fate or update 10 Directions. Yes, only a Singularity of Fate can do this, but you don't need to know the person is that or what that is in the first place for you to become a Singularity of Fate or update it. So, like, as an example, Shikamaru, Sarada, all of that, like, in chapter, like, 11 or 12 or whatever, when Boruto is telling Sarada, this is a soul thorn, you can use it to free Sasuke. None of that is implying 10 Direction Singularity of Fate nonsense, but that is making Sarada a Singularity of Fate.
Exactly.
At least in that regard. So she is one, technically. Even though the story's not emphasizing
But she
that.
never did anything impossible, per se, to update 10 Directions.
Well, she never even had a chance, because she hasn't even touched the Soul Thorn, so... hasn't even had the opportunity to grab it. She tried and couldn't do it, so that can't do anything, obviously.
So this guy's comment, maybe 10 Directions don't work on Kawaki since he's an Otsutsuki. So I could totally see them doing that. So in this case, it would have to be a thing to where it quote-unquote works, because he does see them, but it'd have to be, like, not necessarily wrong, but it could always change on him, and you would never know.
What about
I could see them
Boruto?
doing that, but I would hate it.
Well, that works perfectly fine on Boruto, seemingly.
But it could be a thing to where, like, it could always veer off without you knowing.
How's that different from normal? And it seemingly hasn't veered off for Boruto. It's been perfectly accurate so
I
far.
agree.
Unless you're gonna say that Kawaki's a fully fledged Otsutsuki, whereas Boruto's not. He's 83%.
But then that goes against everything they've tried to tell us thus far, so...
Everything they've tried to tell us so far makes no sense.
Exactly.
Yeah. I love how you're incorporating that all into the comment, by the way. But was there more to that topic?
Don't think so. What was the topic?
We cannot be answering comments on video. You're distracting.
Yeah, I am the worst person to multitask like that.
The problem is, because stream cut off that one day for like an hour, I never went back to move stuff to use topics, because I don't know what we did versus didn't cover on stream. So there's a ton of topics that are just there that we've already covered, at least above.
So this one would be interesting to do with Troy, but at least we can just guess something. He said, to be fair, nobody has taught him how to use Sage Mode more, or Sage Mode, or how it works. So this way,
yeah, I want to do this with Troy. I want to do this with Troy looking at it. So by the way,
just real quick, I just want to read what he wrote as he wrote it.
That's fair.
To be fair, nobody has taught him how to use Sage more or how it works. So this way, understandable, but I believe when Mitsuki gets an awakening and becomes free of this mental nerf, not being conflicted anymore. I need to use a separate line for this. He will start to use Sage mode correctly instead of just an amp.
What?
I am curious what conflict he's referring to.
There's 12 things weird about that.
Yeah, I agree. But
how's he going to use it correctly, but not as an amp, but in addition to an amp, but it's not correct currently?
Yeah, but I'm very curious, like, what conflict, because obviously Chapter 8 resolved a lot of his conflict. So what is he thinking right now? Is the conflict hypothetically do I help Boruto or listen to Konohamaru's orders as an
It's
example?
not, though. See, that's the problem. That goes back to the interpretation thing, to where the series isn't telling you that, but you could say it's like off-screen implied, or it's not, though. But like, if someone said that in an analysis, not only is that something I could completely agree with, regardless of agenda pushing or something that I would like to be the case, wish for the case, I could agree to that. I don't know if this is something in particular specifically I would agree with, but like an example would be something like this. I could agree to that. And I could think that's what they're doing. But that doesn't mean that's what they are doing, so you can't use that for story analysis, even if you're analyzing the story. Which sounds ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky because we don't know, especially now, because we don't know yet. In totality, you might have the clear answer what it was for, but
yeah, because it sounds nice and it sounds right, but I don't think it is.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is like, I want it to be right, obviously, but
it would only make sense.
It just feels like, to some extent, he should already, if he had a mental nerf, it should have been freed in chapters 6, 7, and 8.
Or at the very least, if it wasn't, they should have made note of it by this point at the latest.
Yeah, like during the Ryu fight, there should have been some clear indication of his.
If not there, then at the very least, with Konohamaru's talking to Mitsuki, but there's nothing.
Yeah, so why are we led to believe? The only conflict I can think of is that, oh, I want to go help Boruto thing. But why would he be holding back against Ryu if he wants to help Boruto? I don't know.
He's just not making it clear.
Yeah, I don't know. But I'm very curious what he's referring to there.
Yeah. By the way, Kamui, I do want you to be aware of the time in case you lost track of that, because I don't know how late you are.
I need to go and see. I'm going to start cooking my chicken because I did get distracted. So I would let you share your screen if you want to do your pictures that were there. You've got your
multiple pictures.
Hidari foreshadowing thing, and you started writing stuff, and you were discussing with some people.
Okay, well, Axel says check YouTube. We don't know if Kurama remembers everything from his previous incarnation. What if the name is literal? It only updates once 10 distinct new paths of events are generated. I like that.
That's cool.
That is cool.
That's cool.
I think I like that the most.
That only applies to this. So with the name Parisians instead of 10 directions, you've ruined that, because then it just seems like, what? Where's that coming from? It's only cool.
But Kamui,
10 directions.
As bad as it is, that's why I want it to further rub in, especially Mello's face, but everyone's face, of how bad Viz is and why you cannot use it, and just to laugh at it. I want it to be bad on Viz.
I mean, either way, I think that is my favorite possibility. The
classic
10 updates directions version.
Yeah. By the way, Space, so yeah, when I was in the bathroom, Kamui did read, I don't know what the July 15th thing is, but MHA stream, I guess I won't be there. So it is Izuku's, the main character's birthday, which is why he wants to do it. It's the same thing as like when we stream on October 10th to celebrate Naruto's birthday or whatever. By the way, it's funny he's saying that when he is so vehemently against saying that he's the #1 MHA fan, and he gives it like a 7 out of 10 or whatever. It's like, come on.
And then he doesn't want to do the catch-up stream where you explain MHA to me. Yeah, he's so excited for that stream where you do that.
Yeah, by the way, Kamui, when do you want to watch MHA? Says Space.
I told him, I said, I don't know. Not until I
Space says, I said 8 out of 10! Exclamation mark.
Watch Kaiju number 8. Finish Platinum and finish rewatching Attack on Titan with Camp.
You finished my Attack on Titan episode that at this point I feel like we're not going to do in Christmas in July. We're only halfway through. I can't say that yet. We need to do that. But
do it next Christmas.
Oh my god!
You should pretend you've never shown a gift to her as kind of like both a gift and a troll, and that's what you get for not finishing it.
Okay, what would be funny is I go to see the exact second we stopped. I upload from there onwards with the episode as like a 2.0, and we just watch that as only new content.
I think that's the funniest way we could do it at this point, because it's so late anyway.
I agree. Like, at this point, we might as well just start over, but we shouldn't do that, so...
We have to do it off stream.
Yeah, I feel like what we're going to do with Cam next is we're going to finish Platinum, and that's going to take 2, maybe 3 streams. But if we're doing that, we're not doing the Attack on Titan episode this month.
Yeah, especially when we realistically have like once a week tops.
Yeah. So unless we're gonna break up Platinum End, which I feel like we're not gonna do, then it's not gonna be this month, which is the problem.
We were also watching Attack on Titan too, like I said.
I am still on the unknown on how Oodie will do the recap though. Space, I'm telling you, I'm putting more and more thought into it. In particular, how I begin it. Because I'm not really thinking season like 2 through 5 as much. I'm thinking the first like season and like everything in there and leading up to it and how I'm going to do that exactly. I'm really proud of how I've thought of it, and I think Kamui will love the way that I'm going to do it, at the very least. Even if you don't like it, I think Kamui will. So, there you go. Your plan is to have Kamui watch the first 5 episodes. Yeah, I do want to go through and see exactly what, but we'll figure that out at another time. But yeah, Space, we will ask in the MHA room if anyone wants to do a stream on that day, because Tuesday, I think BlueStar said he's free, so we'll have to just see. We'll ask Ace and Ultra as well, but yeah, I don't know. Would you blokes watch One Piece out of context? Example, pick 10 episodes at random and review what you saw. That could be a funny way to do it. I also like what he says. 1 goes forwards and 1 backwards. I feel like if we're going to do that, we need to wait for One Piece to end, and one of us does like 1 episode at a time forward, the other does 1 episode at a time backwards, and we like converge per episode to discuss it. I'm gonna like take a screenshot of that because that's funny. Okay, I like that as well. That's so good. Okay. Yeah, so I don't think they're gonna do the 10 directions thing. I really hope they do, and Viz continue calling it prescience. It's the funniest way to do it, but by the way,
it's not like Viz translates Rasengan to spiraling spheres, so like why are they doing it?
Yeah. By the way, I think it's hilarious how it's not just Mello, but Mello and a lot of people still call it Hiram as the ability name.
Oh, they're gonna say pre-science.
I did hear that the other day. I forget from who, but I heard it like yesterday. Someone said that. I'm like, bro, still.
Or what about omnipotence?
See, that one's more understandable because a lot of people say that. If you're saying pre-science, it's just because you've literally never heard the word. Like, you're thinking it's like before science. No. Okay. On to the screenshots. Let's see if there's anything else in chat.
What's the thing you were saying though? You heard
in the nursing
Hiram or whatever.
Oh, Hiram, yeah, that's how people are saying it.
I want to say Orihime, even though I don't know the character. I've heard the name.
I know, I feel like I'm the reason you want to say that though.
Yeah, like I just heard you guys say her name, but is it? It's not Orihime. So what is the actual name? It's very close to that, but it's a different syllable. Somewhere.
Yeah, you just reverse the R and the H. Ohirame. So instead of Orihime, Ohirame. The easiest way is just
Orihume.
yeah. It's just think about Mello saying "Oh Hiram," and that'll stick in your mind because it's funny. And then you think of the actual way to say it. Oh Hirume.
Oh Hiram.
The easiest way to think about Japanese is break it down into consonants. So you have ohirume. Like add like a space if you were to type it out. So it's just like o he ru me. That's how you do it. Instead of oh a hiram. Like it's an English word.
It would be oh hi root who is English. It's not even English at that point.
I was thinking about like other ways you could Englishify other Naruto names of techniques or whatever. And for the most part, it would be hard. Like, what would you even do for some of them that would be reasonable? Because it's not like anyone would see Kirin and think like Kyrine or something. Like, that's not an English way to do that word in that way that it's spelled. But like Amaterasu, I feel like you could do like aim terrace or something.
Sangan.
Exactly. Yeah, like reset. Maybe like
Jerrigan.
race and gain, maybe. Or like sharing and I don't know.
Now that I think about it, it is pretty funny that like so like, obviously in Japanese you have Kagebutsu no Jutsu, Rasengan.
That would just be like Cage Bunshin. Cage Bunshin, I don't know.
But, real quick though,
yeah.
It's funny how again they're all in Japanese originally. But in the English versions, they translate like Kagebunshin to Shadow Clone. But they leave Rasengan and Kamui and Kirin as the names. Like,
to be fair, if they called Rasengan Spiraling Ball, I think I would drop the series. So stupid.
I also think, to be fair, that at the beginning they were using the translated words, and then not too long later they changed it. Like by the time you got to like even the Chunin exams, Search for Tsunade, and so on, they started to use like, let's just say Search for Tsunade. At that point, they started to use like the actual like jutsu names. Even like in Chidori, they were doing Chidori 1000 birds. They were just doing both at the same time. That's like the transition. And then,
well, they do that in both English and Japanese, to be fair. So that's like
really?
That thing, yeah. That's the way they're doing
Chidori
it.
meant 1000 birds. What does it mean?
Yes, it literally means 1,000 birds, but like they're explaining why it has that name.
Okay. So in Japanese, what do they say?
I mean, I'd have to go like
Chidori.
Pull it up exactly. That's funny.
But either way, but by Search for Tsunade though, it's like okay, it's Rasengan and then whatever else. I feel like known as in Shippuden though. But then again, Shinra Tensei, they turn it into Almighty Push randomly, so it's not consistent. I don't know why.
Mean, for some of them, I feel like it could be okay. Like, if you called in English from the very beginning consistently at all times the Sharingan, the Kaleidoscope Eye, that could just be cool. But it could be cool. I feel like if they did that from the beginning, we never heard of Sharingan, we only heard Kaleidoscope Eye, I feel like the English audience would all accept that. That's something I feel like they could say. Unlike something like Tsukuyomi, if they just said Moon Goddess whenever they activate, like, nobody's gonna get that. That's just gonna see so weird.
Or like, forgot what examples about
that. The funniest one would be if they just called Kirin Giraffe. Like, every time. Or even Kakashi Scarecrow. Like, people would think that's his nickname and never know what his actual name is.
He's called Scarecrow.
Okay, the one that I think would be the coolest in terms of actual names in Japanese to English, if Itachi's name in English just was Weasel. That would be cool. Not his nickname, his real name. That would be cool.
I feel like that would apply to some characters. It just depends. Like,
yeah, that's fair.
Depends on how namey it is.
I mean, Itachi's name is like very clearly meant to reference his like story, but whatever. I feel like Kakashi's in reference to his character design, obviously. Sakura the same as well for her. Naruto, I don't know if Kishimoto had the story idea for Naruto's name in mind, or if it was just inspired based off of real life ramen or whatever. Similarly, I wonder if that's how Naruto got his original design and he just wrote in Uzumaki sign later or whatever. But like, if he just has the spiral on his design because real life Naruto fish cakes have that spiral. It's also red.
I also like the idea that
same for his
for
Nine-Tailed Seal.
Kishimoto, he came up with the name Naruto based off ramen, and then he just wrote in the story that Jiraiya did the same thing for his book. It's just like, yeah, this is actually how I came up with the name.
Well, I do think English audience speakers aren't going to understand this. I do think in Japanese, it would be commonly known. Naruto, I'm not going to call it a gag manga, but it has a lot of comedy, especially early on. I think Naruto itself as a name is just a gag because Naruto the character likes ramen. So I don't think that's just a random character trait, and I don't think it's because the narrative reason of his name. I don't think it's because Kishimoto planned from the very beginning, the ramen guy. Oh, I think he's just doing a meme. His name's Naruto. He eats Naruto.
Yeah. But I also think it'd be funny if he came up with the idea while eating ramen, just like Jiraiya.
I mean, that would be funny. I do wonder.
He wrote it in the story the way he did.
I do wonder how or when he thought of the name Menma, or if Kishimoto even did do that, or like maybe like that was from the beginning. Maybe an editor changed it to Naruto. Like, I wonder how that came about.
What does Menma mean?
Well, I'm saying that because it's the original Naruto name in the Naruto the Last alternate universe movie or whatever.
Wrote to ninja, but what does it mean?
I mean, I don't know if it even means anything. Let's find out.
Oh.
Menma. It might not appear in here. Okay, it does. Bamboo shoots boiled. So it dried, preserved, and salt. It seems like soaked in hot water. Sea salt. It seems like it's a ramen thing.
They're looking for Menma like things.
Yeah, it seems like it could be a ramen thing, definitely. But either way. Sentence search. Oh, okay. Not many sentences with this. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be here. This one maybe, no. Kanji details, might as well. Yeah, noodles. Okay, it just is noodles. Just dried noodles. Yeah, like raw noodles. Like what they do with ramen is they just dehydrate noodles that they already like made. Yeah. So yeah. So it's like instead of like it's kind of funny because instead of like the authentic Oriental ramen, it's like the ramen packs that you would buy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's funny that Naruto is like the real ramen and Menma is the fake ramen and how that played. Like, I feel like that's also a gag that the Japanese readers immediately picked up on that the US audience never realized.
That's so funny, though. It's so cool.
I know.
Make this a clip, please.
That is so cool.
That just makes Road to Ninja that much better.
I know.
I can't wait to rewatch those movies with you.
I'm down. Well, my car is in the shop, so I can't see 28 years later. Well, unless I just do it when I go to clean, possibly tomorrow or the next day, but probably the next day. I'm not going to do it tonight. Thankfully, I'm not.
I feel like I'm probably not going to it in theaters. And the way BlueStar asked makes me feel like it wasn't that good, but I don't know.
BlueStar hates a lot of things that you like in Naruto, so I don't know if we would go with that, to be fair.
That is also fair.
I mean, I think you'll like it.
Also, this is so random. My piece of chicken right now looks like an Xbox controller.
Okay, since we're continuing anyways, let's do another Naruto topic or Boruto topic or whatever. Did you want to do one or the other, or do you not care?
Doesn't matter.
Okay, I feel like the Boruto stream will just stick with Boruto. You wanted to do my pictures, so let me go to those. It might take a minute.
Well, I was asking. The point is, I want you to lead the next topic.
That's fair. That's fine. Technically, 2 different picture things, so 2 different topics here. So the first topic is he cooked from Scout. This is in Hot Boys server. So this is when Volume 5 cover was dropped. They're posting the cover, then they're commenting on the cover. So someone says Nero, and I want to get Nero's take on this. I should invite them on the podcast, but at least we do get their take on this. So Nero's... Oh, actually, this is so funny. I think this Kamui is what sprouted that seed in my head for the previous topic about the analysis or interpretation conversation. I think it was this, specifically. So that's cool. So, okay, keep that in mind as we go through this. So, Nero says, in reference to the Boruto Volume 5 cover, cool foreshadowing of Hidari's loyalty to the Shinju beginning to fracture. Obviously, the Volume 5 cover, we have Jura, Matsuri, Ryu, and Mamushi reading Jura's book with Hidari looking to the side. Looking to their left, our right, whatever. Hidari means left, either. He's not reading, he's looking away. In every anime or ending opening, this usually signifies the person, like he's saying, foreshadowing of loyalty fracturing or whatever, or that they're gonna die. Usually when the back's to the camera is when they're gonna die rather than to the side, but you get the idea. So that's what he says, and Skywolf says indeed. So I had a lot to say on this. First of all, shout out Fire Force, random, but aside from that, okay, so in reference to what Nero said, here's what I say. So again, Nero said, cool foreshadowing of Hidari's loyalty to the Shinju beginning to fracture. So I say, beginning? We don't know anything about Hidari yet, lol. As far as we're aware, he's just dumb. It isn't just looking the other way. Jura is holding information. Hidari's remaining stagnant, meanwhile, the others are changing. That's a completely different interpretation. Not saying yours is wrong or bad, but we can't say that what this is yet based on what we've got, lol. Especially since we are lacking context of this imagery. Was Jura symbolically giving them orders to read his book, or are they doing it on their own? Is Hidari refusing Jura's order, or simply preoccupied with his own thoughts? Or simply blank-minded altogether, not curious of the information? If Jura gives the order, is he aware of Hidari's refusal? Is he wary or cautious? Or does he know outright and doesn't care, or is waiting for Hidari to turn on him like Jigen waited for Koji despite knowing? Or is Jura simply blind to Hidari turning away? And that's all I had to say on that.
Yeah, so I completely agree with what you said there, because we don't know which of any of those it is. No, I do agree it's most likely foreshadowing at the very least. So this is why when we were talking about it to begin with, I phrased it a certain way. It's that Hidari is likely, this is symbolizing that he's going to take a different path. I word it that way because, well, different paths can be a lot of things. It doesn't have to be that he betrays the Shinju. It could just be that he does something a little bit different from all the other Shinju. And that could be any of the possibilities you listed there, basically.
And that's
the
my
point is
problem.
it's showing that he's distinct in some way. His different path could be he stays stagnant while they all evolve. Like, it could be as simple as that. The point is, it is showing he's the odd one out in this regard. Something about him is unique, but what is that? We don't know.
Exactly. And that was my problem with what Nero said, because he's not saying this is his interpretation or whatever. He's saying confidently, as if he has to be right, this is what it is. It's cool that this is a foreshadowing of specifically the only thing it can be, Hidari's loyalty to the Shinju beginning to fracture. So he's saying that's what this is. So that's different, because he's saying like it's like as a factual thing. That's his analysis of the series. Again, I agree. That is probably what this is. But we cannot say that's what this is, despite it sounding right, despite the fact that we agree, despite the fact that it would be good and is good, and it seems to be everything's pointing towards it. But like, this is how I would say like how it gets to the power scaling. We can't look at something and say our interpretation of it is the case.
Well, it depends.
When other interpretations exist. Even if other interpretations aren't as strong, necessarily.
Yeah, but you go with the most likely. And when it's 99% most likely to be one specific thing, you can just say it is at that point. Like, in normal conversation, it's acceptable.
I don't like saying that we go with the most likely interpretation. You could say we should go with it in order to progress the conversation. But I feel like that's just ignoring the other possibilities and only going down one route instead of exploring all the routes, when the other lesser likely interpretations are still just as possible.
Well, they're not necessarily just as possible.
They're just as possible, even if they're less likely. But I don't want to get into semantics of that.
Well, but then at that, okay, but if you're going to word it that way, then
Are you cutting out, or are you just thinking?
oh, well,
because it's funny. You said if you're going to word it that way, then, and you just paused. I did not hear anything after that.
Okay, well,
that's like,
are you hearing me
that's
now?
a very dramatic pause. I hear you now.
Are you hearing me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Because if you're gonna word it that way, then everything would be a possible interpretation, and the poop falling out of the sky, messing up the fight, interpretation's possible. But you're not talking about that, because it's not as likely. So if you're gonna play that game, well, then you look at the most likely one. So
that
you
gets
the most likely one.
That gets into plausibility claims. But what I'm saying is, I don't think it's fair to only go one direction in the conversation of what has the most weighting when each of them have equal value.
Well, they don't necessarily have equal value. It depends on context. All of this depends on context.
I think you know what I mean.
It all depends on context. Because there's going to be times where I'm going to say, yeah, I agree with you. And there's going to be other times where I'm going to be like, no, we're not using that interpretation, because it's so obviously not the case. Like, both have happened, so.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be talking about the poop falling from the sky interpretation. What I would mean, and I don't want to go back to the previous conversation.
I have a specific example, but I'm refusing to say it for a reason. But
okay. Oh, now I'm curious. Okay. If you say it, I promise you, I will not say anything on it. I'm just curious what it is.
My specific example is when, so it's like, I remember Sauron was here, and like maybe like Mello and Boruto or something. I don't remember exactly how many people were here, but there's a bunch of people here. And we were basically debating whether Madara wanted to do the infinite Tsukuyomi himself
and because he literally makes it very clear that he didn't like the fact that Obito was about to do it. He's on that path and he wants to overcome him, and he thanks Naruto for stopping him, and it's clear that he's planning on stopping Obito, and he's saying all these things. And when I'm like, all right, no, we're not using the interpretation that he was just fine with Obito doing all that, or whatever the specific word. The point was, he very clearly wanted to stop him, and we're going with that interpretation because of what he says 3 different times. There's other examples like that where we just had debates. Where I'm like, no, we're not using that.
Okay. You know I want to say something on that, but I promised I wouldn't, so I'm not going to. As badly as I want to. Of all things. But okay.
That's why I said I
know. I'm glad you said it because I was curious. I'm glad you have the trust in me to say it anyway. Okay. So I think rather than what's most likely in conversations, you more or less go with what's most preferable, which isn't always what's most likely.
Yeah, it depends.
Okay. So that's really all I wanted to say on that. So, again, everything that Nero said, I'm fine with. I just don't like him saying it confidently as if it's already happened or the thing that's going to happen. And that's part of it. Like, power scaling, the point is that we don't know. Like, he's saying it, like, not as a theory, but, like, as something we don't know yet because it hasn't happened yet. It's a future thing. But this is why I was saying what I was saying earlier about, like, analysis of the story in comparison to, like, facts in universe and how you would interpret those two things differently. Because even if the flowery, fluffed up, verbally, vocally good sounding analysis is good, okay, Hot Boy can word it as poetically as he wants, that doesn't mean it's by default true. Even if
I mean, yeah. Like, yeah, you could, because a lot of things you can make sound better than they actually are, depending on whether that's actually the interpretation. For example, let's just say we get enough clues to say, okay, no, Jura shit's random. It's not anything we've been saying.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I could still make videos saying it's all those things, making it sound like the most intentional thing of all time, but it just isn't the case. Like,
yeah.
But you'd have to be good enough at analyzing the story to know that I was wrong in that case. To notice why that's not the case. You'd have to know what you're talking about to notice that. Because otherwise, the average person's just going to hear it and be like, oh, wow, damn, bro, he's deep. Juris deep. Like, it depends. Like,
so I feel like, and maybe you're going to call me a hypocrite because you think I'm doing the same thing, especially with Madara, but I feel like a lot of people, I don't think open-minded would be the right word, but I feel like a lot of people aren't open-eyed to a lot of ideas to where they get their idea, their assumption, and they roll with it. Like, Nero's going with his interpretation, not as an interpretation, but as the story, the fact. And to be fair, that is his interpretation. I think as of right now, it's a completely valid interpretation, just as valid as any of these other interpretations, but he's not listing them because they're not his interpretation. His interpretation is the only interpretation he considered, and he's not considering any other interpretations. And what I just said there is two different things. He doesn't think there's other interpretations because he's not even considering the possibility. Because he thinks that is a story because that's his interpretation. So it's like an assumption he's making. Anyway, I'm really dissing on Nero, and it's not that big of a deal. He said one sentence in regards to just like hype up the chapter cover, but I responded so much. Yeah, I think all this is just as equally valid. And again, this would apply to anything with power scaling or anything not said. And I do think this matters when we get to story analysis, especially versus other types of analysis, but I think it especially applies with story analysis. Because once someone gets like locked in on an idea, I'm afraid usually they're too gung-ho, die on that hill idea instead of considering all possibilities. Again, you can say, oh, that's exactly what we do with modern. I disagree, but if you want to think that way, that's fine. And that's not me saying anything on the previous thing. That's just in general. Just to clarify, in case. Anyways, the next two picture things, if we wanted to move on from that one.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So, first of all, let me see. It's torture waiting for you guys to catch up to the comments. Okay, let's check that. Okay. Oh, can I scroll? Can I not? Okay, I can't scroll.
You said I wish his sage mode looks like the ID picture card. I'm assuming he means Mitsuki. What is the ID picture card he's referring to? Can you clarify, Axel?
The what now? Where do you see that?
If you scroll down slightly.
Oh, okay.
Just go all the way down. I wish the sage mode looks like the ID card picture. Like, what is he referring to?
ID card picture. He probably... I think I know what he means, but we'll see. In fact, Axel, if you can post it in the Discord, that would help as well. Fish Cake Boy. Dolphin Sensei. I think that's Aruka. In fact, I know it is. Scarecrow Sensei. Infinite Moon Goddess, exactly. Susano. Susanu. To be fair, okay, Axel, I don't know if you know this. If you've seen the Boruto dub, when Jigen kicks Naruto out of the Susanoo, Naruto, he calls it the Susanoo-o.
No, they do that more than once. That's a thing that happens a few times. The Susanoo apostrophe O thing. Not the first time that's been there.
Like, bro, why can't the voice directors just get it right? Just be consistent. Leave a note. Have the voice actors tell the new guy.
In the English dub, he calls it the Susanoo-o?
Yeah.
You gotta pull that up right now. I did not know that. I thought you meant in, like, the Viz text. Because I don't think they consistently do in the manga the apostrophe O. I think sometimes it doesn't do that.
I'm gonna pull it up. And stream, I'm purposefully not showing it until I pull it up in case some crazy ad pops up. That is the Naruto movie. Let me go to the anime. What is this?
I feel like of all people, Keith Silverstein would have maybe he just never was in a single part of Naruto to where he would have heard Susanoo.
It's Naruto who says it. Which is worse.
Huh?
It's Naruto who says it. Which is worse. Okay, it's not 206. Is it 204? I know. It is 204. Okay. I don't know exactly where it happens.
They clearly don't care enough to notice these things. This is why we need to be the voice actors.
I can't see a future, all right, I guess a past in this case, where Naruto's voice actor didn't say anything. Did the voice director just have too much power? What happened? How do they do that? Oh, this is
no. It's the Susanoo-o.
Okay, well, how do I get to dub right here? This is 1332. Let's see if this works. Okay. Let's go back a little bit. Okay, and should work. Let's see if this is where it is.
He easily penetrated the Susanoo-o's defenses.
I can't hear it.
So you can't hear it? Okay. It's not as bad as I remember. In fact, it might be multiple places or elsewhere, but here's at least this one.
He easily penetrated the Susanoo-o's defenses.
The Susanoo.
Susanoo-o.
Susanoo.
Oh
god, I want to find more of these now. Oh my god.
This one isn't so bad because the reverb is kind of covering it up, but you can still hear it.
He easily penetrated the Susanoo-o's defenses.
Susanoo-o.
How does Jigen say it? When he says the Susanoo is not very fast or whatever.
Yeah, do you know exactly where he says that?
When he stands on Sasuke's sword. If you can find that. Right, I mean, it's not going to be long before Naruto says what he just said.
Yeah. The 2V going all out, is it?
In the hover thing, you saw it. So now if you can just find... It's probably going to be coming up real soon. A chew?
Hang on, we got to hear a chew real quick. Where was that?
Go back slightly.
Wait, where is this?
Do it.
We need this a chew.
We're just going to keep watching until we see it.
Well,
Naruto goes to shoot and he does it.
Did you skip?
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah.
Oh wow, you can really hear the rods in the dub. I don't think you can hear it like that in the sub, right?
I don't remember for sure.
Okay, it's just the sound effect. It's weird that they would subtitle that though. The beam charging up. I mean, I can see.
That would be really funny if he just did sneeze.
Okay, we have to, for the abridged, we have to have every Biju bomb just be the Biju sneezing.
Okay, write it down.
Oh yeah, but let's see. So the sword thing, getting back to that. Okay. Oh my god, look at the subtitle here.
Wait, hold on. I was gonna write it down. Pin messages for. Oh my god, that's capital O.
I know. I really hope he says it like that too. The Susanoo. Oh.
The legendary Uchiha Susanoo.
Okay, so he says it right.
Okay, he just holds it. He just goes Susanoo.
That was really cool too. I like that.
Yeah.
I must say, its speed isn't all that impressive.
Okay, he's just saying it. How about his defensive abilities? So yeah, he's not saying it again. Is that the only time he says it, I think?
I mean, maybe when Moboshiki's attacking Naruto at the Chunin Exams Arena, when Sasuke uses the Susanoo, he might say it there, or he might say it during the Majestic Attire when the Golem's beating him, and then Sasuke, I think he might say like, "Oh, that's a good idea," but he might just say that's a good idea, and that's it. So
let's find out. I feel like it's gonna
use the Susanoo anywhere else. So.
Yeah, hard to find. 62, 61.
Yeah, 62 or 3. Okay, yeah, 62 probably.
Yeah. Okay.
Whenever he starts using it, he might. If it's not there, then again, try the Golem. Okay. He would have already used the Susanoo before that. It's just throwing the jutsu.
Oh, he's not.
Yeah,
using
when he starts
here.
throwing the jutsu, I don't think he makes the big thing yet.
Oh, then it just cuts to Gaara for this whole time.
Just
oh no, it cuts back. Okay.
Past. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so they're not using it here.
So, yeah.
He does it.
He's gonna throw a couple attacks.
This kind of looks like a hand holding a Rasen Shuriken right here.
Yeah.
That's stupid. Okay, so he does this. And destroys everything. That looks so cool. Okay, so there's Naruto doing his. These are shadow clones.
Yeah, you get away from it, throw a couple of attacks, and then Sasuke helps out.
Yeah. Shout out Naruto. What an OG. Masaka. So much power. I didn't know Dad had this much power. Okay, that's electricity or whatever.
Okay.
Water. Okay. So here's...
Let's go down slightly. Alright, that's not down. Sorry, go back slightly and see if they say anything about the Susanoo before he does that.
Just end this. Don't know if I get. Use my chakra.
My chakra too.
Yeah, so how long can you hold out? So maybe Momoshiki doesn't even know what it is, but either way.
Yeah, so try the Golem then.
Oh, real quick, I want to see if they say anything else. Maybe. I doubt they will, but...
What?
What is that? That's a good question. The Susanoo looks so cool there. Man, it just destroyed it. That's crazy.
And Momoshiki, this is the thing about Momoshiki, though. That it's like, bro, he's casually doing this shit right now.
I know.
Like, what happened?
Look at how big it is, too.
Like, in the movie, it's worse. Everything he does just does more damage in the movie. Like, he's just casually doing this shit. Like, what happened? Base Momoshiki just is destroying the Avatar right now.
But yeah, they're obviously not going to say anything in regards to the Susanoo after that, I don't think.
Naruto him in the process.
But just good for that. Okay.
65, yeah. It might only be in the movie too. I don't know. Again, I know he says that's a good idea. I don't know if he says anything about the Susanoo.
Well,
it's gonna be when Sasuke uses the Susanoo with the golem, so you went too far.
Okay, here we go. So, just real quick, just a second. I always felt weird how Sasuke got injured here. Why? Oh, it looks so cool. Oh, I love this fight. Oh, I just want to stop to just watch this.
When Boruto is at its near peak.
Okay.
Good idea.
I'll lend you the Susanoo's power.
Okay, Sasuke says it. Susanoo.
I'll lend you the Susanoo's power.
Yeah, so he's saying Susanoo.
Not really, though. The Naruto example earlier was much more.
I agree, but this one doesn't have as much reverb.
I'll lend you the Susanoo's power.
He's not taking a break, but he's saying two O's. Susanoo.
Yeah, he's not saying Susanoo. He's going Susanoo. Like, I don't know.
Yeah,
it's
I agree.
Like different.
Yeah. And they're not saying anything else. Okay. All right. Well, there's that. Naruto's face looks so weird here. This like eye right here. Like, is this a fourth whisker mark?
Oh shoot! I walked away, so I can't see it.
Oh wow. Either way. But anyways, check chat again. Okay, Axel. So many messages. Oh my goodness. Okay. Naruto's ID. Minma means, yeah. Ingredient Naruto says he hates in his ramen before getting isekai. That's funny. That's extra funny for the movie. It would be funny if he'd already saw a picture of Sasuke with his family and was like, wait, that's me. Well, apparently he's never even heard of Sasuke, but he just had no idea about the guy. So he'd be like, who's that stranger? Yes, I've seen the Boruto dub. Says
Reflection.
Sometimes they say Susan. Oh, Hashirama did it in Storm 4 story mode. If you can send me a timestamp of that with like a video, please. I want to hear him say Susan. Oh, or whatever he says. He's fighting Madara. Headcanon, Naruto says it because Ashura incarnates all can't pronounce it. Well, to be fair, Sasuke just didn't. So, how come Kabuto did not revive Nawaki? Why would he? Like, I get it's the jutsu of regret or whatever. He wants to revive the people to fight the people that they love, but like, Nawaki's not strong. Like, let's just say it works on Tsunade. Tsunade drops her guard. She's crying on the ground in the cradle position. I don't think Nawaki can kill Tsunade. Like, what's he gonna do? Kick her to death? It's like, I think his body would turn to ash before he could pierce her skin. So... he could just use a kunai, but that's less fun. That's canon? God trees come from Vikagi in Storm 4. Okay. Interesting. Sasuke always says it right because Yuri Lorenthal literally speaks fluent Japanese. I like that. How come, he said in episode 65 before the views, yep, Bros my age. He like rolls the O into the other. Yes, I completely agree. But I wonder what Kamui thinks.
You heard me earlier, so.
Okay. Are you reading comments again? Is that what you're doing?
No, I walked away, but it just didn't sound like you heard me when I was trying to talk earlier, so.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, so the next screenshot thing here. Another Nero comment in the Hot Boy Naruto server thing. So, Nero has a cool little theory. What if Boruto's use of karma allows him to utilize Momoshiki's abilities like the Future Sight? It's very possible that in Boruto's fight with Kawaki, when their karma resonated and Momoshiki almost took over, in that moment, so like chapter, like, what was it, like 8, 9, 7, whatever it was? Like 8, 9? Of Tube of Vortex. So in that moment, Boruto saw a glimpse of the future. This would explain why Boruto has been scheming behind Koji's back, as he has already seen a better future and does not want Koji to interfere.
So that's cool in premise, but then it takes away the meaning of Boruto just trusting Kawaki, because that's who he is.
Everything you said was, like, word for word what I was going to say. So, yes, I agree.
It's similar to the Sarada Mangekyo Sharingan Genjutsuing Sasuke thing. Yeah, cool for the ability aspect, but then you're just taking away Sasuke's father-daughter trust stuff.
Yeah, I agree. Also the fact that if they're gonna play with, like, the naivety thing, then I feel like that could play into that as well. Technically, it could play into it either way, but I feel like one's probably easier to play with than the other, but either way. Anyways, Forfeit responds to Nero by saying, it's possible. But in part 1, when Boruto saw the future, where Kawaki was going rogue, Boruto has Momoshiki's eye in his right eye, so Boruto might need that for it to work. Thoughts on that?
What does he mean?
I mean, I didn't go back and double check, but I'm assuming, like, chapter, like, 76, 77, 75, I think it's 75, when Boruto sees those future remnant things, I'm assuming Boruto had the Sharingan, or the Byakugan in one of his eyes, but I don't remember that, so...
Well, the problem is we don't know... There's a few different possibilities. One is that in the room, he had the Byakugan. 2 is that in the vision, it's like Boruto with the Byakugan in the scene of the future. Like, that's like Boruto with the Byakugan looking at Mitsuki. 3 is that there's a third Boruto, it's kind of like Ada with the Senryugan, who, with the Byakugan, is third person observing a different Boruto looking at Mitsuki.
It could also be the symbolic Borushiki, aka Momoshiki, looking at it.
Probably doesn't really look like... I don't know, it's kind of weird, because in the actual scenes, he doesn't have the Byakugan out. As it actually plays out.
Well, that's the problem, because I feel like, I mean, he's in the room with other people. I feel like someone probably would have looked over and noticed.
Ada did look at him at the very least, but...
Yeah.
I'll pull it up in a minute.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, you did pull it up early, but you might as well pull it up again. Because, yeah, they are doing that. In fact, you, like, specifically, you commented on it to where the last panel of Kawaki with this retconned stance, it's the only one that doesn't get an eye to go along with it.
Yeah, so my original theory with that was that would be the Scar scene. That it wasn't too far off. But, because technically, if you go with the retcon design, that does happen soon before the Scar scene, but it's not the Scar moment, which is where I thought Kawaki would be looking down at Boruto after the Scar. Which would be so much cooler, but... than what we initially got.
Okay.
But I'll go find it in a minute.
Okay. While you're doing that, Axel did post the Susano thing that he wanted us to look at. So...
Okay.
Let's pull that up. Okay, so 703. And thank you for finding this. I actually do very much appreciate it. So let's listen to Hashirama's Susanoo.
The tailed beast in Susanoo!
Okay, yeah, he does go like, Susanoo!
That was funny.
To be fair, I feel like that's less of saying that word in particular weird, and more of just Hashirama's, I don't want to use accent, but Hashirama's way of speaking.
Yeah, play that again now.
Because, like, nobody else is like,